session, Honorable Judge William Henry presiding.
Thank you. Have a seat. All right. I guess when we left off yesterday, I was working on some jury instructions, and I didn't quite get them done till sometime really early this morning. Didn't wait my JA to send them up to you at that point in time, but I think y'all got emailed this morning. I had instructions and a verdict form, and I know there was a number of things that the defense had requested in your set that I did not include, and we needed to talk about those a little bit more. But then I also got the email from plaintiff's counsel this morning with a motion, which I guess we probably need to address sooner rather than later.
Yes, Your Honor. To the extent the court's inclined to grant the relief, we would need to try to make travel plans very, very quickly. The prospective witness is located in Arizona, and there aren't many flights from there to here.
And what would be, have you had communications with Mr. Conway?
After receipt of his letter yesterday, I called Mr. Connolly up, and he told me that he was extremely busy, but that when I explained the importance of his testimony to correct the record, he said he would do his absolute best to clear the decks and be here for Thursday, but I told him not to make any travel plans yet because the court had not granted our relief, and if the relief was denied, there was no point in him flying all the way out here. So that's the most I know about his availability to attend.
All right. And in the third paragraph of request, you got any other relief? Did you have anything specifically in mind?
Your Honor, the only other thing that, if Mr. Conway is able to make it here, then I think that will suffice. If he's not able to make it here, we've been highly prejudiced. We also have now found out, which we did not know until we received a copy of the production, that Mr. Young's security clearance has been dropped as of 2022. We have no ability to get that in beyond calling Mr. Young in a rebuttal case, which we will try to do. But so we would ask permission to submit the documents received from Mr. Conway into evidence, the ones where he says that the security relationship was dissolved as of 2022, if he cannot make it here. This was an email from Mr. Conway to Mr. Bailey, counsel to CNN, sorry, Mr. McManus to Mr. Bailey for CNN from his Helios Global account. This correspondence was not submitted with the surprise contract, so to speak, and they state clearly in them that as of 2022, here it says, we retained Mr. Young's clearance through approximately November 2022. In the event these requirements reemerged, but they did not. Ultimately, we administratively dropped Mr. Young from our security clearance roles, thus ending any relationship / affiliation. And so we'd ask to be able to obtain a declaration of some kind or a business record of some kind. I don't know, Your Honor. I mean, we've been put in a very, very untenable situation given the late disclosure and the partial disclosures.
Mr. Axelrod?
Your Honor, I got to say I'm at a loss we didn't have this document from Helios because plaintiff never produced it in discovery. And we know he had it because I asked him on the stand, this was a DocuSign, and he said, no, it was a wet signature, which means he had it in December of 2021. Now, the idea that they've been prejudiced because we went out and got the document, it is kind of far-fetched. But then let's talk about clarifying the record, which seems like Mr. Friedman wants to do. Look at the questions that I asked him. I never misled this jury. I never misled the court.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Mr. Young's testimony. And I'll give you
Where's that?
What's that?
Where's his testimony?
I'll give you the site, Your Honor.
Where are you looking at? Where is that testimony from?
Oh,
From
trial testimony. Trial testimony, Your Honor.
Okay, where is it? I don't have it.
Okay. Mr. Nemex is going to pull it up.
Okay.
It's 1308. I'm sorry. All right, it should be up now for you, Your Honor. I'm looking at line 6.
Okay.
All right. Then we had the long sidebar, if you go to page 1341. Okay. And if you look at it's 1340 going to 1341. The question was, Mr. Young, I think the last question, I'm looking at page 1340, I think the last question I asked you was, sir, isn't it true that in December of 2021 you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global? And your answer was yes, correct? Yes. And that is your signed consulting agreement with Helios Global, correct? Correct. I didn't testify. Mr. Young testified that he signed a consulting agreement. And if you look at the document, which is DX589, at the very top of it, it says consulting security agreement. There's nothing going on here. This document should have been produced in discovery because it was relevant to this case. Mr. Young admitted that he had possession of it in December of 2021. I cross-examined him fairly about what it was, and he didn't deny what it was. He said it was exactly what it purports to be. Mr. Friedman then came back on redirect and asked Mr. Young about this at page 1391. Yeah, sorry about this, Your Honor. 1391. Yeah, and if you look at the bottom, Mr. Young goes on to a long narrative explanation about what it is. People like me who have various backgrounds that are not in the government anymore, they need to be able to tap into on short notice, and the way they do that is basically they hold your clearance for you. In my case, it's through this company, Helios Global. The CEO is Ian Conway. That's what he explains everything. There's no clarification needed. If Mr. Young wanted to call Ian Conway, 2 years ago, he should have noticed him as a witness, and he could have called him as a witness in this case.
All right, and if you wanted to get the records from Helios Global, you should have sent a subpoena with a notice of production sent 10 days before you served a subpoena during the discovery phase of this case. I mean, I remember we argued motions to quash yesterday. Well, you didn't really argue because I just granted them, because my whole problem was they were doing discovery via use of a trial subpoena.
And we were not, Your Honor. We subpoenaed Mr. McManus, not Ian Conway, because we had found out in preparation for trial that to have a company hold your security clearance, you have to have a commercial relationship with them. And we suspected that Mr. Young would deny that on the stand. So we subpoenaed Mr. McManus as an impeachment witness as necessary. We did not.
You never listed anybody on a witness list from Helios, affiliated with Helios, right?
We did not. It was purely impeachment. And the problem is, you can't list somebody as an impeachment witness because then you tell the other side exactly what you're going to do. And so we thought it was kosher. If it was not, I apologize. I was consulting with local counsel in this entire process. And I want to go back to this idea, this screaming thing that we did something verboten by not disclosing the trial subpoena. First of all, as we talked about yesterday, plaintiffs served numerous trial subpoenas on numerous people who were not on their witness list, my law firm included. They subpoenaed Monica Jordan, who was affiliated with the defense team.
No, I quashed the subpoenas.
I understand. Mr. Friedman, who is crying foul about us not disclosing it, let me say this. On January 6th, and it's shocking to me that he didn't put this in his motion, on January 6th, he sent a subpoena, a ducis tecum subpoena, to Ralph Otto and Civil Fleet. In that, and we can pass it up, in that subpoena that Mr. Friedman sent by email to Germany, which I don't know how he would do that, represented that he had served the subpoena on all parties of record. We never received notice of that subpoena. So the idea that there is some rule that we violated is just not so. And the idea that we're operating out of bounds and he's operating by the rule of the law is also not so. But at the end of the day, we are in this position, and we cannot lose sight of this, because plaintiff had a relationship, and it's very true, it's very clear from everything plaintiff filed, that he had a relationship with Helios. He did disclose the contract, and if you look at his deposition testimony, it is in quite contrast with what Mr. Ian Conway says in the motion. He talks about the 2017 relationship, and that's why they started holding his contract. Mr. Young dissembled in his deposition testimony and said, Helios is just a company that holds security clearances. It wasn't true, and you can see that from Mr. Conway's letter to the court, or letter to Mr. Friedman. So what I would just say is this, Your Honor. Had plaintiff actually disclosed documents in his possession related to this case, we would not be in this situation. We are here because they made a violation of the discovery.
You keep saying that, but what's the proof that he had it in his possession? I mean, if he says that he signed it and it was a wet ink one, he would have had to send it back to him.
Well, but Your Honor, that's in
It looked like an electronic signature.
I agree.
I don't know that we've established whether it was electronic, original, or whatever, but you keep saying he keeps lying and he didn't produce stuff to me. You said that to me when you were representing he had an employment contract that decimates his claims. He lied to us repeatedly in his deposition, and now you try to minimize it by saying, I never represented it was an employment contract. It was just a consulting agreement where they agreed to hold his security license.
I don't think, Your Honor, I don't think...
Which are you arguing? I mean, are you arguing he had an employment relationship where he was getting paid by Helios Global? Or are you arguing, no, I was just worried that he was going to say he didn't have a relationship and we just knew it was just to hold his security license or his clearance.
I am arguing...
But he didn't have employment.
I'm arguing that Mr. Young testified on the stand, in this case, that after the CNN publications, he was an international pariah. I am arguing that that is not true based on this agreement. I never said it was an employment agreement. I said it was a consulting agreement. You can look at my question. I said that after the CNN publication, they entered into this consulting agreement. I never said he was paid. And it's very true. If you are an international pariah, why would they hold your security? Why would they be affiliated with you? This is certainly an affiliation. And that was the point I was making. I never said anything about compensation. I didn't have anything to support it. I said, didn't you sign a consulting agreement? It says consulting agreement at the very top, Your Honor.
Well, I'm assuming, do you have any issues with the representations made in the plaintiff's motion as to what was the record of your argument that begins at the bottom of page 2 and goes on to page 3?
I need to look at it.
Because in here you said his entire lawsuit is a fraud on this court. He completely lied in his deposition over and over again. This agreement decimates his claims. We heard him sit on the stand and testify, I got no work. When we knew it was all a lie.
I do not take issue with it.
So if somebody's holding a security clearance, but he's doing no work for him, how is any of that a lie and a fraud on the court?
If you look at paragraph 102 of the amended complaint, he said, I'm an international pariah and no one will touch me. That is what I cited to Your Honor at sidebar. The Helios contract, what I said is not true.
Okay, well, what's in the complaint isn't his testimony on the stand, where you say that he lied over and over again in deposition. We heard him on the stand. He got no work when we knew it was all a lie.
Right.
So these are him testifying. You called him a liar multiple times there.
Right.
Fortunately, from litigation privilege, you can't sue you for that.
Right.
But if he's saying he got no work and they're just holding a security agreement that apparently Mr. Bailey knew about in the emails that were sent from Mr. McManus, where he said he never did any work for us, we were just holding a security, and then the emails that are attached to the motion. How is any of it that I didn't do any work a lie over and over and over again?
It wasn't I didn't do any work. It was that no one would touch me. And in fact, that's been his whole argument. I mean, with General Young was talking about reputational risk. What the Helios contract does is it rebuts this idea that I'm an untouchable. And that's what he was saying. He wasn't just talking about work. He was saying no one will touch me. No one will contact me because I'm a reputational risk. It wasn't just money. It was the idea of being an international pariah. And the Helios contract establishes that's not true. You have a government contractor who is willing to enter into an affiliation with him after the CNN publication.
You have the entirety of, what was the first page that you pulled up?
Of the cross-examination?
That was where we were right before the sidebar.
Right before the sidebar. It's on page 1309 going into 1308 going into 1309. And you can see, Your Honor, I say the entire theory of this case was that no one would work with him.
You have wherever the sidebar goes to, I don't remember.
I do, Your Honor.
You have that printed out?
I do. I mean, these are my notes on it, but it goes to page, the sidebar goes to page, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't tell where the sidebar ends and we go back to open court. 1 second. It goes to like page 1314.
Can you flip those pages or email them to me? Or email them to Brittany?
Your Honor, I have a copy here I can send you, and I think it's important to read the entire sidebar, then open court discussion, and then the cross-examination of Mr. Young that occurred after the line Mr. Axelrod displayed on the screen.
Yeah, because I know there were some more questions after the first one that you asked, when you asked if he signed the consulting agreement, he said yes.
It's around 1341, Your Honor, and Mr. Axelrod goes on to very clearly imply that Mr. Young is lying about doing work for a contractor. He doesn't say it exactly, that's true, but it is very clear from the line of question that that's the implication.
We can look at it. Just remember, if you put up 1341,
No, I want to see it. Email it to me from 1309 through 1350. And while somebody's pulling that up, so in terms of the relief that they're asking for, being able to call Mr. Conway, what's the defense position?
We oppose it. Mr. Conway was a known witness to plaintiff since the inception of this case. He knew he had an affiliation with Helios. He knew he executed this consulting agreement in December of 2021. If they would have put Mr. Conway on their witness list, we would have opposed him. And I know Your Honor doesn't want me to say it, but if you look at his deposition testimony, that deposition answer about the relationship with Helios was very unclear. And if it had been more clear, maybe something else would have been done. But it hadn't been. But there's nothing that needed to be clarified. There's no reason to bring this unknown witness in who was not part of discovery. Mr. Young's testimony is very clear. I didn't at any time say, you got paid under this agreement, didn't you? No, I did not say that. And Mr. Young, actually, if you look at it, Your Honor, goes on a very long narrative answer about how he has produced 7 years of tax returns, all of his bank accounts. You can see that I was never paid under this. And that's what I think Mr. DeMezza will be sending to you.
Did you send it?
I sent it to Brittany, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, of course, if you want us to show you copies of the subpoena,
You should have an email.
the subpoena that Mr. Friedman served on Ralph Otto and the entire civil board fleet that he did not share with us, I can share that with you too.
Your Honor, if I may respond to that, my cover email to Mr. Otto states, "It is our understanding that you may be arriving in Florida to testify. When you land, we intend to serve you with a trial subpoena requiring your attendance, and that requires you to bring certain documents with you when you testify. To that end, we are attaching a courtesy copy of our intended subpoena in advance so that you can have more time to gather the documents, and then when served, it will make compliance easier for you. We then ask him to tell us when he's arriving to make it more convenient for him and the process server, or ask if he will accept it over email. This was not service of a subpoena. This was service of a courtesy copy so that when he landed, we would hand it to him and then we would bring it to your attention to say, and to them, and to say, hey, we have now tagged Mr. Ralph Otto in Florida with tag jurisdiction. He now has a valid trial subpoena to produce documents to us. We were never able to tag Mr. Otto, and so we never ended up serving the subpoena. I was very clear it was a courtesy copy. So I take issue with Mr. Axelrod's half disclosure to the court about what I did. Also, Your Honor, I must take a moment to correct.
Before you do that, is that what the cover letter said?
I don't have the cover letter in front of me, but there's a certificate of service that says, I hereby certify that the foregoing documents was furnished to all counsel of record by electronic mail on this 6th day of January 2025, the same day that it was sent to Mr. Ralph Otto. And it was never served on us.
Your Honor, may I approach? Here's the cover letter. My paralegal prepared a courtesy copy. It says it. On my honor and as an officer of the court, it was a courtesy copy. We said it straight out. It is true there's a certification in there, but that's just because I asked my paralegal to prepare a subpoena so we could send it to her, and she simply filled it out. Your Honor, also, if I may just, I feel compelled to simply correct the record because my client has been labeled a liar over and over again. The document, Mr. Young said it was a wet signature, and as you'll see on the document, it is not signed by Helios Global, which means, as Your Honor pointed out, he executed it and then sent it, he mailed it back to Helios Global for execution. So he did not have it to produce in discovery. My client has never lied in this litigation, and in fact, when asked about whether he signed an agreement with Helios Global, admitted it on the stand. Mr. Axelrod was not prepared for that admission, went to impeach him after there was nothing to impeach. And if the court looks at the transcript, you'll hear my objection. He says, I'm going to impeach him. And I said, what are you going to impeach him for? There's nothing to impeach. So he has told the truth over and over and over again. The only thing he hasn't told the truth about is that he didn't know that as of 2022, Helios dropped his security clearance. He had no idea. CNN knew and failed to produce those documents to us when they obtained the documents from Helios Global. And, Your Honor, then when the court inquired about how CNN obtained these documents, CNN lied again by saying it was just luck, that it was just sheer luck that we got it. It was not sheer luck, Your Honor. It was the secret subpoena that was sent out. And, excuse me, when the court looks through the questioning that you've just seen, you will see that Mr. Axelrod left the jury with the impression that Mr. Young was doing contracting work with Helios Global, something he knew was not true, and which echoes the statements he made to you about Mr. Young committing a fraud on the court, which of course is not true as well. So, you know, and in terms of not listing Helios Global as a witness, of course we didn't, because we didn't have this document, Your Honor. And so this document was obtained outside the bounds of discovery. It was hidden from us. It was thrown at us as a surprise. We are now prejudiced, and the relief we're looking for, quite frankly, Your Honor, is conservative in my view.
They were not prejudiced, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, they put an expert on the stand yesterday that said he still has a security clearance, he's great, he can do all the work he wants. They knew it's not true. They had their expert get on the stand and say, he's got a security clearance, no problem, he can get work. They knew it was not true. We did not, they did.
That is false. Mr. Young testified he still has a security clearance. We had no idea that that's not true.
Your Honor, if I may, they knew it's not true because Helios Global told them it's not true on January 2nd, 2025. In their letter, they said, we retained Mr. Young's clearance through approximately November 2022 in the event these requirements reemerged, but they did not. Ultimately, we administratively dropped Mr. Young from our security clearance roles, thus ending any relationship/affiliation. So CNN knew that there was no security clearance in place, something we didn't know because we didn't have this communication.
Well, they knew you didn't have it through Helios Global.
Correct.
Well, that's true, Your Honor, but that is, I mean, Mr. Young testified he has it through no one else, and what his testimony on the stand was that Ian Conway did him a solid by keeping his security clearance, and I hope, he said, I hope I still have it, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember. So clearly, Mr. Young's testimony was the security clearance is through Helios Global. And that was the only evidence that there was a security clearance. CNN knew that that relationship ended, knew Mr. Young did not know that that relationship ended, had proof of it and failed to disclose it to the other side, and then put an expert on the stand to say he still has it. Your Honor, I'm not sitting here asking for sanctions. I'm just saying we have been massively prejudiced, and we should be able to clear the record. The jury should not be misled.
Your Honor, you can't be prejudiced by introduction of a document that you knew existed. And you already found in the spoliation order that as of December of 2021, Mr. Young knew he was going to be bringing this lawsuit or was contemplating it. You can't get around your discovery obligations by signing a document, then sending it off and saying, I no longer have it, can't produce it. That's what happened here. I mean, he got the
I
contract.
sign a document, send it off, it's within a company's possession, custody, or control. What is my discovery obligation to go to their records, dig through their files, and find a copy of a document I signed several years ago?
But that's not what I was suggesting, Your Honor.
It was.
What I'm saying-
It was. You said he can't shirk his discovery responsibilities by signing a document, sending it off, and then say, I don't have it.
He had it, is what I'm saying.
I get the court reporter to read back exactly what you said, but I think I verbatim said exactly what you said.
Your Honor, the point I'm trying
I'm
to make.
tired of these blatant misrepresentations that are being made, and they're being made by both of y'all. And maybe they're not 100% lies, maybe they're leaving out a little bit of the truth in making representations so you can carefully say, well, I didn't exactly say that. But you said he's lied to it because he doesn't have any work, but he had no proof that he had work because you're arguing that he signed a security agreement so they could hold his security clearance. But I didn't lie and say he had work. All right, we're taking a break. I'm going to go read this real quick. Let me ask you one last question, Mr. Axelrod. You said, we were going to call Helios Global or whoever it was from there as a potential rebuttal witness. And that's why we served a subpoena. We didn't need to list a rebuttal witness on our exhibit list. But you also had production of documents from non-parties. I remember reading 2 motions to quash that verbatim said Rule 1.351 expressly provides the rule that is the exclusive procedure, in quotes, I'm sorry, the, open quote, exclusive procedure, close quote, for obtaining documents from non-parties without a deposition. Your subpoena for trial to whomever at Helios had a production request. The motion also says that the motions that I remember reading said that 1.351 requires the notice to the other side. How are you not conducting discovery pursuant to 1.351 in sending a subpoena ducis tecum to Helios Global without giving notice to the other side?
Judge, I'm going to take ownership of that one. I called Mr. Freeman this morning after reading the motion. I was asked to prepare a trial subpoena, and the subpoena came across my desk. My paralegal asked me if we needed to send notice of this to the other side. I told her, no, it's a witness subpoena in 38 years. I've never served copies of witness subpoenas to the other side and don't recall getting copies of witness subpoenas. I was looking at it as a witness subpoena, not a document production request. There was a ducis tecum component to it. I don't recall seeing it, but it was there, and I'm responsible for that. So if the rule requires notice of a witness subpoena that has a document production request to it, that's on me, and I take responsibility for that. And I told Mr. Freeman that.
All right, well, and Mr. Axelrod made the representation that fortuitously we ended up just falling into our lap at the last minute. But it wasn't fortuitous because it was pursuant to that witness subpoena.
That is true. Mr. McManus did send it, but we did want him to come testify. That is correct.
All right, I'm going to go look at this. I'll be back. All right, I went back through and I was reading the trial transcript that preceded the sidebar and then adjourning with the jury and the discussions that we had with the Helios document that was handed, what was it, 589? I think Defense 589 was the document that was handed to Mr. Young during the cross-examination. I think I made comments throughout the course of this case about how counsel was conducting themselves, how everything was a surprise, a last-minute thing, how counsel was referring to each other in the course of their arguments, had to impose a $100 fine. I find it rich that we've got discovery being done at the same time a motion to quash is being filed, arguing that the plaintiffs are violating the rules by sending out trial subpoenas when the defense is doing the exact same thing. We have representations being made to the court that we were just fortuitous to get this. It wasn't fortuitous. It was you were doing the same thing that the plaintiffs were doing and sending a trial subpoena for documents without notice to the other side in violation of Rule 1.351 that y'all cited in a couple motions. And just saying that this showed up in our lap. You represented me this morning. We didn't accuse them of anything, of having anything beyond a security agreement. But that was clearly the implication that was being made when we were arguing about the document because you wanted to impeach him with it, despite the fact he admitted to signing a security document. Then you changed it. We want to use it substantively, and it got admitted into evidence. And it was admitted into evidence under my Binger analysis of something that, there's not prejudice to the other side, was primarily the reason. Had I known it been discovery being conducted after the deadline, there was no way in hell that the document would have been admitted into evidence. Mr. Axelrod, I don't know how many times in this transcript, I didn't bring a piece of paper back with me, how many times you called Mr. Young a liar. But yet in his deposition, he acknowledged having his security being held by Helios Global, which is exactly what that document is and which was exactly what he testified to. I think an apology from you was clearly in order to Mr. Young for the number of times in front of this court and streamed around the world that you call Mr. Young a liar for failing to disclose a document that you have no proof was within his possession, custody, or control. Everybody here, I don't know how much money we're clicking off an hour in lawyer bills in this case, and how much credentials the lawyers have in this case. The case has been pending for 2.5 years in my court. And I made a joke, looking back through this transcript, I made a joke of you only have a week and a half to do more discovery in this case till we finish up the trial. But it seems like everybody wanted to do everything at the last minute without telling the other side that we're going to do this discovery and then accuse the other person of being the bad person. And I said in this transcript, I'm not going to decide the case based on who can sling the most mud at each other and make each other look out to be the worst person. I think it came up in the course of things. This isn't kindergarten. Y'all matriculated from kindergarten a long, long, long time ago. Or at least that's what it says because y'all have bar licenses. I'm troubled by all of this that happened. The easiest thing and the clear thing I'm doing is I'm permitting you to call Mr. Conway and get him here to testify and rebuttal. But I'm overly concerned with the level of professionalism or lack thereof that's here. I'm overly concerned. I mean, the transcript of what I read, we said at sidebar when we were arguing after we excused the jury, conflicts, Mr. Axelrod, with the argument you made today to me. The argument you were making, and when we were arguing about the document last week, you were suggesting that, oh, we got the smoking gun. This is the crucial document in our case. I don't know how many times I've heard that from both sides in this case. Or the crucial witness. Like every document, the thousands of documents we have in evidence in this case are the crucial documents. But this was being represented as, oh, this just fell out of the sky in our lap, not that we were doing the same thing we're accusing them of being bad people to do. And I take that as a complete insult to me as the court in this case. And you were saying that he completely lied and misrepresented despite the fact he acknowledged that he had a security clearance with Global, which again is another misrepresentation of the court, which supports the argument that you were being made. So right now your credibility with me, Mr. Axelrod, is about none, if you understand that.
I do. I certainly do, and I apologize when you feel that way. I apologize if you feel that I misled you. That certainly wasn't my intention.
Yeah, well, you said, oh, I never said that. Well, no, you did. So today you said I never said that, but that's what the transcript from last week was representing. I'm reserving on any other sanctions pertaining to this matter and other matters against the lawyers and parties in this case. But at least to resolve the issue for this morning to go forward, you can get Mr. Conway here. And I'll do this too. If Mr. Conway cannot make it here, we can call him via Zoom. All right?
Nothing further.
All right. Is there anything else we need to get before we get the jurors in here?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And let me say this. I mean, y'all made a lawyer like that in Philly or New York or D.C. or wherever the heck it is, or Miami. We don't lawyer like this around here. Y'all may have handled some big cases. We're not going to play the shenanigans anymore in this case. Y'all both understand that?
Yes, sir.
And I'm upping the fine for personal insults to $1,000 per time from $100. And who do you have as your next witness?
Brian Buster.
See, he's here up. He's in the back. All right. Yeah, I'll have the jurors come in.
Jurors entering?
And y'all can be seated when you get back to your chairs. Morning.
Morning.
I apologize for not getting started earlier. There was a matter I needed to address with the attorneys before we started this morning. While you guys are settling in, Mr. Axelrod, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, CNN calls Brian Buster.
All right. Mr. Buss, when you get around there, if you could face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall be honest, you shall be the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Have a seat there, and then just position the microphone and pull it towards where it's facing your mouth.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yeah, y'all ready? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Axelrod.
Mr. Buss, could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. I'm Brian Buss. I'm a
senior director with a firm called CBiz Forensic Consulting Group.
And what do you do at CBiz Consulting Group?
I do a combination of financial analysis, including calculating economic damages in litigation and valuing businesses and intellectual property assets like patents, trademarks, copyrights, brands, and goodwill.
And were you retained by CNN to testify in this matter?
I was.
And how much are you being compensated to testify per hour in this case?
My rate is $4.50 an hour.
$4.50? Okay. If you could you tell us about your education history first?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in biology and economics from Claremont McKenna College in California. I have a master's of business administration, or an MBA, from San Diego State University. And I also studied for and passed the exams and hold a CFA charter, or Chartered Financial Analyst charter.
What does that mean to have a CFA?
It's a professional designation for financial and economic analysis. Basically is kind of a recognized professional certification in the fields of finance, investment management, and valuation.
Okay. Can you walk through, just generally, not in minute detail, but your work history for the jury?
Sure. I started out my career at a firm doing evaluations of businesses, a lot of fairness opinions and valuations for securities litigation. I worked for a firm called Deloitte & Touche, which is a global accounting and finance firm. I worked for them in San Francisco and in New Zealand.
What did you do for Deloitte & Touche?
I worked in their valuation and corporate finance practices, so primarily valuing businesses.
Okay.
And I also did a fair amount of what's called purchase price allocation work, which is valuing the assets that have been acquired by another company. So it's a lot of valuing technology assets, marketing assets, and goodwill.
Okay. What comes next after Deloitte & Touche?
I worked for a bank. It was an Australian bank, but I worked for them in New Zealand. And I was essentially doing credit analysis and M&A due diligence work for the bank.
What does that mean, doing credit analysis and M&A due diligence?
Reviewing companies who were wanted to get loans from the bank and analyzing their credit worthiness to see if they would qualify for a loan, but then also how to price the loan. And then we also did a fair amount of transaction advisory, so companies would need to borrow money to complete an acquisition of another company, and we would do the analysis to support that transaction.
And what comes next after that?
After Deloitte & Touche, I worked for a small venture capital firm in San Diego for a little bit, then worked for a small forensic consulting firm. And by forensic consulting, that's the analysis of economic damages and business valuation, primarily in support of litigation.
Kind of what you're testifying about today?
Yeah.
When did you start doing that forensic analysis and litigation?
That was about 2007.
Okay. And what comes next after that?
After that, I moved to another firm that, again, did the forensic consulting analysis, specializing in cases involving intellectual property and branding disputes. So, again, intellectual properties is trademarks, patents, copyrights, trade secrets. But we also did some occasional defamation cases, and I was basically supporting the testifying expert at that firm, managing the projects and developing the analysis and opinions.
So have you worked on defamation cases before?
Yes.
And so explain to the jury, what type of work have you done in connection with defamation cases?
So doing the financial analysis to quantify or measure economic damages, and that's measuring the economic and financial harm that's been suffered by the injured party in the defamation case.
Kind of like what you're doing here today.
It's exactly like what I'm doing here today.
And we're going to get to this in a second, but did you review Mr. Bolko's testimony?
I did, yes.
You watched it?
I saw the live stream, yes.
Okay. If you could keep going in your career.
Sorry, okay, so after that one firm, I left my position at that firm and started my own firm doing the same work, so still doing the forensic consulting work, calculating economic damages and doing valuations of businesses and intangible assets. I was at that firm that I co-owned with my business partner for close to 10 years, and then got recruited away to join the current firm I work for, which is CBiz, which is a big national accounting, advisory, and consulting firm.
Okay, and what do you do day to day at CBiz?
A lot of this. So I get hired by either the plaintiff or the defendant through their counsel to analyze and measure economic damages. And then I also do some work advising companies on the value of their brands or their patents or trademarks.
Okay. How long have you been working as what we call an expert witness?
Probably close to 15 years now.
And how many prior cases have you worked on as an expert?
At least 100.
How many times have you testified, whether in deposition or at trial, as an expert?
At least 50 times.
Okay. All defense side, all plaintiff side, or a mix?
It's both. It's 2-3 cases in a row will be for the defendant, and then I'll have 2 or 3 cases in a row for the plaintiff. You never know.
Have you written any publications about economic damages and the calculation of economic damages?
I have, yes.
Okay, just briefly explain to the jury what type of writing you've done.
So there's, I've authored chapters for textbooks, and the chapters I've authored covered topics like how to apply the principle of profit apportionment in calculating damages in intellectual property cases. I've also written or co-wrote a chapter on using data from the social media and the internet and using that to support damages calculations in intellectual property cases.
Sure. So now I want you to focus on the work that you've done here. Can you walk the jury through just generally the steps you took to evaluate the economic damages in this case?
Sure. Well, the first step, just like in any case, is to get familiar with the available documents in the case. So that would include things like the complaint and various legal filings that the parties have made at the point that I get the file or I start working on the project. And then, it's good to get my hands on all the available financial data and information. In this case, it involved reviewing tax returns and bank records that were provided by the plaintiff. And then in this case, I was also asked to review and critique or analyze the report, or I think it was a declaration submitted by Richard Bulko. So I undertook to use the available information plus my experience and analyze that report and provide opinions in the form of a written report that I submitted to the court.
Okay. Could you start by explaining to the jury generally how economic damages are typically calculated in a case like this?
Yeah, no problem. Typically we're looking to understand and study the financial performance of the entity before the defamation occurred. So we want to know what kind of revenues were being generated, what expenses were being incurred, what level of profit was being earned before there was the defamatory event or the alleged defamatory event in the case. Then we want to see the performance of that entity after the wrongful action or the damaging event. And then we need to build a forecast for how the company would have performed but for the defamatory event. So that's the first part of kind of using our judgment and skill and experience is to build that but for forecast. Then the damages are basically the difference between the but for profits that the company could have earned but for the damaging event, and you subtract the actual performance of the business. The difference is the damages.
Okay. And just to be clear, you're not providing the jury any analysis of the CNN publications, correct?
No.
Okay. And you're not providing any opinion as to causation, whether the CNN publications caused any damage, is that right?
No.
Okay. So Mr. De Meza, if you could put up Mr. Buss's demonstrative. Did you prepare a demonstrative in preparation for your testimony?
I did.
Okay. If we could put that up just for the witness at this point, limited production. And Mr. Buss, is this your demonstrative?
I can see the cover page, but that looks like my cover page.
Yeah, if we just go to the second page. Yep. Thank you. Your Honor, we would ask that we could publish this as a demonstrative.
No objection.
All right, you may publish.
Thank you.
Or, yeah. Technically, publish exhibits, but yes, you can show, display.
Got it.
The demonstrative.
So, Mr. Buss, this is a demonstrative that you put together?
Yes, it is.
If we could go to page 2. What are we looking at here?
So this is what we call a spread or a summary of the available financial information. And in this case, this is basically an Excel worksheet that we prepared, my team and I prepared, where we took each of the individual tax returns and combined and showed them next to each other on one page. So what you're seeing here, you can see the column headings say December 17, December 18, December 19. Well, those are the years for each of the tax returns. And then in the rows below each of those column headings is the information that was presented and reported on Mr. Young's individual tax returns filed with the IRS for each of those years.
Okay, so let's look at this December 17 column first. So I'm looking at the first layer under income, and it says 0 wages and salary tips. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and then there's Nemex Enterprises. What does that represent?
So that represents the taxable income that is reported by Nemex Enterprises. And because Mr. Young, according to the tax returns, is the owner of Nemex Enterprises, the income that's earned by Nemex Enterprises is reported as income on Mr. Young's personal tax return.
So if you go all the way down to the bottom where it says total income, what did you conclude Mr. Young's total income was in 2017?
So let's actually go down. There's 2 lines that say total income, which makes it a little bit confusing.
Yes,
on a tax return, they often refer to business revenue or business personal income as income, and then you deduct expenses and you get taxable income. So there's the total income of $824. That's the amount that's coming in. Then you can see the expenses that Mr. Young deducted or reported as deductions on his income tax return in that year. And at the bottom, there's a negative number. Numbers in parentheses are less than 0. That's $4,332. That's a negative total income for that year. So in other words, he reported that he lost money that year.
Okay. So going over to 2018, up at the top it says wages and salaries, about $165,000. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you know where that money came from?
That is salary, or what's often referred to as W-2 income. In other words, he was working for a company, they paid him a salary, they issued a W-2. If you've ever filled out your own tax return, this is the same thing that you would do if you were reporting the salary you earned from that company.
And then underneath that, there's a negative $51,000. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And what does that represent?
So that represents the loss, or in other words, the amount of money that Nemex reported as negative income or a loss for that year. And so because Mr. Young, again, reported that he owned 100% of Nemex, that loss is carried forward to his personal tax return.
And then just carry us down the rest of this chart. What do the rest of the numbers mean for 2018?
Sure. So in the expenses section, which you kind of see on those rows in the middle of the page, there was no reported expenses or deductions in that year. And then down in the next section, you see a net operating loss carryover, and that's typically an amount where you had a loss in prior years, and then you're carrying that loss forward to reduce your taxable income in the current year. And then there's a deduction for foreign earned income. I don't recall seeing any explanation for those 2 amounts in Mr. Young's tax return for that year, but both serve to reduce his taxable income in that year.
And so then we get down to the bottom, which is the bottom total income line. I know there are 2. And what does that show?
So that shows a loss of roughly $188,000. So in other words, he reported that he lost money in that year.
Okay, let's go to December 2019, the next column.
Sure. So again, we're kind of going through the same lines or the same line items. So again, the top row is the wages and salaries, and I understand that is the W-2 income that Mr. Young reported from his work at, it was DynCorp at the time, now it's Amentum. Then again, there's a loss from Nemex. In other words, he's carrying forward the loss that Nemex had earned in that year to his personal tax return to get a net top line total income of $331,000. There's no deductions. Then we see the net loss, the net operating loss carry over again at the bottom, and the foreign earned income. Both of those deductions serve to lower his taxable income. And in 2019, he reports a positive income, a taxable income of $8,768.
And so that combines both his individual income and his business income?
Yes, it does.
All right, moving to the next one, December 2020.
Okay, so again, you're seeing something, the same kind of numbers again. You see the W-2 income, so that's the salary he reported from working for DynCorp. You see a loss from Nemex, so you get a net number of $306,907. So that's the W-2 minus the business loss. You see no personal deductions or expenses. You see the net operating loss carryover again, and the foreign earned income. And then down at the bottom, there's one more adjustment that's new this year. That's the unemployment compensation. So that's typically entered there if the individual who's filing this return is reporting payments from unemployment.
Yeah, so what does that mean? That means Mr. Young had unemployment compensation in 2020?
That's what it typically applies on a tax return. This particular tax return, I don't recall a specific explanation, but when you see a number in that location of the tax return, that's what it typically is.
And that would be compensation from like a state or a government?
Yeah, for applying for unemployment and getting unemployment benefits.
Okay. And then total income down at the bottom is $201,000?
Correct.
Okay. So let's go to the next year because it looks a little bit different. So this is December of 2021. We don't see any wages or salary tipped there, right?
Right. So that would imply that there was no W-2 income or no wages that he was reporting in that year.
Okay. But below that, there's $280,000. And where's that money generated?
And that's from the Nemex business. So Nemex did file a tax return in that year, and that's the profit after expenses that Nemex reported for that year.
Okay. You said profit after expenses. What does that mean?
So Nemex, on its tax return, would have reported some revenue. I think it was about $500,000. It then claimed business expenses as deductions, and the revenue minus the expenses gets to the business income, which is the amount that carries forward to his personal tax return.
Okay. What's the difference between revenue and profit?
The way I use those terms, so revenue is the amount that a business receives from selling its products or services, right? So it's the number of things it does times the price gives you revenue. After revenue, you deduct all the business expenses, so that would include things like your cost of goods sold, buying inventory, paying employees, paying for equipment and assets of the business. So you'd subtract those expenses, you have revenue minus expenses equals profit.
Okay. And at the bottom, so Nemex and Mr. Young made $280,000 roughly in 2021?
Correct.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide. All right. And so I think you testified that you both looked at Mr. Bolko's analysis and that you also watched his testimony, correct?
I did.
Okay. And first, in the category of baseline calculation, you say scenario one uses Mr. Young's 2019 and 2020 W-2 wages. What do you mean by that?
Well, as we saw in Mr. Bolko's testimony, and you can see in his report and his demonstratives, he uses a baseline to then forecast out the future earnings that Mr. Young could have earned but for the wrongful event in this case. And that baseline that you call scenario one is simply the average of the top line number reported on the 2019 and the 2020 tax return. It's just the wages from his work for DynCorp.
Does that make any sense in your opinion?
Not if you're forecasting business income in the future. No, you wouldn't forecast business income based on someone's salary that they earn doing something else.
Why not?
Well, I mean, I've started a few businesses and I've never been paid. I never earned the amount from my owning a business that I was paid when I was working as a salaried employee at the prior job. They're just different animals. It's apples and oranges type comparison. One is getting paid as an employee through your paychecks and getting salary. The other is, as a business owner, you may get paid a salary, but your primary source of earnings is going to be the profits that your business generates.
Okay. The next bullet point says ignores Nemex's losses in 2019 and 2020. Why is that important?
Well, as I understand it, the Bolko calculation, Mr. Bolko's calculation, is trying to forecast lost business income, but yet his baseline number ignores those years in which the business reported a loss. So if you're going to make a reasonable forecast of future business income, you ought to consider those years in which the business operated at a loss and the years that the business reported some profit. But the calculation that Mr. Bolko presented to court did not include either the losses for Nemex or the actual amount of income or profit that Nemex earned.
The next one says ignores lower income years, 2017 and 2018. Why is that a problem?
It's kind of what we call it in the office is a cherry picking. In other words, he's picked the two highest years and used that as a baseline, even though he had other years to consider, other data to consider, but just ignored them. And when you do that, you're making an aggressive forecast for the future, and you're kind of failing to consider that those years with lower income could be repeated in the future.
And then the final bullet point is ran two scenarios but emphasized the higher results. What does that matter?
Both in his report and in his testimony, I recall him mentioning multiple scenarios, but then in his demonstratives, he only presented one result. It's my understanding from reading his report and seeing his calculations that are attached to the report, the second scenario actually results in a lower number, yet he chose not to present that number in his demonstratives.
Okay. So let's move over to the middle column. Do you recall Mr. Bolko projecting out that Mr. Young's business would grow for 28 years at a constant rate of 8.9625%? First, I want to tackle the business growing out for 28 straight years. What do you think of that assumption?
It's an aggressive assumption. I understand that he based it on kind of a study of retirement age, but it really kind of oversimplifies forecasting an early stage business, especially assuming kind of without any justification or explanation that that business could last that long, and that it would generate a consistent growth rate of revenue for that long.
Why? I think you just used the term small business or growing business or something like that. What was Mr. Young's business as you saw it in 2021?
Well, in 2021, it was doing evacuations from Afghanistan. The Nemex profit that we see is really profit that was generated in about a 3 to 4 month period where he was paid to coordinate some evacuations from Afghanistan. But I never saw, and as far as I know, it was never produced. There was never a business plan or a budget or a forecast for this business. And so I still haven't seen any real description of what the future business activities would be.
Okay. You use the term the early stage business. Why does that matter?
When forecasting or valuing early stage businesses, you have to do a little bit more work because the business does not have a history of operations. And for Nemex, what we can see through the tax returns and through the invoices that it issued, it basically generated a loss for a few years, then had a strong couple of months, but then no future operations after that. And we also don't see any records in the tax returns of any kind of investment back into the business. But by early stage business, what I mean really is a business with a limited or inconsistent history. It's a business that may be different in the near future than it has been in the past because the business is evolving and changing its early stage. It doesn't have a long track record of operations or success.
And what about the constant growth rate of 8.9625% that Mr. Bolko used? What do you think about that?
It's, to put it kindly, I guess it's misleading and speculative.
Why?
it's applying a growth rate that was observed from the actual growth rates of much larger, much more diverse companies that do different kinds of work. It really is an apples to oranges type comparison. I mean, part of the companies that are in that study is my firm, and we've got 10,000 employees doing a wide variety of different kinds of work. At the point that we see the financial results from the tax returns for Nemex. Nemex appears to have been a business with one owner and one employee and one line of business that was based on one geopolitical event at one point in time.
Okay. And I think, is there an issue of using a revenue growth rate to project income?
There is, again, that's that apples to oranges comparison. You would not want to use a revenue growth rate and base your forecast on that revenue growth rate unless you also did a specific forecast of the expenses and investments that that business would require to generate that amount of revenue. And the Bolko calculation does neither.
Going down, yeah, I think you just covered this, but you said no forecast of business expenses.
Did I jump ahead on you?
That's okay. What do you mean by that?
Exactly that. The Bolko calculation takes a revenue growth rate, applies it to that baseline, and we've discussed the issues with the baseline. It's based on salary, not business income. And then projects that forward, but doesn't consider would the business need to hire employees? Would the business need to buy some assets, computers? Would the business need to do marketing and promotion? All those things that businesses normally need to do in order to find customers, create sales, and generate revenue.
And then finally, the last bullet point here is uses effective Fed funds rate of 5.33%, a risk-free rate. What does that mean?
Sure. Anytime we're doing valuation work, and this is pretty standard across all the people who do the work that I do, you need to use a discount rate to discount a future amount back to a present value. It's a classic concept of finance that an amount in the future is worth less than the equivalent amount today. So if you're forecasting future business profits and you want to know the value of those profits, you discount them back to their present value. In other words, those forecast profits are the future amount, and you're going to use a discount rate to discount them to a present value. It's also standard practice to use a discount rate that represents the amount of risk or likelihood that those future forecast amounts will be achieved as forecast and when forecast. So the more riskier or the less certain those future amounts are, the higher the discount rate the valuation analyst would need to use. And there's textbooks written on how to do a discount rate. For any kind of early stage business, you're going to use discount rates that are 25, 30, 35%. That's pretty standard practice. You don't discount future amounts from an early stage business at the risk-free rate. The risk-free rate is a rate that's used to set loans between banks for certain time period commitments. It does not represent the relative risk or uncertainty of an early stage business generating those forecast amounts as forecast.
And if Mr. Bolko had used that discount rate of 25 or 30%, what would happen to his number of $21 million?
It would be substantially less. I quickly did the math.
Objection, outside the scope.
Outside the scope of his opinions before?
Correct.
Or did he do an analysis?
He did not provide a number.
I'll sustain the objection as to a specific number then.
Okay. But it would significantly reduce that $21 million?
Yeah, I mean, I probably can't do the math in my head, but I know it would be a number substantially smaller.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next page, please. Before I ask you about these, did Mr. Bolko's analysis make any assumptions about whether Mr. Young would ever earn any money doing anything again?
From my review of the Bolko's calculation, Mr. Bolko's calculation, it appears that he has, the methodology that he presented at trials appears to be a little bit different than what he prepared or presented in his report.
Let's just focus on what he prepared, he produced at trial.
The amount he presented at trial appears to have no subtraction for other work that Mr. Young could do. In other words, the BOLCO calculations assume that Mr. Young will never earn any money in the future.
Okay. For the entire 28-year period?
Yes.
Is that unusual in this type of work?
It is.
Why is that?
For most lost profits calculations, you assume a recovery period. It's also kind of common practice in calculating economic damages to investigate and understand how the business owner is mitigating the harm that was caused to their business. Because if they don't attempt to mitigate that harm, you now actually have...
What's the objection?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll overrule the objection.
Plus, I actually forget where you exactly left off. I asked you, is it unusual in this type of work to just assume that Mr. Young will never earn money again?
And I believe I said yes for a couple of reasons. One being the responsibility to attempt to mitigate the harm. Because if the business owner or the business operations don't attempt to mitigate that harm, you now have kind of a second factor that's creating the actual performance outside the alleged defamation or the breach of contract or whatever that harm is.
So looking at these two charts that you drafted, what are we looking at on the left side first?
Sure. And so this is the left, and on the top it says the standard lost profits calculation. And this is kind of a diagram from textbooks. It's a pretty typical way that people like me, us professionals like me, look at how to calculate lost profits damages. And if you follow the chart from the left to the right, you'll see that there's kind of a dark blue line. And that dark blue line up until the damaging event, that's the company's performance before the damaging event. And when I first got up here, I talked about one of the first things we want to do is understand the company's historical performance before the damaging event. Then the damaging event happens, and we see a lighter blue line that I've labeled the actual results. So the performance of a business that's been harmed will start to decline. The darker blue line then goes up. That's the but-for forecast that the damage analyst needs to create or develop and support in order to calculate damages. So the damages, as I explained earlier, is the but-for forecast, the top line, the dark blue line, minus the lighter blue line, the actual results. So but-for minus actual equals damages. Okay. And then the rest of that chart, or did you want me to stop?
Well, I just wanted to ask you, so on the left side of the chart, you have the actual results going down, but then picking back up and eventually meeting the but-for results. You see that?
Right, and that's pretty standard to assume that a business will recover. If the damaging event was a one-time event, the business will work to either repair its reputation or time will pass. And we typically, almost always, forecast this kind of recovery period. And a lot of times, the analysis that we do might be after the business has started to recover. So you'll actually see the actual results start to improve before we do the calculation. But it is common practice to also build and support that forecast for the recovery period.
Now, on the right side, you have a different chart that says BOLCO's lost profit calculation. And could you explain to the jury what you're doing here?
Sure. So this chart on the right, what I basically did is I took the numbers from Mr. BOLCO's report and put them in a chart. So this is my chart representing his numbers. And you can see the dark blue line is the revenue growth that's in the BOLCO report. That's the forecast revenue growth. And remember, he's applying that 8.9 something percent, almost 9% a year So it creates what kind of starts to look like an upward pointing hockey stick, right? Each year that growth compounds on the prior year's growth to get a higher and higher result. And then the other thing that you see in the Mr. Bolko's analysis is what we mentioned, the assumed future actual results are $0. So he's not showing any recovery period or any subtraction of those actual results in the future. And the kind of the damaging event also occurs after Mr. Young's income had started to decline.
And that's the actual result. The blue is just flat bottom across the bottom $0?
Yes.
Okay. Based on everything you saw in Mr. Bolko's testimony last week and your analysis that you saw, do you have an opinion as to Mr. Bolko's analysis of $21 million in lost in damages?
I think it's misleading. It's not done in the way that a damages analysis would typically look at calculating damages, and because it's ignored a lot of these typical factors that we would want to investigate as a damages analysis, it's an aggressive and high calculation.
Is it speculative?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ross? Yes, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Buss.
Good morning.
My name is Kyle Roche. I've got a few questions for you. We haven't met before, correct?
I don't think so.
Okay. Besides passing each other in the hallway?
Yeah, or maybe at the hotel.
Yes, I did see you at dinner last night. All right. Mr. Buss, you are not offering an opinion on what damages should be if CNN is found liable, correct?
Based on my analysis of the data I've seen, the opinion would be 0 for economic damages.
Your Honor, objection to that answer.
Did he render any? He did. I don't remember him rendering a number.
No, he did not.
All right. If I have an instruction to ignore the testimony, is there any objection to that?
No, there's not, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the last response that Mr. Buss gave about his opinion, y'all should ignore that and not consider that for purposes of deliberations in this case. All right, go ahead.
Can I ask a question again? Or should I move on? All right.
You can try to ask the question again.
All right. All right. I'll try not to draw another curative instruction. Mr. Buss, you are not offering an opinion on what damages should be in this case if CNN is found liable.
I guess not.
All right. Now, before preparing your expert opinion in this case, you reviewed the report of General James Young, correct?
I did receive it, yes.
You reviewed it?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that General Young testified that after watching the segment, he wouldn't hire Zach for the evacuation nonprofit he was involved in?
I didn't see Mr. Young's testimony. Or sorry, General Young's testimony.
But you read his report?
I did.
Okay. So you're aware that he's offered testimony that after watching the segment, he wouldn't hire Zach for the evacuation nonprofit he was involved in?
I remember reviewing it. I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. You don't recall. All right. And you're aware that General Young testified that he would have had, let me ask this. Are you aware that General Young testified that prior to the segment, he would have hired the plaintiff in this case for the evacuation work?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that General Young testified either from the report or from reviewing the transcripts in this case that General Young testified that reputation in Zach's industry is pretty much everything?
I don't recall that specific line, but I recall something similar to that.
Are you aware that General Young testified that contracts like the DynCorp contract you reviewed are not found on Monster.com or websites like that?
recall that from his report, but it's been a little while.
Are you providing an opinion in this case that Mr. Young didn't do enough to mitigate his damages?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. All right. Now, you reviewed, talked about General Young. I'm going to switch to Mr. Young, the plaintiff. You reviewed Mr. Young's testimony, deposition testimony, in rendering your expert, correct?
Yes.
And you saw that Mr. Young reached out to 9 previous contacts in the industry, correct?
Yes.
I heard from, you asked some questions about some of the testimony you've offered in other cases, correct?
Yes.
You've testified in over, how many times have you testified? 50?
I've been deposed about 50 times. I think I've testified in 9 trials.
And you've offered, and we heard you were offered expert opinion in defamation cases, correct?
Yes.
And in some of those cases, you computed, you did a damages computation.
Yes.
In one of those cases, you represented a company called Sunfood.
Yes.
In that case, the former CEO made an online post that Sun Foods, despite claiming to be non-GMO, were in fact sourced from genetically modified organisms, correct?
It's been a while since I looked at that case, but that sounds familiar.
CEO in that case didn't call anyone a criminal, did he?
I don't recall what he specifically said.
Okay. Nonetheless, you provided an expert report in that case computing damages for Sun Foods, correct?
Yes.
In another case, you represented the National Rifle Association.
Yes.
In that case, a TV channel created a lot of negative press and publicity for NRA, the NRA, the National Rifle Association.
Yes.
As a result, some of the donors stopped donating to the NRA.
Yes.
And you were able to compute a damages model for the NRA in that case, correct?
You know, I didn't do a full damages model in that case. It didn't get to that point. I did provide some calculations about the reach and the extent, the number of people who saw and were impacted by the advertising that the NRA alleged was defamatory.
You didn't do that analysis here, did you?
No.
Okay. You testified in another case, Mission Healthcare Services versus Bridge Home Health, correct?
Yes.
That case dealt with a business divorce where some people left Mission Healthcare to set up a rival business.
Yes.
And the rival business said some nasty things in the marketing about the business you were testifying on behalf of, correct?
Yes, that's what I recall.
And you provided a damages model in that case, correct? Now, I won't go through all the others, but it's safe to say you've provided damages computations in a lot of defamation cases, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't perform any damages computation in this case, correct?
I didn't, yes.
You're providing no opinion in this case about a specific figure that the jury should award lower than the $21.3 million figure that Mr. Bolko provided, correct?
Well, I did, but you guys struck it. But
Objection. Okay. Here today, you're not providing a specific number that's lower than the one Mr. Bolko provided in this expert report and in court.
I guess not.
Question. But you did assume, for purposes of your computation, that CNN was liable for defamation, correct? You did? Okay. You assumed liability?
Yeah, and that's standard in every damages calculation that I do, whether working for the plaintiff or the defendant.
So you're telling the jury that even if CNN is found liable for defamation, even if it finds that they destroyed Mr. Young's reputation, that the jury should toss out Mr. Bolko's computation and give him 0 damages?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to, what do you call the triggering event? What's the term of art you use?
The damaging event.
The damaging event, okay. So prior to the damaging event in this case, Mr. Young had his own security intelligence and consulting business named Nemex. Sorry, that was a mouthful.
I think I understood your question. Yes.
Okay.
My understanding that Mr. Young owned a business called Nemex.
I think you testified that you had worked in venture capital before becoming an expert witness, right?
I did briefly, yes.
And so you know that it's not unusual for a new business to not earn profit right away, correct?
Yes.
Business ventures sometimes have a ramp-up period before they start regularly realizing revenue.
That can be the case.
And so when projecting financial results for early-stage businesses, the projection needs to be focused on business opportunities and the quantification of revenue that would be achieved from target customers, correct?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. It can be harder to calculate damages for new businesses, right?
It can because they don't have that track record of consistent results.
But just because a business is new doesn't mean it can't have damages, correct?
That's fair to say.
And you would agree that for some damages computations, it would be appropriate to exclude the ramp-up period from the baseline computation, correct?
No, I wouldn't say exclude it. I think it still needs to be considered. And what you would typically want to see to do a forecast for a new business or an early stage business would be more of what we would call a bottom-up forecast, where you're projecting the revenue and identifying the potential customers, projecting the revenue that the company could earn from each of those customers, but then also forecasting and projecting what the expenses the business would need to incur in order to provide the services or make the products that it's going to provide.
So you would never exclude a ramp-up period? Let's strike that question. If somebody went to trade school for 2 years, graduated from that trade school, and then earned $100,000 a year for the 2 years thereafter, would you need to factor in the 2 years of trade school in determining future lost profits?
Well, I think you're talking about two different things.
Tell me.
If you're talking about kind of getting your education and then starting a business, you know, that's the cost of getting that education. In this case, we do see that Nemex had some losses and then had a short period of earning some income. But what I never saw was any kind of business plan or budget or projection, really, or even a business description that was provided to show what Nemex plans to do in the future.
You understand the plaintiff in this case is Mr. Young, correct?
Yes.
Not Nemex?
I understand that both were plaintiffs at one point, and now it's just...
Objection.
For purposes of the trial, I mean, there's only one plaintiff, but can you answer the question?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Mr. Young is the plaintiff now.
Okay. Not Nemex.
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Young owns 100% of Nemex?
that's my understanding, yes.
So if you're looking at the damages for Mr. Young, you would need to consider both Mr. Young's wages and Nemex's income, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And for purposes of determining Mr. Young's damages, it would not make a material difference if Mr. Young is hired as a direct employee or if Nemex is hired, correct?
Well, the forecast would probably be different if you were going to project future wages than if you were going to project future business income. Both those things are different types of work and different types of income.
Let me get into this straight. So, do you own your company? your firm?
Do I own it?
Yes, or no?
No.
Okay, let's take a hypothetical company, and it's going to pay Mr. Young $200 an hour, all right? If Mr. Young is earning that as a W-2, or if the company decides, you know what, we're going to retain Nemex instead and hire Mr. Young through Nemex, that $200 is the same $200 an hour, correct?
In that hypothetical, I guess it is.
Okay, thank you. And you are not offering any opinion that Zach can be hired right now in his chosen profession as a national security consultant?
I don't believe so, no.
You're not providing any opinion that there's work he could be earning that would pay him $200 an hour?
I don't have enough information to, nor would I be the right person to offer.
You're not providing okay. And you're not providing an opinion that there's comparable work available to him in Austria?
No.
You're not providing any opinion in this case that Zach's business could recover from the damaging event?
I don't think so, no.
No. So, okay, let's come back to, let's step back out of hypotheticals. Mr. Young received wages as an employee of DynCorp from 2018 through 2020, right?
Yes.
He started work for DynCorp in July of 2018?
I don't recall the specific date, but that seems about right.
But in November 2020, the contract was changed from Zach, Mr. Young, personally to Nemex, correct?
I don't recall if that's accurate or not. I don't know one way or the other.
Handing that, the envelope underneath that. Would it refresh your recollection to see your expert report?
Sure.
I've got it.
You got it? Okay. I'm sorry, I don't have the page number in my outline, so just bear with me a second. All right, we'll come back to that part in a second. Mr. Buss, are you aware that the before and after method determines economic revenues for damages period by comparing the performance of the subject business before and after the event occurred?
I mean, that's more or less what I understand that approach to be. I don't recall that specific definition, but
That's consistent with your understanding and professional experience of the before and after method.
yeah, the way, from what I heard you read just now, yes.
And the underlying theory of the before and after method. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So my colleague, Mr. Friedman, has helped me out here. I should have had that page ready for you, but Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I think this is what we're looking at here. That paragraph, if you could read that paragraph, and it continues on the next page.
What page? Yeah, I was going to say for the record, is there a page number on there?
Yeah, it's page 6 of the expert report. Sorry, just so I'm clear, you wanted me to read that paragraph?
No, I don't want you to read that paragraph, but I'll ask you the question again now. In November 2020, the contract was changed from Zach personally to Nemex, correct?
Again, what I'm aware of is that he had an employment contract with DynCorp, that he was paid a severance in at the end of that contract. And then there was a second contract through an entity called Work Spend Payroll. And that second contract, the contracted party was Nemex.
And as far as you're aware, the only person working for Nemex is Mr. Young, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Nemex provided services to DynCorp from November 12th, 2020 through May 2021, correct?
Yes.
Nemex's contract with DynCorp was set to expire on November 15th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's just 4 days after the airing of the segment, the damaging event.
Yes.
Are you aware, are you aware that Mr. Young, did you review, or strike that. Are you aware that Mr. Young testified that his contacts at Amentum started a company called Five Eyes?
I'm not aware of that. I don't recall that.
Are you aware that Mr. Young testified that his impression was that he had built, what he had built, his material, his program, moved on without him through Five Eyes and is being used without him?
I don't recall that.
Not aware of it. You didn't consider that when preparing your expert opinions in this case?
I wasn't aware of it.
Are you aware that Mr. Young testified that the Saudi project was supposed to be 10 years at least, and this is something that would have been implemented, is being implemented in other places now?
I don't recall that.
You didn't consider that time horizon Mr. Young testified about in arriving at your opinions today?
I don't recall that statement.
Okay. Corey, can we bring up PX 41? And I believe this has already been admitted into evidence. 41.
Yes.
Can we publish to the jury? Can you see, you reviewed this contract though, right?
I sitting here right now, I don't remember if I saw this page or not, but if you're telling me it was part of one of the contracts, I probably did review it.
Okay. And you see rate of compensation. Did you review Mr. Young's rate of compensation under this agreement in preparing your expert opinions?
And as I sit here right now, I don't recall this or recall the rest of the document, but it would have been something I probably reviewed.
So, okay, did you, in preparing your expert opinions, did you rely on the hourly rate of $200 per hour that Mr. Young was paid?
Not specifically, no.
You ignored it.
Well, I don't have that in any of the calculations that I did.
You ignored it.
Okay.
Okay, Corey, you can take that down. Mr. Buss, you understand that Mr. Young also made money through corporate evacuations in Afghanistan, correct?
The Nemex made that, yes.
No, Corey, you're right. Nemex made money through corporate evacuations in Afghanistan.
That's my understanding, yes.
Now, and I think you testified about this on direct, the Nemex business didn't start until 2021, right? Or, excuse me, that was a bad question. The Nemex evacuation business didn't start until 2021.
That's, yes, from my review of the tax returns, that's what, and the invoices, the evacuation business didn't start until that.
And Nemex reported revenues of $505,555 in 2021, correct?
That sounds about the right figure that I saw in the tax return.
And Corey, if you could pull up Mr. Bolt's demonstrative that Mr. Buss reviewed. And if we could go to page 4. So, you reviewed this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bolko didn't use the 2021 income or revenue in coming up with his baseline, correct?
That's correct.
So Mr. Young did not take into account, or excuse me, Mr. Bolko did not take into account Mr. Young's evacuation services in determining a baseline, correct?
It appears that he did not.
He only considered the income from the DynCorp and Amentum contracts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that Mr. Bolko testified that in order to consider that 2021 income, you would have needed a more complex model.
I recall him mentioning a complex model.
Okay. And Mr. Buss, you would agree that financial experts in your field recognize the before and after method as a commonly accepted method to estimate lost profits?
Yes.
And the before and after method is often applied when the company only has a before from which to forecast. Often there is no after because the company has not yet recovered at the time of the trial or is not expected to recover to pre-damage levels for some time.
That can be the case. If you're going to make that assumption, then there needs to be support for it.
Okay. Now, you criticize Mr. Bolko's opinion because it only included Mr. Young's DynCorp W-2 income for 2019 and 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you criticize Mr. Bolko's reliance on those numbers in part because he did not include the Nemex business losses in 2019 and 20, correct?
Yes.
You don't know what those business losses were for, though, correct?
We can see from the Nemex tax return what expenses were claimed, but I don't know what services Nemex was providing in those years.
Let's say Mr. Young was developing another business venture in 2019 and 2020 that he ended up not pursuing. Would it still be inappropriate to rely only on the DynCorp income for computing Young's lost income?
So hypothetically, you're saying that was a different venture, I guess?
If it was a different venture,
Hypothetically, if it was a different venture, it would require some explanation as to what's different about it, what the new business is, and how that new business would be different.
there's no evidence that those business losses were related to his DynCorp income, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to walk you through another hypothetical. I know I've used a lot of hypotheticals in this cross, and I'm sorry, but just one more. I promise only one more. All right, let's say I'm a manager at a taco restaurant, and I make $50,000 of income from 2019 to 2020. And let's say in 2019 and 2020, I invest some of my income, $25,000 each year. So I've made $50,000 from the taco restaurant, my job as a manager. But I've invested $25,000 into, I want to start a pizza joint. And let's say at the beginning of 2021, Mr. Friedman, I hate to throw you under the bus, but he accuses me of being a terrible cook. And as a result, I can't work in the restaurant industry anymore. In that hypothetical, if I bring suit against Mr. Friedman for calling me a terrible cook, and let's say I claim lost income of $50,000 a year against Mr. Friedman, would it be your professional opinion that my $25,000 per business per year should be deducted from my damages? The $25,000 I was spending to invest in a new venture.
Okay.
Would that be deducted from the
Not
damages?
The $50,000 that you had.
Right. Would that be deducted from my $50,000 in damages?
No.
Okay.
But there probably needs an explanation for that answer. But.
Okay. You need to know I was starting a pizza venture or some other venture?
Yeah, I think we'd need to look into what it would take to launch that pizza venture, where you're going to operate.
But I'm not suing Mr. Friedman for my pizza venture. I'm suing him for my lost income from the taco joint.
So then you're saying the new pizza venture is not going to be the source of your future income that you lost because of the.
Well, that's what Mr. Bolko did, right? He's computing damages from the DynCorp contract. He's not computing damages from anything else.
From a contract, yeah. Mr. Bolko is using the wages.
Right.
And then applying a revenue growth rate, assuming that there's some new business that's going to grow at 9%. So he's using wages as the baseline, but then a revenue growth rate for businesses in the future.
So your criticism really is just with the growth rate?
Well, I think the criticism, as I've explained, goes to a lot of the elements, yes.
Okay. You reviewed Mr. Young's 2022 tax returns, correct?
Sorry, I just missed your question there.
You reviewed Mr. Young's 2022 tax returns?
Yes.
You understand that Mr. Young had no income in 2022?
there's no income reported on the tax returns in 2022.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Yeah, just a couple, Your Honor. Mr. Buss, in the course of your work, are you familiar with the rate that wages generally grow at?
I've seen various rates for that, yes.
Okay. Do salaries generally grow, W-2 salaries grow at 8.9% a year for 28 years?
No, usually at lower rates.
I think Mr. Roche asked you about the before and after method. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Is it, do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Balco's use of the before and after method was sound?
I think choosing that method was okay, but there needs to be a lot more work done to make that, to use that method accurately.
And what kind of work would be required?
We've mentioned some of it, doing a more detailed forecast of what the business activities would be in the future, considering both who the customers and how much revenue can be generated from those customers or business opportunities, but then also investigating and forecasting a reasonable amount of expenses and investment to build and support that business.
Mr. Roche also asked you, I think pretty close to the beginning, are you telling this jury to toss out Balco's $21 million number? Do you recall that question? Or something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. Why is it your opinion that this jury should toss out Mr. Balco's $21 million number?
Just about every element of it is got either an aggressive assumption or a somewhat misleading element to the calculation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have questions for Mr. Buss, jot them down. In either case, tear out the page and hold it over and pass it to the bailiff. Come up. You got one. All right, Mr. Buss, we got one question from the jurors. Why didn't you use Mr. Young's $200 hourly rate in your analysis?
Good question. Because Mr. Bolko's analysis really doesn't use it. So I didn't see that $200 an hour as an element of the revenue that Mr. Bolko was forecasting. And so I didn't realize that or connect that Mr. Bolko was in some way basing his 9% growth rate or his future income on that $200 rate.
All right. Mr. Axelrod, any follow-up on that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Roche, any
One question
on that? Yeah.
on that. Mr. Butts, you understand that $200 an hour was how Mr. Young earned the W-2 income that Mr. Volko relied upon?
I hadn't seen that connection in Mr. Bolko's work, so I didn't realize that he was making that connection.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any redirect on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Buss, you can step down. Thank you. Yeah, and you can give that back to plaintiff's counsel. I think handed that. Defense next witness. Oh, well, hang on. Y'all doing all right? Because I know we get started a little bit late, so we've been only going for a little over an hour, but y'all are doing okay?
Can I get a 5-minute restroom break?
Okay, yeah, let's do that. What his counsel needs it to. All right, we'll take 5 minutes to, let's call it 8 minutes till 5 till 11. Just be back in the juror lounge at 5 till 11. It'll take me 5 minutes to read the instruction. We're going to take our morning recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify court personnel of the violation. And if you use your phones while we're out on break, just make sure they're turned off before we come back to the courtroom. All right. And we'll see you back in 8 minutes. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Anything?
No.
All right. Who do you call next?
Emma Lacey Bordeaux.
Okay. And she's in here? Okay. All right. We'll get her in here then. Y'all can have a seat when you get back to your chairs. And I'll give you a minute to settle in, but defense, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, CNN calls Emma Lacey Bordeaux.
All right. Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, if you could stand, raise your right hand and face the clerk. All right. And just have a seat and then move the microphone where it's facing, close to your mouth there.
Okay. Is this? Yep.
We can hear you good? Yes.
Okay, great.
And so, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux,
All right. Hang on. Y'all ready? All right. Go ahead.
there's some water there too, if you get thirsty. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Emma Lacey Bordeaux. I'm a journalist and adjunct professor. I have been at CNN since 2008. It was my first job out of college. I started out as a...
I'll stop you there.
okay.
I'll just kind of take you
Sure.
there.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Have you ever testified before?
No,
Okay, first time?
first time.
Have you been following the trial at all?
I have not.
And why not?
Under advice of CNN's counsel.
Okay. So I think you were testifying that you work at CNN. How long have you worked at CNN?
Yes. So I've worked at CNN since 2008.
Okay, and that was right out of college?
Exactly.
So just tell us what you did when you joined CNN at first.
Sure. So I grew up in Atlanta, so CNN was in a certain sense my neighbor. I graduated from Georgia State University, where I was the news director of my college radio station. And I interviewed for a researcher position at CNN, which was like an entry-level position. And along with that interview process was a news quiz, which I aced. I'd sort of been following news very closely my college career. And I still remember my first time walking into the newsroom.
Okay. How long did you work as a researcher?
From the end of 2008 to round about sometime in 2011.
Okay. And what was the next role you had at CNN?
I moved over to a podcasting unit where I was first an associate producer.
And what did you do on this podcasting unit?
I did all kinds of things. I would do research for stories. I would book guests. I would cut tape, so cutting audio sounds for the podcast.
How long were you in this podcast unit?
So I was an associate producer. I then got promoted to producer reporter, and I had that role until CNN dissolved that unit in 2013.
And what came next for you at CNN?
I was then rehired to be a row editor, is what the title was called at that time.
Can you explain to the jury what a row editor is?
Sure. So the row editor, my understanding is it was named the row because everybody sat in a row. And What I did was I reviewed content, scripts. I worked a very glamorous schedule at that time from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. So that meant I was working a lot with our folks overseas and on our morning show, because those were the folks who were awake at that time.
And what was your job at the Row?
Yeah, so when pieces would come in, I would take a look at them, and along with a research job, which was the job I did when I first started at CNN, we would make sure that they were factually accurate.
How long were you at the Row?
So that was in 2013. In 2017, I moved to DC. CNN moved me to DC. And then in 2019, I moved over to Standards and Practices.
And are you still there today?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your title?
Senior Director, Standards and Practices, CNN Worldwide.
And could you tell the jury, what is the Standard and Practices group at CNN?
Yeah, so Standards and Practices, or S&P, is basically applied ethics. So it can be everything from sensitive or offensive content to violent content. We review those to make sure that they are newsworthy and done appropriately and fairly.
Okay. The Standards and Practices review stories to determine whether they're fair?
That is part of our role, yes.
Okay. What is the purpose of the Standards and Practices group?
Yeah, so S&P exists basically because there's all kinds of things that might be in the legal, or they might be factually true, they might be legally sound, but they might still be gray. So for instance, profanity. Profanity most of the time would not be newsworthy, but for instance, it might be newsworthy if an elected official was using profanity. That might be relevant for the audience to understand. But it would also be offensive, presumably, to some in the audience. So we would be evaluating exactly how to cover things like that.
Besides profanity, what other types of things does Standards and Practices look for?
Yeah, so, some days it can be heavy. Like, for instance, the attack in New Orleans recently, there was lots of video. Obviously, those are terrible moments. They're very upsetting moments. And an event like that, it's important for the public to understand what happened. So, for instance, S&P would be involved in looking at those videos and making a determination of how much of them should we show, should we give a warning, and making sure that we're balancing the horror of that moment with what the audience needs to know to, keep themselves safe and also to understand what happened.
When Standards and Practices reviews a story, can it make changes?
Yes.
How does that happen?
To me, one of the best things about journalism is it's very collaborative. And so somebody who is far more of an expert in the story because they've been reporting it, they've been producing it, they've been booking on it, would come to Standards and Practices and they would say, this is what we'd like to do. And then we would raise questions or concerns or suggestions. And then it's a discussion. It's a discussion between us and them and any other parties that might need to be involved.
Can Standards and Practices ever say that a story shouldn't run?
Yes, I could make that recommendation. My colleagues could make that recommendation.
And have you made that in the past?
I have.
All right. So, do you understand the stories that that are at issue in this case?
The story?
Yeah.
Yes.
The video segment.
Yes.
Did you work on that?
I did. I reviewed the script.
Did you work on the article that was published later?
No.
So I really want you to focus on the video segment that you actually reviewed. When did you first learn that there was a story in progress about Afghan evacuations? This story.
I got an email from Mike Callahan with the script.
And do you recall what day you first got that script? We'll show it to you. What was your role in this story?
My role was to review the script for standards and practices.
And what are you looking for when you were reviewing this script?
So when I first got the script, right from the beginning, what I saw was sensitivity around unnamed sources. So one of the things that standards will look for is making sure that we're thinking through safety considerations, especially where unnamed sources are involved. So that was the first thing that jumped out to me. The second thing was we talked about the overall situation in Afghanistan, the desperate situation of people trying to get out, and then the other side, which was the people who are offering services to those people. And so there was one person who was offering these services. So I was looking at that part as well to make sure that we were fair to Mr. Young.
And that was Mr. Young you were talking about?
Mr. Young.
Mr. Nemeza, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 124, which is in evidence. And go to the second, I'm sorry, not the second page. Go to the 8th page, please. All right, and if you could just focus on, we'll try to frame the time frame for Ms. Lacey Bordeaux. There we go. All right. So, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 124, and I'm showing you an email from Mr. Callahan, and you look like the first name on the recipient list. Do you see that?
I do.
And Mr. Callahan writes, "Good evening. I wanted to send this Marquardt script tonight that is for the lead on Thursday. It can be dealt with first thing in AM, but figured couldn't hurt to send now. The show has approved it." So what's your understanding of what Mr. Callahan was saying that day?
So he was sending us the text version of the script and saying that it was going to air on one of our afternoon shows the following day, and that the show had already looked over it and approved it.
So it's the 10th at 6:04 that Mr. Callahan is sending it to you. Mm-hmm. Do you know what time the lead airs?
I believe it starts at 4.
Okay. So he's telling you that at 6:04, he's sending it to you for the lead that starts at 4 the next day. Was that enough time to review the script?
Yes.
Is that typical?
Typical is a little tough because it's the breaking news business, and so it's typical. It's tough to say typical, but I felt that I had plenty of time to review the piece.
Okay. As we go through this email, I'll just go up to the next email. And just page up. So the first email that we see is Mr. Hogan responding. Do you see that?
I do.
Is this typical of how the triad reviews scripts or stories by email?
It could be done over email.
Does that happen?
Yes.
Okay. And so just going forward, and going up on the email, Mr. Nemeza, if you can go to page, I'm sorry, I lost my place. If you can go to page 3 into 4. Yeah, so now we're the next day, it's 11:54, and there's been some back and forth, and Mr. Marquardt is responding. And you're still on there, Mr. Shankman, Fuzz Hogan, et cetera. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Marquardt writes, "There were tweaks sent earlier that we did not discuss that I've added below, and Young just texted me now." Do you see that?
I do.
Asking for questions as well as facts and assertions about me you intend to publish. Do you see that?
I do.
Is this kind of typical that a reporter working on a script will continue to update standards and practices?
Yeah.
Okay, why does that happen? What's going on in this kind of process, this collaborative process?
Well, we're working towards a deadline, which is the show. And so there had been an ongoing discussion, and he's keeping us in the loop to let us know that he's going to be reaching out. And so there might be changes, so we could expect to stand by for anything that might change.
Okay. And if we can go to page 2, Mr. DeMeza. Yeah, thank you. Continue to keep going up. Thank you very much. You see Mr. Marquardt now emails at 1:26, and he sends an email about breaking down costs. Do you see that?
I do.
And looks like he's providing more detail or backup or understanding of the piece. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, again, is this kind of typical of how this process works?
Yes.
You see that line down at the bottom of the page, prices well beyond the reach of most Afghans.
I do see that.
Okay, what do you understand that line having the impact in the story? What does that mean in the context of the story?
Well, we had done a series of reports leading up to and then after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. And this was one of those pieces, taking a look at what happened in the aftermath. So we had done a number of pieces looking at the efforts that the U.S. was making to get people out. And here we had a story about people who were stuck. They weren't able to get out through the U.S. means for one reason or another. And they were in very desperate circumstances, either they or their loved ones. So what this line is doing is it's referencing the focus of the piece, which is these Afghans who are finding themselves in this very desperate situation. And it's talking about what they could or could not afford.
We continue to go down on this chain, Mr. DeMeza. You see Mr. Marquardt writes, we got Young's number and call, in the green, go up a little bit, thanks. We got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up. In a text message, he told CNN, those trying to leave are expected to have sponsors pay for them. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which he says are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. Do you see that?
I do.
Was that text added to the story?
I don't remember.
Okay. But would it be typical for CNN to use the words that someone in the story provides to CNN about the story?
Oh, absolutely.
Under that, he says he declined to break down the costs or say if he's making money. Repeatedly challenged by an American activist online, he eventually told her to F off. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So let's go up the chain now, first to Mr. Hogan, Mike Callahan. Yeah, keep going up, if you will. Yeah, sorry, a little too high. It's at the top of page 2. And so Mr. Callahan says, works for me, triad, and it says question mark. Mm-hmm. Let's go up to the next page. Fuzz Hogan responds first, and he says, this is fine by me. So we're not necessarily accusing him of overcharging, just that the cost is far beyond what Afghans can afford, and he's both unapologetic and obtuse about his cost. Do you see that?
I do.
And then go up to the top. And is this a response from you?
Yes.
And you say, okay, here, but since we got him to give us more info, I'm wondering if we need the telling the activist. What does that mean?
So throughout the discussion around this piece, I had been thinking about this section that you showed a little bit lower down, which was the section about telling the activist to F off. And I had been thinking about it because the piece was focused on the Afghans. It's a little hard to visualize that because, you know, we had to protect their identities, so you don't see any of their faces, but the focus of the piece for me was on the Afghans. Mr. Young was a part of the piece because he came up through our reporting and he was publicly offering his services. Because of that, I just kept thinking, does it really matter? Is it even fair to include this thing about the activist exchange? Because we weren't going to be naming the activist. We weren't really spending a lot of time developing any of that as part of the story. And so by this stage, we had gotten more information from Mr. Young about the services that he was offering, and I just really landed on it didn't seem fair to include the exchange with the activist.
And so did that line come out of the TV segment?
It did.
And that was your choice?
That was my suggestion, yeah.
And do I have it right that you took it out because you didn't think that that line was fair to Mr. Young?
It didn't seem fair because the piece was not about Mr. Young. We weren't delving into chapter and verse of what the exchange was about or who this activist was. The piece wasn't about that. And so, yeah, it didn't seem fair.
Mr. Nemex, if you could put up PX 150 for Ms. Lacey Bordeaux. And it's in evidence. So I want to take you to another part of this triad review process, and we're going to start at page 2 again. Go to the bottom of page 2. And there you see Mr. Marquardt writes, there were tweaks sent earlier that we did not discuss and that I've added below. So we saw that before. And then he says, and Young just texted me asking for questions as well as the facts and assertions about me you intend to publish. Do you see that?
I do.
And he says, I will send him a list of questions and give him a deadline of, say, 2 p.m. Eastern time. Do you recall this?
I don't recall it, but I see it.
Okay. Well, let's go up and see if we can refresh your recollection. So Mr. Callahan responds, yes, 2 p.m., so we can revisit with Triad. Would that be usually the case that if someone we were seeking comment, if CNN was seeking comment from, would respond, that would be reviewed by Triad?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because they might tell us, I mean, the great thing about journalism is you're supposed to be curious. That's what you're doing. And so we're asking questions because we want to know the answers. So somebody might come back to us with a completely, thing that we hadn't thought about or known about before. So sure, yeah, it would absolutely be part of that process.
If we go up on this chain, Mr. Levine says, please share what you intend to send him before you send it. Okay. And then Mr. Marquardt provides his questions. And he says, I just sent it. And he gives some questions, and then extremely in red, which we'll go look up and see why that's relevant in a second. Go up. And you respond, would suggest cutting the extremely in red, but you saw that he already sent it. Why did you make that suggestion?
Well, I think when I first was responding, I missed that he had already sent it. But I suggested cutting extremely because we're asking for more information. It didn't seem to me that adding extremely would be helpful in getting more information.
And then right below that, you say, not sure we need the question about profiting, since we're not getting into that ditto the thing about the CIA. Why did you say that?
Same reason. We weren't mentioning those things in the piece, and so asking about them, we're asking somebody to take time to respond to us, and I just felt because we're not including those things, that, you know, in fairness, that person doesn't need to take the time to give us answers to things that we're not going to be reporting.
And then you say 2 hours is a pretty sharp turnaround time. I think we should say that's when we'd like it, but we can be flexible. And why do you say that?
So the email was at noon, and then Alex was saying 2 p.m. So when I was reading Alex's email, I was thinking, I was putting myself in the shoes of somebody getting that email. And I was saying, man, 2 hours, I don't know that that would give me enough time to thoughtfully and completely respond to those questions.
And so if we go up, Mr. Marquardt responds, sorry, had already sent. And he says he had a long time to respond. Remember, he'd already spoke with Katie Bowe and he deflected. I called last week. I tried to connect on LinkedIn last week. I texted 24 hours ago. Did you know those details when you commented on the 2 hour period?
I had some understanding, but here Alex was refreshing my memory about the completeness of our interactions, our reporters' interactions with Mr. Young.
And did learning that impact your opinion about whether 2 hours was too tight a turnaround?
It did.
And how did it impact that?
Well, what this meant was Mr. Young had had plenty of time to give us information that he felt we should know. So I felt that then the 2 hours was fair.
And then he writes, and for the digital piece, I get to start on the profiting and CIA questions would help. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know what that's in reference to?
It's in reference to a digital piece that Alex was going to begin working on at some point.
Okay. But that wasn't part of your review?
It was not.
So if we could take that down and put up PX 165, Mr. DeMeza. And if we could go down to the bottom of page 1. Yeah, right there, thank you. So now we're still in the kind of triad review process. Mr. Marquardt sends you an email at 4:28 p.m. to Mike Callahan, Adam Levine, Mike Conte, Drew Schenkman, and then you're on the CC line. And the subject is tag. Do you know what that is?
A tag refers to what Mr. Marquardt was going to say coming out of the piece. So the piece was going to air, and then he was going to say this thing below in the script, which we would call a tag.
And he writes, everyone cool with this? I'm using another online quote from Young. See original attached. And do you know why Mr. Marquardt is circulating it to this group?
Because he wanted us to weigh in.
Okay. You wanted the triad to weigh in?
Yes.
And then we go up. And so did you look at what he sent you?
I did.
You say okay here?
I did.
And Mr. Hogan says okay here?
Mm-hmm.
If you take that down and put up DX 111, which is the segment. And you can just, once the banner comes up, you can stop it right there. Okay. Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, did you see the segment when it aired?
I don't recall.
Okay. You've seen it since?
I have.
Now, the bottom banner, base black mark, it's exorbitant fees, no guarantee of safety or success. Did you review that in the review process?
I did not.
Okay. Looking at it after you saw the story, what do you think about that banner?
I think it's describing the situation that Afghans found themselves in. the situation that the sources in the piece are describing. Following the U.S. withdrawal, you had the resurgent Taliban, chaotic scenes. It was, lawless in so many ways.
Did you have any concern about using the term black market in this banner with this story?
I don't.
Why not?
Because I think black market is, in the context of the piece, referring to the supply-demand that you have. You have a demand coming from the Afghans who are seeking safety either for themselves or for their loved ones. And then on the supply side, you have people offering to help them with that. This is not a regulated market. So that's how I understand it in the context of the piece.
Did you have any concern about exorbitant fees?
I don't have a concern with exorbitant fees because, again, in the context of the piece, it's all about what Afghans could afford. And you hear from several in the piece about what they're able to afford and what they're not able to afford.
So we talked a little bit about this, but isn't your job to review whether a story is fair before it's published?
It is.
In your opinion, did the story state or imply that Mr. Young was doing anything illegal?
It did not.
Do you think the story was fair?
I think it was very fair.
Do you think the story was accurate?
Yes.
Now, I just asked you kind of about fairness, but do you think the story was fair to Mr. Young?
I do.
Why?
So we quote from Mr. Young extensively in the piece, both from what he was stating publicly about his work and also his responses to us. We asked him about what went into his prices. He didn't break that down for us, but he did tell us that he was looking for people who had sponsors. That matters because that's where the money's coming from. That was important context. It was fair to include it, and that was included. So I think the piece is fair to Mr. Young.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Do you prefer I use Lacey Bordeaux or Bordeaux or?
Yeah, Lacey Bordeaux.
Lacey Bordeaux.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux.
Good morning.
You mentioned earlier that you're an adjunct professor.
Yes.
Where?
Georgetown.
And as an adjunct professor, what do you teach?
I teach journalistic ethics.
So you teach journalistic ethics?
Mm-hmm.
And so are you responsible for the next generation of reporters' journalistic ethics?
So Georgetown actually only has a comms minor. So I don't know whether they'll actually work as journalists. Most of them are majoring in something else, and then they have a journalism minor.
Will any of them go on? We don't know. Okay. Quick question. This was an enterprise story, right?
I would understand it as an enterprise story.
It wasn't breaking news, right?
No.
Would it be fair to say, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, that your entire professional career has been with CNN?
Yeah.
And your current role is the Senior Director for Standards and Practices Group, right?
That's right.
So, but when the story came out in 2021, you were the Senior Director for Standards and Practices, right? Is that right?
Same title, yeah.
Same title?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you held that title?
Since, I believe, it was either October or November of 2019, fall of 2019.
So for some time. As CNN's Senior Director for Standards and Practices, are you familiar with CNN's News Standards and Practices Policy Guide?
I am.
Corey, can we put up Exhibit 281, which is in evidence? And can we go to the top of the next page, where it says Message from the President? And you see in the second paragraph, Ms. Bordeaux, Lacey Bordeaux, I apologize.
No problem.
It says, let's scroll down a little bit more. Sorry, Corey. Second paragraph from the bottom, not from the top. Yeah, there we go. Reading this guide is mandatory for every one of us, every CNN employee. Do you see that over there?
I do.
And so, is that true? Is it a mandatory requirement that every CNN employee read this guide?
Yes.
And do they?
Yes.
Can you go, let's go to flip 3 pages. Corey, can you take us to CNN Bates labeled 1311? And do you see the first paragraph where it says, the mission of CNN's news standards and practices is to ensure that on-air and online reports and programs of the CNN are accurate, fair, and responsible?
I do.
Is that an accurate representation of your role to ensure that CNN's reports are accurate, fair, and responsible?
I would say that that's the responsibility of every CNN journalist, and then the pieces that come to us, definitely, that's what we're reviewing them for.
But you're the senior director for standards and practices, right?
Yeah, so there are a few of us, but yes, that is my title.
So you are one of the people at which the buck stops for ensuring accurate, fair, and responsibility,
For
correct?
any pieces that I review, yes.
Okay, and you reviewed this piece, right?
I reviewed the TV script, yes.
TV script.
Yeah.
Did you watch the video before you authorized the publication?
I did not.
You also think about questions like fairness in your job, right?
I do.
Corey, can you take us to Bates 1320? And at the bottom where it says the row, there we go, thanks, Corey. The row, standards and practices, and the legal department, the triad, review and approve all sensitive and investigative reports, those that are controversial, those that raise serious questions, and those that allege wrongdoing. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that a fair description of when Triad gets involved in vetting stories?
I think so, yes.
And on, Corey, can we go to 1321? And you see where it says the Triad should be alerted early in the process, preferably weeks or months ahead, not just a few days before air, since changes may be mandated, which could affect the production schedule?
Yeah, I do see that.
You got this story a day before it published, right?
I got the script, yeah, the day before it published.
Corey, can you take that down? So the story aired, what's the best way to refer to the video that you reviewed? The script of the video that you reviewed?
The script or the story?
Okay,
Yeah.
and so when I say story, you know I mean the video that eventually aired. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay, so the story that aired, it went on November 11th, 2021, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. It's not a trick question. It went on November 11th, 2021. And that means, as we just discussed, you made sure that that story was fair, accurate, and responsible, right?
Correct.
Corey, can you put up, is PX 14 in evidence, Your Honor? I apologize. I didn't track that.
14.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It is. All right. Corey, can we please put up PX 14 for on the screen? Thank you. And can we go to Bates 934? And Ms. Bordeaux, do you see here that this is an email from Mike Callahan to you, Fuzz Hogan, and Drew Schenkman, as well as some other folks, right?
I do.
Now, Mr. Hogan works for the Row, right?
At that time, yes.
And Mr. Schenkman is for legal, right?
That's correct.
And the email is entitled For Triad, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the content of the email is the Marquardt script, right?
Yes.
So fair to say this is an email from Mr. Callahan to the 3 members of Triad that approved the story, correct?
That's, yes.
And so you not only received this story for the first time the day before it aired, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, you received it the evening before it aired, right, at 6:04 p.m., correct?
Sure, yes.
Less than 24 hours before it aired at 5:38 p.m. the next day?
Yes.
So now you've got the script, and as I understand it, you need to review it for fairness, accuracy, and responsibility, right?
So Fuzz would be reviewing, Fuzz's primary responsibility in this one would be accuracy, and then mine would be fairness.
Fairness.
And sometimes those two overlap, but yeah, Fuzz was reviewing primarily for accuracy.
And to do that job, you read the script and asked some questions, right?
That's right.
Corey, can we put up PX 150? Let's go to page 2 at the bottom. Oh, you know what? We looked at this Axelrod, so let's skip to Ms. Bordeaux's response about 2 hours being a tight turnaround. So, Ms. Bordeaux, just to bring you back to where we were a moment ago on this document, Alexander Marquardt said that he was going to send questions to Mr. Young, and he said he was going to give 2 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you responded saying 2 hours is a pretty sharp turnaround time, right?
Yes.
Now, can you zoom out for a second for me, Corey? And then we see on the top that Mr. Marquardt gave you some additional detail, and you said you changed your mind based on that additional information, and now 2 hours was more than enough time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Corey, can you bring up PX 120? And part of that is because Mr. Marquardt told you that Ms. Bordeaux had been texting with Mr. Marquardt. Sorry. Miss Katie Bo-Lillis had been texting with Mr. Young as of November 3rd, right?
I believe that's what he said.
Well, let's pull it back up, Corey. Let's not guess. Said he had a long time respond. He had already been spoken to Katie Bo, and he deflected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you didn't know when he had spoken. It's when Katie Bo-Lillis had spoken to Mr. Young, right?
I knew that they had spoken, but I'm not sure when they had spoken.
And we're using spoken colloquially. They never talked on the phone, right?
I would understand it to mean they'd been in contact.
Okay, so you knew there was some form of communication.
Right.
Did you ever review the communication?
No.
Let's take a look at it quickly. Corey, can you put PX 120 on the screen? And let's go to the message where Ms. Bordeaux tells, I apologize. Katie Bo-Lillis tells Mr. Young that she is a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are. Okay, so Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, here we see Katie Bo. This is a text communication between Katie Bo-Lillis and Zachary Young. And this is the extent of their communication. There's an initial LinkedIn connection, and then they switch to this iMessage chain or the signal chain, okay? So Katie Bo-Lillis tells them, I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where you are. Do you see that on the screen?
I do.
And then Mr. Young asks her, what is the nature of the story beyond Afghan rescue, right? Do you see that there?
I do.
And then in response, can we scroll down to the response? Katie Bo-Lillis tries to get him on the phone. Let's keep scrolling. And he says, I really would like to understand why you're interested in me, right? And then, Corey, can we go to the full message that's cut off there? The next page has the full message, I think. And she responds, we've been doing a series of stories on evacuations and the various different models folks are following to go out. Understand you're working on them too and just want to talk about the lay of the land. Do you see that?
I do.
So Katie Bo-Lillis never told Mr. Young that there was going to be a story about him, right?
This is the first time I've seen this chain, so.
Well, does that change your opinion then, that 2 hours was enough time?
I would need to know the complete nature of all of the communication. I'm just seeing selected. I can't speculate as to that.
I will represent to you, she never tells him there's going to be a story about him. Would that change your mind?
I would need to know. I would need to know whether Alex had any further communication.
Not until November 10th.
Okay.
Does that change your mind?
I need to think about it a little bit.
Okay. Let me give you a little more context. Corey, can you pull up PX 117? So this is November 3rd. Katie Bo-Lillis does not disclose this, that he's going to be on CNN. But Corey, can we go to CNN 709? This is a message from Mr. Marquardt, it's in evidence, to Katie Bolilis on the same day at 3:14 p.m., right?
11:03, yep.
Yeah, and that's UTC, so it's like 5 or 6 hours behind, depending on the date. So but it's the same day that Katie Bolilis reaches out to Mr. Young, correct? 11:03. Would you like to see the other message again?
Right, no, I remember.
Okay. And here, Mr. Marquardt tells Katie Bolilis in no uncertain terms that Mr. Young is going to be on CNN, right?
Again, this is the first time I have seen this exchange. It looks like a fairly casual conversation, so it would be hard for me to say that as of November 3rd, anybody is making definitive statements of any particular thing for a piece that's still very much in production.
What if that reporter had it out for Mr. Young?
I feel that the finished piece is fair, so
Intent doesn't matter.
I don't know that that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that what I reviewed was the script, and the script to me was fair. The segment as aired was fair.
So let me ask you a little bit more of an abstract question. Do you believe it's fair to give someone 2 hours to comment on a story when they've just found out for the first time that they're going to be on CNN 2 hours before deadline?
So it would depend. Everything is case by case. Much of what we were asking Mr. Young about was about statements that he himself had made publicly. So that's one variable. When I was evaluating my decision, I was relying on what my colleagues were assuring me of.
Your gut reaction was, whoa, that's tight, right? We saw that email, correct?
Right.
Sorry, the court reporter doesn't pick up. I see you nodding your head, and that's
No, thank you.
One of the formalities of the courtroom.
Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that.
Okay, so your gut reaction was, that's not enough time, right?
Right.
And then Mr. Marquardt said, oh, no, we've been in touch with him for a long time. And you said, oh, okay, fine, right? But now you've seen Katie Bolilis didn't tell him anything. And while Mr. Marquardt claims he tried to connect on LinkedIn, we've never seen it. And then Mr. Marquardt told you he tried to call, right?
I think that's what he said in the email.
Also on November 3rd. Have you reviewed the call logs between Mr. Young's communications and Mr. Marquardt's communications together? You know, we have
No.
If I told you there's no outgoing call from Mr. Marquardt in the evidence and there's no missed call from Mr. Young, does that change your mind about 2 hours being enough time?
I'm taking the time to really think about the different variables. So as I mentioned, on the one hand, we're mostly asking about public statements. On the other hand, we got responses back, which we included. So it seems that 2 hours was enough time.
Well, not to answer the questions Mr. Marquardt gave him. Some other questions. When when Katie Bolilis was representing that, it was just about the lay of the land, right?
From what I saw here today.
Ms. Lacey-Bordeaux, CNN's brand is supposed to be about telling true stories to the world, to a global audience, to its global audience, right?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that CNN has a responsibility to tell the truth?
I do.
Is CNN telling the truth if it treats its news as theater?
I don't know what that, I've never heard that statement. I don't know what that statement is.
Can you pull up that video? Do you know what the PX number is? One second, Ms. Lacy. I 138. PX 138. Can we scroll all the way to the end? Let's keep going a little up. There we go. Can we turn on the sound? Before we play, have you ever seen this clip before, Ms. Lacy Rudeau? No?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I think you'd know if you've seen it before.
Okay.
This is Mr. Marquardt trying to first allegedly place a phone call to Mr. Young and not reach him. And it appears in the final video segment you've watched, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, there's a scene in the actual published video segment where Mr. Marquardt's holding the cell phone and he goes, there's a voiceover. We tried to reach Mr. Young, but he didn't pick up our call. Does it ring a bell? Something like that?
Sure.
Okay, and then there's another clip of him looking like he's staring very intently at the phone. This is the unedited, I don't know what you guys call it, but the behind-the-scenes footage. The one that, not the parts of it were selected for publication, but this is the unedited reel. And after Mr. Marquardt is looking at his phone and pretending to dial Mr. Young, he puts his phone down, and this happens. Corey, can you go ahead and play?
Phone rang. Oh, well.
Theater.
Yeah.
Have you seen this clip before?
No.
You'd remember it if you had, wouldn't you?
I don't know that it would stand out to me.
Is all of CNN theater?
Absolutely not. But this is one word. It's clearly a joking tone. Alex is a jovial guy.
He's just pretended to call Mr. Young.
I haven't seen the full video.
Let's rewind it back. Can we rewind to the pretend phone call?
Okay.
This is the phone call where the phone actually rings. We don't know if he's actually calling Mr. Young. He says he is.
Get a shot just so you can see the name.
Yeah.
So here, Mr. Marquardt, make sure the cameraman gets his contact name saved, Zachary Young. Signal no answer. We can't reach that phone
Hold the phone
number.
in your hand for a second.
Can you just hold that phone in your hand for a second?
Back.
Take a step back.
Hit you in the phone, a shot.
There is no phone call going on right now. 10 calls, Ms. Lacy.
Okay. They roll on that?
Oh, well.
Theater.
Yeah.
Is CNN telling the truth when it treats its news as theater?
I don't think CNN treats its news as theater.
Corey, can we go back to the standards and practices guide we looked at a moment ago, PX 281? Let's go to 1324. Can we zoom in on? CNN reports the news. We don't create it. Staging an event or controlling its course or outcome is unacceptable. See that, Ms. Lacey-Bordeaux?
I do.
Do you agree with that statement?
I do.
You take that down for me, Corey. Ms. Bordeaux, you approved this story. I think we covered that, right?
Lacey Bordeaux.
Sorry.
It's all good. It's a long name.
Miss Lacey-Bordeaux. I should get it right. I have a difficult name myself. You approved this story after you were satisfied with it, right?
Yes,
And you reviewed the story to make sure it was fair to Mr. Young, correct?
I did.
Let's take a look at just a still photograph. Corey, can you bring up a PX 170? You know what, let's take a look at 20 seconds. Let's play 3 minutes and 13 seconds of the segment to 3 minutes and 35 seconds of the segment.
And deliver. One LinkedIn user posted messages with Young where Young said it would be $75,000 for a car to Pakistan. He told another it would be $14,500 per person to get to the United Arab Emirates or Albania for another $4,000. Prices well beyond the reach of most Afghans.
So, Ms. Lacey-Bordeaux, throughout this portion, CNN's Chiron on the bottom, that's the banner, right? The Chiron?
Yeah.
It says, Afghans trying to flee Taliban face black markets, exorbitant fees, no guarantee of safety or success, right?
Yes.
And during this portion, CNN is displaying in alternating formats Mr. Young's face, Mr. Young's name, and Mr. Young's face and his name, right?
I see that, yes.
And while the Chiron is still up there, can we go to 3 minutes and 34 seconds?
We got Young's...
With the Chiron, perfect. With the Chiron still up there, Mr. Marquardt makes this phone call. Calling Zachary Young, we now see the name on the cell phone. That was the footage we reviewed before, right?
Yes.
Can we go to, can we just let that play for a minute?
number and called, but he didn't pick up. In a text message.
This is the fake phone call we watched, right? Right here.
So I heard a phone call ringing.
Right, so there's,
I can't,
well, you heard a phone call ringing.
right, and I
And
see
then-
the number on the phone.
Right, and then that ended. You saw
Right.
signal, no answer, right?
Right.
And then the cameraman says, can you pick up the phone and just stand back here? And Mr. Marquardt picks up the phone and is going like this, no phone call ringing, right?
I understand. There's, similarly in TV pieces, sometimes you'll see an expert typing on the computer or an expert walking down the hall. We would call this an establishing shot. It's basically B-roll where someone is establishing the thing that's happening. They're an expert, this is their office. In this case, it's B-roll of Alex establishing that.
But he's not making a call.
But he just did make the call.
Well, maybe.
I heard it ringing.
Oh, he made a phone call.
So-
We don't dispute that. But did you check the contact name on that phone?
On Alex's phone?
Yeah, on Alex's phone. Did you check what number he actually called?
So I just saw this video for the first time. It is not within my purview or responsibility to be checking the phones of CNN employees for contact numbers.
So you didn't check the contact number under the phone.
No.
Can we go to 1352, please, Corey? And here we have Mr. Young's face again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, Afghans trying to flee the Taliban face black markets, again, right?
I see that, yes.
Ms. Bordeaux, isn't it true you have no idea what market Mr. Young was operating in?
Black market is referring to, as I testified earlier, the overall situation in Afghanistan.
Was Zachary Young operating on a black market?
There, to my understanding, you have the demand from the Afghans who are seeking a flight to safety. You have the supply of folks who are advertising their services and no regulation.
Ms. Bordeaux, do you recall sitting for a deposition in this case?
I do.
Do you have a copy?
Oh, thank you, I do. I do now.
Your Honor, may I approach? We'll see here multiple depositions. I think yours, if I may, Your Honor, is tab 2. And at that deposition, Ms. Bordeaux, you swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
Like today, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to page 45, lines 1 through 7. May I proceed?
No objection.
Yes.
Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, at that sworn deposition, I asked you the following question, and you gave the following sworn answers. Question, was Zachary Young operating on a black market? Answer, so I can't speak to the market that he's operating in or not. I understand we issued a correction and said that black market was an error. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Are you changing your testimony here today?
I don't believe it's a change. I've had more time to look at the piece.
Between giving this testimony here today and giving your testimony in your deposition, have you met with CNN's counsel?
Objection. Please send your instruction.
Yeah, I was just saying.
So you've come to this realization recently. You had more time since the deposition. Is that fair?
I had more time to review the piece, yes.
Okay, but you were the person, responsible for ensuring that the story was fair, and you approved a story about Afghans facing black markets. The only person named who was providing evacuation services was Mr. Young, right?
That's correct.
And you did that without even knowing at the time what kind of market he was operating on, right?
So I reviewed the script. The banners I saw after the piece aired. I did not review the banners. I think the piece fairly captures the context in Afghanistan at the time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yeah, Your Honor, very, very, very briefly. I know that I think Mr. Friedman showed you a couple of documents that you hadn't seen before. Do you recall that?
Yes.
First of all, did any of the documents that Mr. Friedman showed you, does it alter or change your opinion upon the fairness of the piece?
No, I think the piece as published is fair.
If you could put up Plaintiff Exhibit 120 for Ms. Lacey Bordeaux. And this is in evidence. I think this was one of the documents Mr. Friedman was showing you, and you said he was asking you a bunch of questions, and you said you hadn't seen it before. Is that fair?
That's right.
If you could go to page 5 of this document. Yeah. And so in the middle, there's a text from Katie Bo-Lillis that says, that's part of what I hope to talk about, the price model. Our understanding is that you're asking for $75K for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15K for a single person to the UAE. That seems exorbitant for folks who clearly don't have that kind of money. Do you see that?
I do.
Was this question one of the issues that was in the segment that was ultimately published?
Yeah,
And Ms. Lillis was asking Mr. Young about it back on November 3rd?
I see that, yes.
If we could go to page 7, Mr. DeMeza. And here's another Katie Bo text. So I'm looking at some text exchanges with a potential evac case who you asked if he has a sponsor to cover the $15K cost. And when he didn't, it looks like you ended the engagement. That's not exactly lining up sponsors. Can you point me to some cases where you've successfully connected a sponsor and an evac case? What's your interpretation, if you have one, of what Ms. Lewis is asking Mr. Young?
So, like the other one, this is the first time I'm seeing this text message exchange. But what I would understand this to mean is, so in the piece, we're talking about the prices that are outside the reach for the Afghans who need it, either for themselves or for their whole families. We include Mr. Young's statements about needing sponsors to pay for that, to pay for those costs. And so what I understand the question here being is, presumably not everyone who wants to evacuate would have a sponsor readily handy. And so I understand the question to be, if you have a situation like that, someone who comes and says, I would like to use your services, but I don't have the money or a sponsor, is he connecting those people with someone who is willing to sponsor the costs?
If we can go to page 9, the very last message. Mr. Young writes back to Ms. Lillis and says, I do quite a lot, whether they have a sponsor behind them or not. I'm not sure whoever brought me to your attention knows that and has their own motivation for promoting slander. What's slander, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux?
False statements.
And so this is Mr. Young talking about promoting slander back on November 3rd of 2011.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And again, you've never seen this before.
No, this is the first time I'm seeing it.
I want to show you one other one that I don't think you've seen before. If you can put up DX96. Yeah, to everyone. It's in evidence. Yep, thank you. It's the cracked screen document. If we can go to page 3. Yeah, and blow up the last one. Thank you. And I take it, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, you've never seen this one before either?
I would remember a cracked screen text message. No, I haven't seen it before.
Katie Bolos has never shown you her phone?
No.
But the last one says, in any case, and this is Mr. Young writing, the focus of your article seems pretty clear at this point. As you proceed, I would just appreciate it if you would take time to make sure you have your facts right to avoid libel. How do you interpret that? I know that you've never seen this and you haven't seen the text messages before.
I would assume that, I mean, I wouldn't assume. I mean, he's saying you better be right.
About the article that's being researched and written by CNN.
Sure, yes.
And he's saying, get your facts right to avoid libel.
Yes.
And libel is?
It would be, I mean, it's a legal term, so I would leave that to the more experts, but it means publishing something that's false.
And this is a conversation that, if we could just go back to the main screen and go up, see if we can grab a date. Go to the page before. Go to the first page. That is first page. Okay. Well, you don't know when this was, but that's enough. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have any questions for Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, jot them down. Tear your page out, fold it over. Let's see how our expedited process works. Can Council come up? All right, and for the record, we have several jury questions, and there are no objections to the questions from the parties or the court. So I'll read all the questions from the jurors. Is it normal to review a piece without the banner?
That's a great question. So at CNN, every journalist is responsible for editorial integrity on some level, and every piece of content before it's published is going to be reviewed. So when someone's writing a banner, someone else will be reviewing them. What I do when I'm reviewing a piece is if I want to see the banners, I will ask to see the banners. I will ask to see any additional posts or headlines that come with it. In this case, I was very comfortable with the script, so I did not ask to see the banners. It's a great question.
The next question may have kind of touched on it a little bit, but the question is, or was the banner removed before your review, for a specific reason?
I didn't ask to see them, and so I didn't see them prior to air.
And this next one, kind of in the form of a statement, but it seems as though if the banner is part of the final piece, then it should be included for your review.
Yeah, it's a great question / statement. I'm privileged to work with a lot of really talented journalists who I trust. In this case, I felt confident about the script, and so I didn't ask to see the banners.
If the word extremely in red was struck from the broadcast, why was exorbitant left in the banner?
Okay, so I think that question might be referring to the email exchange that Alex was sending to Mr. Young, that Mr. Marquardt was sending to Mr. Young. So I was suggesting removing extremely. It does refer to exorbitant fees in the TV script. I felt very comfortable with that because in all of our reporting, what we were hearing from Afghans who wanted to evacuate their families is that those prices were out of reach to them. So the prices were exorbitant to them. So I felt comfortable with that, and it turned out Mr. Marquardt had already sent that email to Mr. Young. So extremely was posed in a question to Mr. Young.
All right. The CNN guidebook stated, "We don't create the news." What do you understand that statement to mean?
So that's talking about recreations. So in some countries around the world, there may be a norm or a standard where recreations are allowable and just part of the sort of normal journalistic standard. We don't typically do that in American journalism because we don't want anybody to be confused about whether or not something actually happened or not. For that same reason, that's why we label something as AI generated or not. Now in this news, sort of everybody can make things quite quickly. What I was referring to in talking about the B-roll is that when you're making a video piece, and for instance, you have an expert, or in Alex's case, Mr. Marquardt's case, he's making a phone call, you might shoot a little bit of extra video where that person is, the example I gave was walking down a hallway or making a phone call, where you're not inventing something that did not happen, but rather you're gathering a little bit of extra video so that you can use it to tell the piece. But like in the case with Mr. Marquardt, he has placed a phone call.
Can you define what an enterprise story is?
Yeah, that's another great question. So sometimes there's news that just happens. So I mentioned the New Orleans terror attack, for instance. That happened. For my colleagues who were on call or working on New Year's Eve into New Year's Day, they start hearing reports of a car driving through pedestrians, right, on Bourbon Street. That's breaking news. Nobody knew that was going to happen. It happens. We spring into action. We get the video. We try to figure out what happened, right? An enterprise story is a story where you, through the process of your reporting and talking to people, in this case, Afghans who were either in the country or who had been relocated, they're talking to journalists and they're saying, hey, there's this thing that's happening, and maybe it's a news story. So in other words, it may be heavier investigation, it may not be, but it's making a distinction between a breaking thing that happened that nobody knew was going to happen and then you rush to cover it, versus something that you uncovered through the process of reporting and talking to people.
This next question kind of has two parts to it. In regards to evaluating fairness, what variables do you consider on the subject's behalf? What questions are you asking yourself?
Fairness is a tricky concept. So what I'm always thinking about is, if this were me or one of my loved ones, would I feel like the piece was fair? And sometimes, sometimes truth can be hard or painful, like in the case of, again, the New Orleans attack is just on my mind. But you report it because it's true. So I think about time given for reach outs. I think about the context of the piece. I think about sometimes it can be as sort of small as a word choice. So it's a tricky question, and it's one that I wrestle with every day.
When you review a script, do you think it necessary to also see the banners that will accompany the story on air?
It depends. Sometimes I might ask to see the banners and sometimes not.
Do you think that banner text is solely for TV and not part of the script?
That's an interesting question. Structurally, it's written differently. Like the show will write the banners typically. So, it may happen at different times. So I don't know actually how to answer that question. It is obviously part of the story, but sometimes the process as it happens separately.
Mr. Axelrod, any follow-up?
Yeah, really just one question quickly to clean something up. We're going to put up latest exhibit 157, Mr. DeMeza. I think Mr. Lacey Bordeaux explained this, but I want to make it really clear. So if you could go down a little bit, and it's at the bottom of page 1. No, it's actually, hold on one sec. Keep going up. Keep going up. Keep going up. I grabbed the wrong page. Hold on one sec. I'm sorry. Oh, I lost my page. But Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, I think you were explaining, when you made that change to extremely, was that an edit to the story, or was that an edit to the list of questions that Mr. Marquardt was sending?
It was an edit to the list of questions Mr. Marquardt was saying.
Okay, so that was an edit to the text of the story.
It was not.
Okay. No further questions, Rob.
Mr. Freeman.
Are enterprise stories, excuse me, are enterprise stories time sensitive?
They could be.
Was this one?
I don't know.
And then we saw you struck the word extremely from the questions to Mr. Young, right?
Correct.
Why did you then approve exorbitant in the banner?
Yes, so exorbitant, I believe, was in the script,
Right.
not the banner.
Maybe you're right. You might be right.
There's so many TV terms.
A lot. I think there might be a banner with exorbitant, but let's, the same question, whether
Okay.
it's in the banner or in the script.
Sure.
If you struck extremely from the questions,
Right.
to me it seems that you were concerned about that, right? It was too much.
And I think that was the question that the jury was asking.
And
Yeah,
so this is to basically follow up on those questions.
Sure.
In a little bit more detail.
Sure.
So, you're exactly right. That's why I'm asking you.
Sure. So I felt comfortable with exorbitant in the piece because exorbitant is referring to what the Afghan folks that we spoke to were able to afford, the prices that they felt were doable for them.
So comfortable referring to the prices to the Afghans exorbitant, but not comfortable referring to Mr. Young as extremely.
Right. So in part, I read Alex's email and missed that he had already seen it. So my edit to that email was ultimately did not go through. It was not applied. Extremely was asked. But the reason that I suggested striking it from the questions that we were asking Mr. Young is because the market, there's no sort of like standard price for this thing. And so I felt that by just asking him about his prices in a more straightforward way, it might be a more fair way to ask that question.
So one of the jurors asked whether you had seen the banners or not beforehand, right? And you said you hadn't
Yeah.
seen them. But now you've seen the banners, right?
Yes,
Do you still believe the piece is fair?
I do.
And would you approve the piece again today with the banners?
Yeah, I would.
And so are you then, feel no need to apologize? CNN has no need to apologize to Mr. Young for the story?
I can only speak for myself.
Do you feel a need to apologize to Mr. Young for your role in the
I
story?
do not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Lacey Bourdet, you can step down.
Thank you.
I understand the lunch is here, and it's 12, coming up on 12:25. So we'll take our lunch break for the day. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just take your notepads and put them in your folders, leave them on your chairs when you go to break. Lunch is out there. We'll go till 1 o'clock, be back in the jury lounge. We'll get you back in here. And we're going to take our lunch recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of the rules at all, please notify court personnel, and if you use your phones or electronic devices during our lunch break, just make sure they're turned off before we come back to the courtroom. All right, and we'll see you back at 1. All right, yeah, let's be seated. We're out of the courtroom. Anything we need to address?
Your Honor, at some point today, Mr. Otto is not coming, but at some point today, I would just like to put down a short proffer of what he would have testified to.
All right, we can do that at the end of the day after we let the jurors go.
Sounds good.
I've never heard of this mechanism, so I don't know what it is. We object to it, but I don't know who's proffering or why it's evidence, but so we object.
It wouldn't be to the jury, Your Honor. It would just be.
No.
It would just be to make a record of what he would testify to.
I don't know how that's a reliable record. I've made my objection, Your Honor, for the rule at that.
Yeah, he can make his proffer, note whatever objection based on whatever basis you got. If he wants to have a record of it, he has a record of it. He can call the witness. I made a ruling. If he's going to take an issue with my ruling about obscuring his image, he can take, have that as his issue and say if he would have been able to testify, he would have testified about this. That's fine.
It'll be very short, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right. Anything else?
Not for plan.
All right. I'll see you all back at 1. Anything we need to address before we get the jurors back?
No, Your Honor.
One thing I forgot to mention earlier when we were dealing with the motion, the plaintiff's motion, before we got testimony this morning, I said I was reserving on sanctions. Ms. Shulman, your office signed pro hoc vice motions on behalf of the council. And Ms. Freeman, I know there were pro hoc vice motions on your side as well. Those that signed those pro hoc vice motions as members of the Florida Bar are responsible for those out-of-town attorneys and their actions here in the court. So just keep that in mind. All right, we can get the jurors in. Is that you?
That's me.
All right. You go by Ms. Lillis?
I go by Katie Bell or Ms. Lillis or
All right.
whatever you want to call me, sir.
Yeah, why don't you come up and we'll save a little bit more time. And after the jurors get in here, I'll just ask you to stand and face the clerk and take the oath. Come.
Yes, sir.
Hope y'all had a good lunch.
Yes.
While you're settling in, Mr. Axelrod, your next witness.
CNN calls Katie Bell Lillis.
Ms. Lewis, if you could stand, raise your right hand and face the clerk. Have a seat and just position the microphone so it's facing towards your mouth. And y'all ready? All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, sir. So, Ms. Lillis, the jury's heard some things about you, but we're going to start at the beginning. Where do you work?
I work at CNN.
And the jury has seen your last name is Williams, but now you're Lillis. Do you want to just quickly explain that?
I got married in 2021, and I took my husband's name.
Okay. So let's start at the beginning. Did you go to college?
I did.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UVA.
University of Virginia?
University of Virginia.
And after UVA, did you get further education?
Kind of. I did a 2-year postgraduate program where I worked in the thoroughbred horse racing industry for a couple of years. So it was an accredited program at the time.
What did you do in the thoroughbred racing industry?
Well, I started out working at the racetrack when I was about 16, literally working in the barns, mucking stalls, walking horses to cool them down after they exercise, and went on and galloped horses through college for $10 a head, and then ultimately wound up working on the breeding side of the business in Kentucky, which is it's basically commercial agriculture. So it's you work on a big horse farm and help decide and then make sure the right horse gets bred to the right horse and sell the offspring on the other end. So it's not too dissimilar from sort of if you combined the cattle business with the art market, you get horse racing.
Have you ever testified in court before?
No.
So I'm going to ask you just to
slow down.
For Madam Court Reporter. Have you been following this trial?
I have not.
And why not?
Candidly, you told me not to.
Okay. So after working with horses in Kentucky, how did you make the transition to a job as a reporter?
I'd always liked to write, and I got to be about 25, and I looked around at what I was doing for a living, and I loved the sport of horse racing, I loved the animal, but I realized I was helping a bunch of rich dudes run their horses in circles for a living, and I wanted to do something that I thought mattered a little bit more. I wanted to do something that had a sense of mission to it. And so I started pursuing a career as a reporter. I didn't exactly know what that was going to look like when I started, but I managed to get myself a very low-level entry-level job covering healthcare policy, which was sort of hilarious since I don't really understand how insurance works even then or now, but kind of worked my way up and eventually wound up covering national security.
Yeah, so eventually you get to CNN, and when was that?
I started at CNN 2021.
And what was your beat when you landed at CNN?
They hired me to cover the intelligence community, so I write about the CIA and largely, and sometimes the FBI, and basically what the federal government's secret intelligence agencies do overseas, how American taxpayer dollars are spent under those programs.
Have you ever reported from, quote unquote, a war zone?
I have a couple of times.
And where have you reported from?
Syria, Iraq, and a very, very short 3-hour trip to Afghanistan.
And when was that?
That was all between 2019 and 2021. So I did an embed with American troops in Syria and Iraq. So just sort of going and spending some time with the military there and getting a look at what our soldiers were doing in both of those countries and the dangers that they were facing. And then the Afghanistan trip, I was traveling with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is the top uniformed officer in the U.S. military, and it was my job to be one of the reporters who travels with him so that the American public knows what he's doing when he's traveling overseas in their name.
I'm asking a really important question. Can you slow down just?
Oh, again, that sounded so slow in my head.
Just a little. How would you describe the work that you do as a reporter?
As a
reporter.
Like what I do every day?
Yeah, what do you do every day?
Yeah. My job is to get information through a variety of different means, from a variety of different sources, about what is both what the U.S. government is doing and what is happening around the world, and tell Americans about it. So on a day-to-day basis, what that looks like for me is I am reading as much as I can and then picking up the phone and talking to people who might know the answer to questions that I have. So I'm often calling people who currently work for the U.S. government and asking them, hey, have you heard about this thing? Do you know what's happening here? Do you know why this big thing is happening that we've seen in the news? Can you tell me more about that? And when I've spoken to enough people that I am confident that the information that I have been told is accurate and that I have it from a number of different sources, right? So that in such a way that I know that I haven't obtained, I've talked to 3 people, but they're all getting it from the same place. I have to make sure that everybody that I've talked to, they're getting it from independent places as well. And once I'm satisfied that that information is true and accurate, then I write a story, and it is edited and goes up on the internet.
Where do you find stories to work on?
Stories come from a lot of different places. They often, for me, start with a question. I will see an event that has happened, and I will ask, I'll start asking, well, do you know why this happened, or can you tell me more about what happened? Are there more details that I can sort of learn here? I'd say that's kind of the biggest starting point for me.
Okay. Now I'm going to start drilling down on the questions about the segment about Afghanistan evacuations. Do you know what segment I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay, great. Could you put up Defense Exhibit 73, Mr. DeMezza? It's in evidence. And so, Ms. Lillis, on the screen, I am showing you Slack exchanges between you and Mr. Marquardt. Do you see that?
Yes.
And how long have you known Mr. Marquardt as of October 29th? Of 2021, I should say.
Yeah, a little less than a year at this point.
And what's your relationship?
We had a really good working relationship and still do. Alex and I are friends, and were at the time.
Trust him?
Very much.
Did you follow his work?
I did.
Okay. So if you look at the first text, Mr. Marquardt says, I'm banging away on this Afghan piece. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And so this is on 1029. And you write, yeah, there's no rush. Phillips suggested you might want some help on finding the case study for the Afghan piece. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
So often a story will arise because myself or one of our other reporters has been told that this thing is happening generally. Here's a trend that is happening, and we will try, or I will try then, to find a concrete example of that thing happening to prove that the trend is actually happening, right? Like, I'm not just going to take somebody's word that, oh, this thing is happening, but I can't actually give you any evidence that it's happening. And so quite often, as happened here, there was a broader trend that in this instance, Alex Marquardt had been told was happening, which is to, do you want me to get into all of this?
We'll take it piece by piece.
Yeah.
So then you say, I'm happy to call a couple of folks who are working evacs. What did you mean by that?
At the time, the U.S. had just withdrawn from Afghanistan, and as I know everyone is now aware, there were lots of Afghan people who had worked with the Americans who were desperately trying to get out of the country, and a great number of American service members, former CIA types, were and current government officials were working very hard to try to get as many of those people out of the country as they could, because they feared for their lives under Taliban rule. And so, like a lot of other national security reporters, I knew a lot of people who were actively working either as kind of a pro bono manner under their own steam or as part of U.S. government efforts to try to get people out of the country. This was really, really personal for a lot of people that I had relationships with who were either former service members or former CIA.
So then Mr. Marquardt says, I know this market exists. I know a bunch of Afghans have already been told they need to pony up major money to get out. What I don't have is someone who actually paid and got out. Just a lot of people who can't afford that and are stuck. So he was telling you what he was looking for?
He was telling me, this is the trend I've heard is happening. And then he was asking essentially for my help. Let's see if we can find a case study.
You say, okay, cool, I'll ask. And so what did you do after that?
I don't remember precisely, but I would have picked up the phone and called some people that I knew who were working evacuations and asked, have you heard about anything like this? Do you know of anybody who's doing this?
Okay. And if we could take that down, Mr. DeMezza, and put up Defense Exhibit 75, please. And if we can go to page 2, please. And below that, blow up Ms. Willis's email. There we go. So now we've fast forwarded about 3 days to November 1st, and you write Mr. Marquardt, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Callahan, and you say, see attached text from one of the guys who is charging. What do you mean by that?
I meant that one of my sources had identified for me a person who was listing prices and charging Afghan was charging to evacuate Afghans from the country.
You're right. His name is Zach, and he's literally advertising on LinkedIn, and it looks like there's a link there. Do you see that?
There is, yes.
Do you know what that was a link to?
It was, in my recollection, and I will say I have not seen it this has been 3 years ago, but my recollection is that was basically a public advertisement of like, I can, get you out of the country.
By Mr. Young?
By Mr. Young, yes, sir.
You say I've got a few shared connections. What do you mean by that?
I meant that there were people that I knew on LinkedIn, that I knew personally, that I was connected to on LinkedIn, that I was friends with on LinkedIn, who were also friends or connected with Mr. Young.
So that was the shared connections?
That was the shared connections.
Okay. And you say, so I can do a little digging on who he is. What do you mean by do a little digging?
I would have meant that I could contact some people that I knew and ask, do you know this guy? What's his story?
Okay. You go on to say, we can say we reviewed texts laying out his pricing, but can't quote them or say where we got them. Explain to the jury what you're talking about here.
So when I talk to different sources, there's 3 different ways that I can talk to sources of information for me. I can talk to people on the record, which means I can use the information and I'm going to quote in reporting where it came from. I can talk to them on background, which means I can use the information, but I can't say the name of the person who gave it to me. We will kind of come to an agreement about how I will use the information or how it can be identified. Or I can talk to them off the record, which means I can't even report the information. And in this instance, I am describing a background arrangement with the source that gave me the material here that you're going to see from Mr. Young. And the agreement that we came to was I can use the information that he or she provided, but I can't say where I got it from, and I can't quote from them directly.
So the last line is, I have a contact for the guy and can reach out. Let's chat before a.m. And then we go down, and it looks like there's a screenshot from Zach Austria. Cost, $15K, passport, $5K visas, 1 week turnaround approximate. What are we looking at here, Ms. Liz?
We are looking at a screen grab of a text message conversation that a source sent me, that the source purported to me was between Mr. Young and someone seeking an evacuation.
Okay. And that was dated September 15th, according to that screen grab?
Yes, sir.
So moving up the chain, Mr. Phillips responds first and says, damn, that's quite specific. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Marquardt responds and says, I think this is the same guy I've been watching, Zachary Young, question mark. At this point, had you and Mr. Marquardt discussed Zachary Young?
Not to my recollection, no.
So you found him independently of Mr. Marquardt?
Yes, we remarked on the fact that sort of both of us, through separate sources, had been told about this same guy.
And you say a number of folks have been in touch with him. Sorry, you don't say that. Mr. Marquardt says that. A number of folks have been in touch with him. I have a bunch of texts where he's tossing out big numbers like this. I have not reached out, but certainly plan to and need to strategize on that. Can you confirm it's Young and he's in Austria? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then you go up and you say, yeah, let me ask. And what do you mean by that?
I would have meant that I would have contacted either my original source or people that were connected to the sort of shared connections that I mentioned and asked, is this person real? Is there actually a person named Zachary Young? Do we all have this kind of shared picture of who this person's identity is?
Do you know if you did that?
I don't recall. I can't imagine I wouldn't have, but it's been a few years.
Okay. So let's go to DX94 first, Mr. DeMeza. And if you could blow that up. And Ms. Lillis, do you recall this document?
I do, yes.
Okay, and what is it?
This is the first exchange that I had with Mr. Young in which he reached out to me.
He reached out to you?
He did.
Okay, so this is 2 days later, and he writes you, in what platform is this reach out on?
LinkedIn.
Okay. Hi, Katie. Nice to connect. Please let me know if I can assist with any Afghan evac requirements. I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. If CNN is involved in rescue efforts, is CNN involved in rescue efforts, or would they like to be? Do you know whether that was true, whether he got requests from journalists stuck in country every day?
I don't.
Okay. But that's what he's telling you. You respond, "Hi, Zachary, good to connect. Would love to talk to you a little bit about your operation. Is there a good number? Is there a good number to get you on?" And why did you write that?
I wanted to try to talk to him on the phone as opposed to over text message.
Why do you want to talk to him on the phone?
I mean, I'm kind of an old school, talk to a real human being sort of a person. I think you can have a more nuanced and fulsome conversation, and in my line of work, getting the whole story is the most important thing, and I find the best way to do that is actually speaking to somebody.
And the first thing you say is, "Would love to talk to you a little bit about your operation." Seems like a pretty broad, general statement, right?
Yes, very much.
Why do you lead with a kind of general, open-ended question?
A couple of reasons. I've never met this person. I don't know him, and my goal as a reporter is to get people to talk to me because that's how I learn the most information that I possibly can. And the way I think the best way to do that is to establish a little bit of trust and offer kind of a broad opportunity to talk to me kind of off the bat. And obviously eventually I come to a point where I'm very specific about the questions that I'm asking, but my initial outreach to literally anybody tends to be very open-ended, like, let's talk, and when we're on the phone, I'll give you a more complete picture of kind of what I'm looking for.
Okay. He responds to, looks like 3 minutes later, and says, "Sure, I'm at 43," and then he gives a number, and that's on Signal. And what is Signal?
Signal is it's like text messaging, but it is end-to-end encrypted, meaning that nobody can spy on it sort of as the messages are going from the sender to the recipient. And in particular, the U.S. government can't get a court order to look at those materials unless they actually have the physical phone in their hands. And so I do quite a bit of my communication over Signal.
And why is that?
Candidly, because I'm an intelligence reporter, so I quite frequently am talking to people about classified information that they are not necessarily meant to be talking to me about, even if it is in the public interest and in the American taxpayers' interest to know that information. And so protecting those people from the Department of Justice is a huge part of my responsibility as a reporter.
You say, can be available, Mr. Young says, can be available in 1 hour if that works for you. And then again, he says, do you have any requirements in which I might be able to assist? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
After this, let's go to PX 120. All right. And so, Ms. Lillis, what are we looking at here?
We appear to be looking at the conversation between between Mr. Young and myself once we moved over to Signal.
And why did you move over to Signal?
Because it's I'm sorry, I'm struggling for an answer that wasn't the one I just gave. Sure. Basically, it's a way to communicate in which I know our communications will stay private.
Okay. So you reach out to Mr. Young, and this is still Wednesday, November 3rd, and you say, hey, Zachary, Katie Bowe here. I'm stuck covering some hearings for a couple hours. Could you chat at 12:30 Eastern Time in 3 hours? Do you see that?
Yes.
Up at the top, right under your name, there's a little clock. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
It means that all of these messages will automatically delete after 1 week.
And is that a setting that you made?
Yes, it is.
And why do you make that setting?
That's my standard operating practice for every conversation that I have on Signal for the reason that I just gave. I don't ever want the U.S. government to be able to see any of the communications that I have with my sources. I feel very strongly that that's obviously protected speech under the First Amendment, but it's also a big part of my responsibility for protecting the people who agree to talk to me. And so as just a standard matter, literally every conversation that I have does that, deletes after a week.
So now Mr. Young responds 2 minutes later and says, "Hi, Katie. Unfortunately, I will be tied up for most of the day from that time, but can we circle back tomorrow or Friday?" And then he writes, "Do you have requirements with which I might be able to assist?" You see that?
Yes, sir.
And then you respond, "We're actually working on some reporting related to ongoing efforts to help get at-risk Afghans out of the country, and your name came up in a couple of conversations we've had recently. So I was hoping to ask you a little bit about your operation." And why'd you write that?
I'm trying to build trust and get him on the phone. I, at this point, didn't really have a great sense of who Mr. Young was or what his operation looked like. We had some questions. We had been told about him by other sources. And getting him on the phone to talk to me and tell me what he did and how his operation worked, that was my goal at that moment. And I felt that you lose tone over text message. And if you can get somebody on the phone and ask them questions, a conversation can be so much more productive that way. You're more apt to get to the truth, I think, if you are able to talk to somebody in real life. And I felt that offering a little bit of a softer approach that would actually encourage him to speak to me was the best way to get to that goal.
Okay. Let's go down a little bit, Mr. DeMeza, and go to the next page where it splits over. And Mr. Young says, "Yes, I've heard CNN was asking about me, which is why I connected." Prior to this, had you been talking to people about Mr. Young?
Yes, at least one person, the person who had passed along that first screen grab.
Okay. And then he says, "I thought perhaps you needed assistance rescuing Afghans. I'd rather not be named in any reporting." Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you say, "Why don't we chat a little off the record, and I can give you a sense of what we're working on." Why did you write that?
Again, my goal was to get Mr. Young on the phone and get him talking to me. And I wanted to give him a way to talk to me off the record, that being off the record, where he could be really frank without worrying that what he said to me was going to wind up in reporting. The key thing to understand about off the record is that it is an agreement. Both the reporter and the person that I'm talking to, we both have to agree that this conversation is off the record. And so I was offering him a way to go off the record with conditions so that he could speak freely with me and not be worried about sort of policing what he was saying, in the hopes that he would offer me a better understanding of what he was doing, what his business model was, and what the operation looked like.
Okay. He says, "Sure, if you agree, I won't be named in any article." And then you respond, "I can't promise that in advance, unfortunately." And why did you write that?
That's just not an agreement that I would ever make with anybody that I was talking to as part of my reporting. Particularly in a situation where the concern that we had, the reason that we were asking questions, is because it appeared to us as if there might be in almost every story there's a party that's more vulnerable than the other party, and it appeared to us that we had that we were asking questions about a person who might be taking advantage of some people in a vulnerable situation. And I wouldn't agree to protect that person in advance without understanding what was going on. I wouldn't agree to keep that person out of reporting without a better understanding of what the story is. I would also, the reason that I wanted to talk to him is because I left open at that point the possibility of hearing something that would make me go, okay, this is completely not newsworthy and we don't need to be writing a story about this at all. But I didn't know, before I have that conversation with him, I have no idea which direction that's going to go. So I would never agree to that in advance.
Right. You didn't have any idea at this point, right?
No, none.
You say, but if you agree to speak off the record, if you do agree to speak off the record, that guarantees that any reporting we have won't reflect that you spoke to us, which is, I think you defined that before.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. And you keep going down, and you, it seems like you're kind of selling this. You say, it offers you the opportunity to understand what we're working on and make sure we have the story straight and to make your case to keep your name out of it. I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Were you being a straight shooter in this exchange?
I mean, I think so. I'm telling him, talk to me about what your operation looks like. Here's what the conditions of this conversation could look like. Here's what this term means. Like, I wanted to make sure he understood what off the record meant. I was trying very hard here to define my terms.
You wanted to talk to him?
I wanted to talk to him.
Right. And if you talked to him, you were going to be a straight shooter and tell him what was going on, right?
Correct, yeah.
He responds to, what's the nature of the story beyond Afghan rescue? There are lots of people involved in these efforts the past few months. What's your interest in me specifically? Do you see that? Mm-hmm. And at this point, you did have a specific interest in him, correct?
I'm sorry?
At this point, you did have a specific interest in him, correct?
Yes, he had been, as I said to him, your name has come up in conversations. People had been telling us about him and his operation. And obviously he had heard that CNN was asking questions, so.
You say, again, let's speak on the phone tomorrow morning. I can run you through all of that. And is that what you wanted to do?
That is very much what I wanted to do. As I said, I like to talk on the phone where you have an actual person. I think it's a lot more productive.
He responds, I think he meant I'd rather understand why the interest in me specifically before we speak. You see that?
Yes.
What do you think about that?
I thought at that point, okay, well, we're just going to have to do this over text.
Okay. Let's go down to the next one. And then you write, we've been doing a series of stories on evacuations and the various different models folks are following to get people out. Understand you're working on them too, and just want to talk about the lay of the land. And why'd you write that?
I didn't want to put him on the defensive. My goal was to talk to him. My goal was to get him on the phone to try to determine whether or not there was something newsworthy here or not. And you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. I felt that if I could not put him on the defensive right off the bat, then I had a better chance of getting him on the phone and asking him some questions.
Besides getting him on the phone, did you have any agenda in this exchange?
No, simply to get my questions answered.
Okay. Mr. Young responds, okay, I'd be happy to talk and help you understand what's actually been effective and what is not, but would still prefer not to be named in any article as a condition of talking with you. I know many out there adore the attention, but I'm not one of them. Let's go down to the next one. He then tells you, also FYI, in the past 24 hours, former sponsors we have helped have come forward requesting me to sign NDAs referencing CNN. Like me, they prefer discretion. Did you have any idea what he was talking about?
Not really, no. I mean, I know what an NDA is, a non-disclosure agreement, but.
Did you have any idea what he was talking about referencing CNN?
I assumed that he meant that he or his purported clients had heard that CNN was asking questions about his business.
Okay. He then writes, I'm also aware of others who view our success as competition to their own models. Okay. And it's hard to imagine anyone competing in this environment, but some of these nonprofits are organized by total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed, have raised millions in donations to charter insanely expensive aircraft from their friends, and most don't even work out. How did you take that?
I didn't really know how to respond to that in the moment. I think I thought it was maybe a little bit of braggadocio.
Okay. You do respond, and you say, that's part of what I hope to talk about, the price model. Our understanding is you're asking for $75K for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15K for a single person to the UAE. That seems exorbitant for folks who clearly don't have that kind of money. So why are you writing that?
At that point, it had become clear to me that I had not been successful in trying to get him to have a conversation with me on the phone, and so I moved to be more direct about precisely the nature of our interest in him and why and what I wanted to know.
This seems like a pretty, don't go up yet. This seems like a pretty direct question. Do you agree?
Yeah, it was intended to be.
Okay. Are you citing like prices and information that you had already received?
Yes, that was from, oh gosh, some of the screen grabs that either Alex or myself had obtained.
Go to the next page, please. And Mr. Young responds, pricing always depends on local resource availability at any given time in a highly unstable environment. No Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. Rather, we're focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support with those Afghans most in the need, the kill list variety. How do you understand that?
I understood him to be saying, that he did not ask Afghans to directly pay for evacuation costs, but that corporate sponsors would foot these bills.
And then you go down, and he says, when we can ensure delivery for less, we do, but it always depends on the local environment, which is dynamic and incredibly challenging, right? And so let's just look at what you say. Go to the next page, please. You next say, so I'm looking at some text exchanges with a potential evac case who you ask if he has a sponsor to cover the $15K cost, and when he didn't, it looks like you ended the engagement. That's not exactly lining up sponsors. What are you saying there?
I'm trying to think about how to say this other than the way I said it. I'm saying that what he just said to me about I try to line up sponsors to get out Afghans didn't match the documentation that I had of what he was doing.
Okay. And then you say, can you point me to some cases where you successfully connected a sponsor in an evac case? Why did you write that?
I wanted to give him the opportunity to basically, tell me all this other documentation that we had was wrong. I was looking for him to give me the evidence to show, like, yes, the way I've described this, I'm, lining up sponsors to pay for and evacuate Afghans. That's actually what I'm doing.
Did he ever provide you that information?
He did not.
You then say, some other folks engaged in this kind of work we spoke to have characterized your prices as inflated. So I want to understand if this is a for-profit model or if we're not understanding the X and we can't see what that is. But why did you write that? Why are you asking about inflated prices in a for-profit model?
I wanted to know if he was personally making money off of this business, because that to me was why the story mattered. There were an enormous number of people that I had relationships with at the time, former service members, former CIA officers, current service members, current CIA officers, who had worked with all of these people in Afghanistan over the years. 20 plus years of war. This was very personal for them, getting these people out. And there was a large number of people just kind of donating their own time, like pro bono, to trying to, pull strings and find ways to get people out. There were people forming nonprofits. This was a very personal life or death situation, and it was a tragedy, and nobody was that I knew was trying to make money off of it. And if that was what was going on here, that to me was newsworthy. And so I wanted to understand if that was the model here.
Okay. If we go down, go to the next page, please. So Mr. Young responds, we'll leave it with the recent sponsors to whom you have already reached out to decide if they would like to provide comment. Do you know if you had already reached out to any sponsors?
I had not.
Okay. You had not.
I had not, no.
Okay.
I don't know if Alex had.
I hope they do, but I will honor their wishes with or without an NDA. And what do you understand that he's saying to you here?
He was saying he was not going to answer the questions that I'd asked.
You respond, we're not in any rush. What day is this exchange?
Wednesday, November 3rd.
And at this point, was there any story?
No. There was a question that we were trying to answer.
And what were you doing to try to answer the question?
Having these kinds of conversations.
You respond, getting it right is why I'm talking to you. Was that a lie?
It was not.
You then say, let me rephrase this question. Can you explain why it costs $75K for a single vehicle to get into Pakistan or $15K to the UAE? How does the math work? Why'd you write that?
Because our understanding from other sources that we had that were doing these kinds of evacuations was that these prices were way, way higher than what it actually cost to get somebody out of Afghanistan. It was incredibly dangerous. It was incredibly complicated. The security environment on the ground was incredibly volatile. But it, by all accounts, was not this expensive. And so I wanted to understand why his prices were so high. And I would say that I very much at this point left open the possibility that there was an extremely legitimate reason that they were as high as they were listed to be.
What do you mean you left open there was a legitimate reason that they were legitimately high?
There could have been something I didn't understand. I don't know what I don't, at this point, didn't know what I didn't know. I still don't know what I don't know. And it was very possible to me that he had a very good answer for why his prices were higher than what we were being told by other sources who did evacuations.
Did you want that information?
Very much.
Okay. Going down, he responds, no, I can't. This is your question about how does the math work. No, I can't because I'm not on the ground and I don't understand the challenges. What do you think about that answer?
Honestly, I thought it was kind of nuts because if he's running what business owner doesn't know what his overhead is? What business owner doesn't know what his input costs are, right? Like, you know, I understand not being able to necessarily explain to me the technical components of like how somebody was gotten out of the country, but not understanding, you know, okay, here's how much the transportation costs, here's how much the visa costs, here's how much the, you know, the money that you need to bribe these 3 guards costs, right? Like not being able to account for your costs seemed very, very strange to me in a business owner, and it was kind of a red flag for me.
Okay, let's go down. He then responds, I do quite a lot, whether they have sponsors behind them or not. I'm sure whoever brought me to your attention knows that and has their own motivation for promoting slander. Again, please make sure you have your facts aligned before taking a few messages and running with it. How did you take that response?
Defensive. It made me, honestly, it kind of made me think we were on the right track here.
Why?
Because the people who, the people who are doing evacuations that we spoke to frequently, sort of the nonprofits, the former service members that I've talked about, like those guys couldn't wait to talk to you about what they were doing. They didn't always give you operational details of how they were getting somebody out of the country because that could be dangerous for the Afghans that they were trying to evacuate. But they very much wanted to talk about the mission. They wanted to talk about their success cases because not just because it was something that they were passionate about and they cared about accomplishing, but because that was how they fundraised to get more people out of the country. Like they knew that talking to press about these incredibly compelling stories helped them raise more money to get more people out of the country. And so it was strange to me that sort of his reaction to this was not, to being asked about his work here was not like, look, I can't tell you everything, but yeah, let me tell you that, how this works. His reaction was, you're slandering me.
So if we can take that one down, Mr. Nemex, and put up DX96. All right. Ms. Lillis, do you recognize DX96?
I do.
And is that your phone?
Yes.
And have you got a new phone since this?
Yes, but it looks like that.
Okay. I think you need a screen protector.
There is one.
It might be falling off.
That is the screen protector.
All right, so do you understand this to be another kind of portion of the conversation with Mr. Young?
Yes.
And I think we've seen some of these texts before, so let's just scroll to the second page. And did you screenshot this at the time?
I did, yes.
And why'd you do that?
I recall because I was sending it to Alex.
Alex Marquardt?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go to the third page. Yeah, if you could blow that up. I think we've seen all the other texts except for this one. And Mr. Young writes to you, correct, if someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them, able to pay evac costs, which I noted are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. This is due to the fact that unlike the nonprofits out there, that's in quotes, we have not raised mountains of donation cash to charter aircraft from our friends. And then he goes on to say, also please bear in mind, whoever you are talking to regarding discounted emergency evac costs, assuming they were actually effective, which is a big assumption, certainly has a motive for reaching out to you. And then at the end, in any case, the focus of your article seems pretty clear at this point. How do you understand that?
He had assumed, I understood him to be assuming that he knew what we were going to write because of the questions that we were asking, even though he hadn't talked to me on the phone about it or had a lengthy conversation.
He then says, as you proceed, I would just appreciate if you would take the time to make sure you have your facts right to avoid libel. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And how did you take that?
I took it as a bullying tactic.
Why?
It's happened to me a couple of times in my career when I'm talking to somebody and they, for whatever reason, think that I'm going to wind up writing something that they don't like, and they will sort of preemptively threaten libel to try to scare me into not reporting.
So this has happened before?
It has.
You can take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 99 for Ms. Lillis. And do you recall having kind of a lengthy Slack exchange with Alex Marquardt on this day, November 3rd?
I do.
So I want to ask you about a couple portions of this. At the very top, it's 12:28 in the afternoon, but this is UTC, so it's either 5 or 6 hours earlier. So I guess it would be in the morning sometime. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Marquardt writes, morning, any word from our friend in Austria? And you say, indeed, he reached out advertising his services, LOL. Why'd you write LOL?
Because I was not trying to avail myself of his services. I was a reporter asking questions.
And Mr. Marquardt writes, no, knowing you're a reporter, and you say, I haven't responded yet, but I can. Yeah. Going down, Mr. Marquardt writes, Jesus, and then he says, I'd like to get him on a place where I can call him on camera. Do you see that?
Yes.
At about this time, when you're having this conversation with Mr. Marquardt, are you also talking to Zachary Young during the day?
Yes, I'm kind of texting with Mr. Young and then talking to Alex at the same time. This was Alex's story, so I was sort of very much keeping him in the loop on my reporting.
So if we go down to Mr. Demez, if you go to page 2, I don't want to go through this whole thing again, and go to 1:52 p.m., please. Yeah, thank you. And you write, this is you, Katie Bowe, Lillis at 1:52. You write, yeah, he wouldn't get on the phone until I answered directly whether I had people that needed to get out, and I couldn't lie to him, obviously. What do you mean by that?
As a reporter, I am ethically beholden not to hide my identity, right? When I talk to people, I can't pretend to be somebody other than I am. I am always Katie Bowe Lillis, a reporter for CNN. And so, there was, the obviously is quite literally, this is obvious. I could not have. You
weren't going to tell him that CNN had people to get out?
Correct, right.
You then say, I've seen, well, you don't say this. Mr. Marquardt says no. And then he says, I've seen him shut people down immediately if they don't have sponsors. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you reply, what an S-bag.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Why'd you write that?
Because these were human beings, like these were desperate people who were terrified that the Taliban was going to kill them, kill their family. And I understand if, the money does not exist if somebody reaches out to you for help and the money doesn't exist to do that. I understand if you can't help, but to just shut somebody down who is that desperate and that frightened, without just sort of ghosting the engagement, I thought that was callous.
Did you hate Mr. Young?
No, I didn't know him.
If we go to the next page, and Mr. Demeza, go to 3:07 p.m. Yeah, right there, 3:07, Miss Williams. The Williams is screwing me up. Miss Lillis, you say, I think our cover was blown when he made the initial outreach. What do you mean by that? What cover?
We basically, I'm basically referring to what I was talking about earlier when I said I wanted to take kind of a broad approach to try to gain some trust, get him on the phone, as opposed to kind of coming in hot with a text message right off the top that reflected some of the more direct questions that I obviously asked him later.
You go on to say, was already. And then Mr. Marquardt says, so it goes. Has he stopped responding? You write, nope, it's my turn. And then you say, he knows he's doing something shady, though. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why'd you write that?
Because his reticence to talk when so many of these other evacuation operations were so hungry for the press to try to do this was a red flag to me. And because particularly when you combined that with how quick he was to jump to threats of defamation and libel, that felt defensive and shady to me.
Mr. Marquardt says, I'd say just hit him with it then. We understand you were asking for $75K for a vehicle to Pakistan. And I think, is that something you texted him before? And when I say him, I mean Mr. Young.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure where we are in the timeline of what I was saying to Mr. Young and what I was saying to Alex. But yes, eventually I went on and texted some variation of that question to Mr. Young, if that's what you're asking.
That is what I'm asking. Eventually you texted him that.
Yes.
You go on to say, I'll do that if he says no to the soft pedal approach. Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
That's the gentler look, just try to talk, I just want to talk to you, let's build a little trust here approach that I was, at that point, trying to pursue.
You say, I've been super light touch and friendly. His reticence tells me something. Like the other folks working evacs can't wait to talk to you, And what do you mean by that?
I meant kind of exactly what I've been saying, which is, again, all of these other nonprofits they were so hungry to talk to you because they wanted you to tell the story of their interpreter that they knew personally, and they wanted his story on CNN because that would bring attention to his story and that might help, get him out in some way. Whether that was through fundraising or whether that was through raising his profile, they wanted to tell their success stories, after the fact because it brought attention to their organization and it helped raise more money to get more people out of Afghanistan. So I just couldn't see a reason. I couldn't see a reason why Mr. Young's approach to these questions was so different from everybody else that I was dealing with in this space. And it was notable to me. He was an outlier.
Go to page 4, Mr. Demeza. And it's the, right there, right at 3:15. Ms. Lillis writes, LOL, he's trying to pull the, I want you to promise you won't name me in any article as a condition for talking. You say, sorry, my dude. And I think we talked about this before, but what do you mean there?
It's not infrequent that when I am talking to somebody in a position of some power who doesn't want their conduct to wind up in the pages of a newspaper, they'll try to make this agreement as if somehow they're going to make the reporting go away in advance.
We go to page 5, please. And then you say at 3:38, This guy is so shady. It's right above that, Mr. DeMezia. Yeah. This guy is so shady. Go up, go up, go up, go up. Yeah, there you go. This guy is so shady. He's connected to all these formers, but they don't seem to know him. And then, yeah, what does that mean?
So we had all these mutual connections on LinkedIn, right? Like there were people that I knew in the real world and, you know, had interacted with like physically and actually knew and had a relationship with that were either former CIA or in some cases former military. And in at least one instance, I had reached out to one of those people, and probably more since I'm using the plural here. I will say I don't remember specifically this far out. And to ask, like, do you know Zachary Young, and do you know what his business model looks like and how he's doing this? And even though they were connected on LinkedIn, many of the people that I knew didn't have any idea who he was.
So if we can go to page 8. And I think this is you. You say, OMG, I delayed responding, and this happened. And then we see the next page. And that's the correct text message screen that we saw before.
That's me.
And you're sending that to Mr. Marquardt?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next page, page 10, please. At 5:01, so now you've been kind of slacking back and forth with Mr. Marquardt for a good number of hours at this point, correct? You write, okay, this is interesting. He claims pricing always depends on local resource availability, and then he talks about aligning corporate sponsors. And then Mr. Marquardt, down at right below that, says he's playing cleanup, and says he's looking for screen grabs where he told Afghans how much they would have to pay, and then says focused on aligning corporate sponsors equals telling Afghans that unless they have money, he won't help. You see that?
Yes.
And you say, let me know when you find those screen grabs. Why did you write that?
Because I wanted to be able to ask questions based off of documentation that I had in front of me.
Had you seen any of this documentation before?
Alex had described it to me, but I don't recall that I'd laid eyes on all of it.
Okay, let's go to the next page. And so, is this something that Mr. Marquardt sent you during this conversation?
Yes, it is.
And had you seen it before?
You mean before now or before?
Before he sent it to you back on November 3rd of
Oh,
2021.
no, I had not.
And so you see there's a text from a guy, and we'll go down. And there's Mr. Young, and he says, do you have a sponsor able to pay for evacuation costs? That person says, not really, but can't I pay them myself? And Mr. Young says, $14,500 per person. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you think when you saw this?
I thought that sounded like an awful lot of money for, for a destitute Afghan when the country is collapsing.
If we go to page 13, Mr. DeMezza. This is another screenshot that Mr. Marquardt sent you. Had you seen this before he sent it to you on November 3rd of 2021?
I had not.
And if you go to the very bottom, this is an exchange with a person named Jill Kornetsky. And the very end line, have you seen this before? In any case, I don't have to defend our model to some spiteful bee. You seen this before?
I have.
And if we go to the next page, you respond, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you write that?
I'm responding to his language, talking to this woman who seemed to me to be asking some pretty reasonable questions.
We go to the next page, page 15. And this is another screenshot that Mr. Marquardt sent you during this conversation. Again, Mr. Young is talking to this person, Jill Kornetsky. Let's go to the bottom one. And he again talks about capacity and then says, in any case, F off. Do you see that?
I do.
And had you seen that before Mr. Marquardt sent you it on this day?
I had not.
Go to the next page. And you write, a fair question is whether he's making money off of this. Why'd you write that? Oh, sorry, that's Mr. Marquardt.
Yep.
And you said, just ask that. Haha. Why'd you write that?
Because the news value of this story to me at this point was becoming, is there a person who is profiting off of this desperate and tragic situation. That to me was giving a voice to people who don't have a voice, giving a voice to people who are in a vulnerable position is, I think, one of the most important jobs that journalists can do. And if he was indeed profiting off of a situation in which incredibly vulnerable people were desperately fighting for their lives, I thought that was newsworthy. I thought that was the heart of the story.
Go to the next page, page 17. And this is another screenshot that Mr. Marquardt sent you. Before this date, November 3rd of 2021, had you seen this?
I had not.
You see Mr. Lerner says, I'm not corporate. What is this fee for? Just transportation. And Mr. Young responds, just transportation, you can't be serious. Good luck, David. Have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get. And if you go to the next page, you respond, wow, this guy is an a-hole. You see that?
Yes.
And why'd you write that?
Because I thought have them run for the border and see how far they get was a really a-hole-ish thing to say. These are human beings. These are people. These are their lives. I thought it was inhumane and I thought it was cruel.
And you were responding to that?
That was what I was responding to.
And then you say, also, you've done some amazing work on this, my dude. What do you mean by that?
Alex had clearly had done a tremendous amount of work to obtain contemporaneous documentation of how Mr. Young went about his business, how he went about recruiting clients, how he went about trying to drum up business, how he engaged with people who wanted to avail themselves of his services, how he engaged with people who asked questions about how his business model worked. He wasn't just relying on hearsay testimony of somebody picking up the phone and saying to him, man, this guy is not doing great stuff. He had the receipts.
Go to page 19, please. At the very bottom. Yeah, so at 624, you write, I'm starting to wonder if this guy has actually gotten anybody out. Do you know if he's been successful? And why did you write that?
Because at that point, it was starting to seem very strange to me that, like, if you had successfully aligned a corporate sponsor with an Afghan and gotten somebody out, then, when pressed with these questions, why wouldn't you just say that? We off the record, like we could have gone off the record and you could have said, look, I can't really talk about this because of operational security reasons, but if you call, George over here in Alexandria, he'll tell you, I lined up a sponsor, he was the sponsor, and I got this person out, and it would no longer have been, as much of a story, I think. But he didn't do that, and so that made me think, well, maybe it just has never happened.
We go to the next page. Yeah, stop right there at 625. You quote Mr. Young. You say, no, I can't explain the math because I'm not on the ground and don't understand the challenges. When I find an option that works, I try to find candidates. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And that was a quote from one of your comments, your exchange with Mr. Young. And Mr. Young, Mr. Marquardt responds in all caps, so then how do you come up with the numbers? And you respond that the whole convo has been like this, which is why I'm wondering if he's just kind of making it all up. And what do you mean by that?
I started to wonder if he basically was representing himself as, this really successful, the only successful evacuator of Afghans, and all the nonprofits were, idiots chartering from, expensive planes from their friends, and in fact, none of it was true, because I was wondering whether any of it was true, because, he couldn't account for the most basic questions of operating this business.
Mr. Marquardt responds, it's your funeral, bucko. And then you say, like total amateur hour. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on here when Mr. Marquardt says it's your funeral, bucko, and you say like total amateur hour?
I'm responding to exactly what I said. It seemed very amateur to me that he couldn't sort of answer basic, not that he wouldn't answer questions about his operational costs, but he said, I can't answer questions about my operational costs. And that seemed amateur to me for somebody purporting to be running a business.
How did you take Mr. Marquardt's comment, it's your funeral, Bucka?
I understood him to be referring to the fact that that Mr. Young was sort of providing these like sort of non-answer answers to questions that were sort of raising more questions than they were actually answering, and that seemed to be not in his own self-interest, right? And so that's what I thought Alex was referring to there.
What do you mean not in his own self-interest?
Well, if Mr. Young's goal was to not have us write a story at all that, that in which he was anywhere named, then it would seem to me that the thing to do in your self-interest would be say yes to the off-the-record conversation that I'd offered you, pick up the phone and answer some of these questions in a more direct manner instead of sort of evading and threatening defamation.
Did Mr. Young ever provide any information that allowed you to verify what he was doing?
No, despite repeated requests, obviously.
And if he had, would you have followed it up?
Absolutely.
So after this conversation with Mr. Marquardt and the conversation with Mr. Young that we looked at ended, did you have any other involvement in the story?
No. This was always Alex's story. It was sort of his idea. He'd sort of heard about the original trend. It was really only kind of by accident that I even began being the first one to have the conversations with Mr. Young because he reached out to me first. And so after the my sort of conversation with him kind of came to a natural close because it wasn't a productive engagement. I moved on to other projects, and Alex kept reporting the story independent of me.
Did you work on the TV segment that was ultimately published on November 11th?
Not at all.
Did you watch it?
I'm embarrassed to say I don't remember if I watched it at the time.
As part of this work, did you intend to publish anything false about Mr. Young?
Quite the opposite.
Did you ever intend to suggest that Mr. Young was doing anything illegal?
I did not.
Until you heard about this lawsuit, did anyone ever tell you that they thought the story implied that Mr. Young was doing something illegal?
No.
Do you stand by your reporting?
I do.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ross?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lillis.
Hi.
So you said you didn't watch the story after it aired, right?
I mean, I've watched it several times since, but yeah.
But after it aired.
I could have. I just don't remember.
You were named as a contributor to the story, though, right?
On the print piece, yes.
On the print piece. So your name appeared in the article?
At the very bottom.
Okay. I think you said at one point in direct when we were looking at your messages with Mr. Marquardt that you weren't sure where you were with your conversation with Mr. Young. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's really important for the story, is for us to see kind of the side-by-side and what was going on back and forth between you and Mr. Marquardt and Mr. Young. There's sort of three parties going on, right?
Yeah.
So we prepared a demonstrative where we included those demonstrative. We'll get to that. Let me back up before we get to that demonstrative. I want to spend just a minute leading up to how you got involved in this. I think we covered up this, but Corey, can you pull up PX 87? And this is in evidence. We can publish it to the jury. So this is October 29th, right? So this is 4 days before the conversations that we just went through, right? Mm-hmm. And you reach out to Marquardt because Phillips, is he your boss or?
He's one of my editors.
So he suggested you reach out, and that's kind of how you got involved in the back and forth with Mr. Young, right?
Yeah, Phillips had said, Alex is working on this story. You may have some sources who can help.
And Mr. Marquardt writes, I know this market exists. I know a bunch of Afghans have been told they need to pony up major money. What I don't have is someone who actually paid and got out. Just a couple of people who can't afford their stock. You personally never found anyone who paid and got out, right?
No, I did not.
You don't know if Mr. Marquardt found anyone who paid and got out either?
I don't know.
Now, Zach eventually connects with you on LinkedIn. If we can go to the LinkedIn message. Ah, yes. So I think we've got a demonstrative that goes through all your conversations. Corey, can we pull up the demonstrative? Great. Oh, we sent it along this morning.
I got it this morning, yes.
Can we pull the demonstrative back up? Okay. So, Ms. Lewis, what we've done is we've got your communications with Zach on the left, and we've got your communications with Mr. Marquardt on the right. And so you'll see there's a PX 122 in the bottom. That's the plaintiff's exhibit number. And what we've done, because it was a little confusing to follow because the timestamps on the communications were in different time zones. So what we've done is you just put everything in Eastern Daylight Time. That's the timeline that DC's in, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Zach initially reaches out. He says, Katie, it's nice to connect. Please let me know if I can assist with any Afghan evacuations requirements. I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. Is CNN involved in rescue efforts? And a couple hours later, so this is 3 hours, Marquardt writes back to you and says, any word from our friend in Austria? Right, indeed. He reached out advertising his services. LOL. You said LOL because you kind of thought it was funny that Marquardt Zach was reaching out about evacuation services?
It's just a little unusual to have somebody try to sell you something as a reporter. Like, my job is to ask questions and write stories, so it just struck me as a little unusual.
It was unusual, not funny?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I was like rolling on the floor laughing. I'm a
Okay.
solid millennial. LOL goes at the end of, almost every text message.
Got it. And a few lines down, if we can go to slide 3. All right. Marquardt writes, at 8:30 a.m., I'd like to get him to a place where I can call him on camera later today. I'm going to connect with him as well. And he eventually does get him on camera, right? A call. Are you aware of the call?
Yes, I believe in the video segment, yes, he calls, he puts in a call, yes.
So you understood at this point, it's early in the morning at your time, you're getting your first cup of coffee, and you kind of know, end of the day, Marquardt wants to get a shot of him calling Mr. Young, right?
That appeared to be his plan at the time, yes.
Okay, and if we can go to slide 4. All right, so I think this is, at this point, you write, Zach, good to connect. So this is the first time you're messaging. Zach, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Good to connect. Would love to talk to you a little bit about your operation. Good number to reach you at. He gives you his number. And he says, do you have any requirements which I would be able to assist? So he still thinks, it's your understanding, he still thinks CNN might be interested in evacuations, right?
I also thought it was possible he was trying to feel me out, figure out, exactly why I was reaching out also.
Is there a particular message that caused you to feel that way?
No, I just thought it was a possible interpretation.
You thought it was a possible interpretation. Okay. Can we go to slide 5, please? You write, hey, Zach, Katie Bowe here. I'm stuck covering some hearings. Can you chat at 12:30? And Zach writes, hey, hi, Katie. Unfortunately, I'll be tied up for most of the day. Can circle back tomorrow and Friday. Do you have any requirements? So again, he asks you, do you have any requirements? And you still understood at that point him to be referring to evacuations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified, and so at this point, I think PX 120, we're on Signal now, right?
I believe so, but I don't have the, you're showing me, I don't have my original record in front of me, but
You eventually switched to Signal.
yes, I think this is at the moment which we
Yep.
switched to Signal.
And here, we'll just, Your Honor, my approach just so she has the exhibits in front of her in case.
You know what he's got.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, I'm just going to give you a copy just in case you need to look at it.
Thank you.
So this is what we have on the left side of the screen, and this is what we have on the
Okay.
right hand on the screen.
Good. I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Ms. Lillis, you testified in direct that you were open to the idea of hearing, hold on. Oh, you said, so we're talking about the Signal messages. I want to back up for a second. You said that it's standard operating procedure for you to have all of your Signal messages delete after 1 week?
Yes.
That doesn't make you shady, right?
No, I think that makes me trustworthy for the people who are talking to me.
Doesn't mean, just because you have self-deleting messages, doesn't mean you're doing anything illegal, right? So you tell Marquardt, what's your deadline? He wants to chat tomorrow. Marquardt writes back, today would be better. This won't run this week. Can we flash forward? Can we go to slide 7, please? So you write back, we're actually working on some reporting relating to ongoing efforts to help get Afghans out of the country. And your name came up in a couple conversations we've had recently, hoping to ask you a little bit about your operation. Zach writes back, yes, I've heard CNN was asking about me, which is why I connected. I thought perhaps you needed assistance rescuing Afghans. Says, I'd rather not be named in any reporting. So at this point, you know Zach didn't want to be named in reporting, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to the next slide. So this is the point of the conversation. You offer an off-the-record call. He says, sure, if you will agree, I won't be named in any article. And you say, I can't promise that in advance, but if you do agree to speak off the record, that guarantees that any of the reporting we have won't reflect that you spoke to us. And I think this is the point. You say he's real leery, and so we're looking at what you said to Marquardt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to talk to him off the record right now. Marquardt says, wait, hold up. What does that give us? What was your understanding of why Marquardt had a problem with the off-the-record conversation?
I think we were just sort of having a conversation about, if this does become a story, right? Like if we obtain enough information where we do eventually report something, your reporting is in a stronger position if it has on the record comments from different people that you have spoken to.
So you don't know at this point whether or not Zach's going to end up in the story?
No, we do not.
Okay. And you're right, I can't promise that in advance, but if you do agree, that guarantees that any reporting we won't have reflect that you spoke to us. So you're explaining to him the ground rules of off the record, right?
Correct.
Can we go to the next slide? And so now you start kind of strategizing with Marquardt about what to say to him, right? And so you write at 9:51, I said what we talked about on the phone, I want to talk about your operation. So you're telling, the reason you're putting that in quotes is you're sort of copy-pasting what you're sending to Zach and then copy-pasting that into your chat with Marquardt?
I wouldn't say I was copy-pasting. In this instance, what I'm saying is that I'm saying what Alex and I had spoke. I am telling Alex that I am saying to Mr. Young what Alex and I had discussed how we were going to approach him.
So why are you putting it in quotes?
Just to, indicate like that's, roughly what I'm going to say, or that's,
Okay, can we go to slide 10? Okay, Marquardt responds. So I think at this point, you think he knows, you say now he knows it's for reporting. 951.
Yes.
Marquardt responds, does he? Talking about the operation could mean we need people out. So Marquardt still might think that Zach still thinks this is about evacuations, right?
He's just a beat behind in the conversation, essentially.
Got it. And you sort of bring him up to speed there. He wouldn't get on the phone until I answered directly. And I couldn't lie to him, obviously. Marquardt says no. And he says, I've seen him shut people down immediately if they don't have sponsors for money. We eventually see some of those messages, right?
Yes.
All right. And you can't mislead Zach in this conversation, right? You can't lie to him. You can't mislead him.
I can't lie to him about who I am or why I'm reaching out to him, which is for the
You
purpose.
can lie to him about other things?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't, but
So you can't lie to him?
I can't lie to him, yes.
Okay. Can we go to slide 11? All right. And this is where you comment what a shitbag, and that's because of the messages on Marquardt. He hasn't shared them with you yet, but you think he's a shitbag at this point.
Yes, in this instance, I am responding to what Alex has just told me about he'll shut people down if they don't have sponsors to pay. That's
Okay.
what I'm responding to with.
Okay. Do you still think Zach is a shitbag, or?
I think shutting people down when they don't have money to pay is a pretty shitbaggy thing to do.
Understood. And Alex writes, can you keep just saying we can talk on the phone? You say I am. But if I can earn some trust here, you could cold call. He writes, yeah, for sure. And so then we go back over to the left side of the screen. This is you. I think trying to earn some trust, you say, well, Zach, it offers you the opportunity to understand what we're working on and make sure we have the story straight and to make your case to keep your name out of it. So you tell him you can keep your name out of it here, right?
I tell him if he gets on the phone with me and we have an off-the-record conversation, I'm telling him that he can make his case to keep his name out of it. I am in no way guaranteeing that he can keep his name out of it.
Because there's no guarantee his name's going to be in the story at this point.
Correct.
And you tell him, I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to slide 12? So here he goes. Zach responds, what's the nature of the story beyond Afghan rescue? There are lots of people involved in these efforts past few months. What's your interest in me specifically? You write back 15 minutes later. Let's speak on the phone tomorrow. I can run you through all of that. You don't tell him the details of this story at this point, right?
No, I was hoping to do that on the phone.
Not by text?
No, I prefer to have that kind of conversation on the phone because I think you lose nuance and tone over text.
And he writes, I think we've seen this a few times. There's a typo. I'd rather understand why the interest in me specifically before we speak. So Zach has asked you twice at this point why the interest in him, right? He's asking you for why
Yes,
the interest
yeah.
in you. You don't tell him that over text, right?
Well, eventually I do. I'm very specific in a few messages down from this.
And you don't tell him that he's 100% going to be on CNN, right?
And no, at that point I didn't know whether he was or wasn't.
You don't tell him that he's going to be the example of someone operating in a black market?
At that point I didn't know whether he was or wasn't.
And Ms. Lillis, using a cover when reporting on a story is against the ethical rules of journalism?
Using a false identity would be against the ethical rules of journalism. So if that's how you're defining cover, then yes, that would be against the ethical rules of journalism. In the context in which in the context in which I used it, that was not what I was referring to. I wasn't referring to using a false identity or misrepresenting who I was.
Okay. And you would never hide your identity in reporting on a story?
No.
Okay. Let's keep going. Slide 13, please. So Mr. Marquardt writes, just got to the office. If the cover is blown, I say we just approach it gently and say we've been doing stories on evacuations. We can point to all we've done and understand that he's working on them too. And we want to know the lay of the land. You write, alas, I think our cover was blown when we made the initial outreach. So there's some form of cover going on here, right?
We're having a discussion about how to handle the initial outreach to Mr. Young, but I wouldn't, again, I would very much emphasize that cover here is not referring to a misrepresentation of who we are.
Now, you testified on your direct about what you meant by the word cover, right? Do you recall at your deposition not knowing what you meant by that word?
No, but...
Okay, so would it help to see your deposition to refresh your recollection? I think, are there binders in front of you up there?
Deposition transcripts.
That's it. Yes, we left them. Let me just make sure this is the right one. Yes. Here you go. Page. So these are the pages. If you could go to page 153, line 13.
Yes.
Okay, can you read your answers 13 through 16?
What did you,
Read them to yourself.
oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay, so at your deposition, you didn't know what you meant by the word cover, right?
No, I obviously didn't recall in the moment.
In the moment, okay, but you now have an understanding of what you meant by the word cover?
I think so. I mean, it's been, look, you are asking me to recall events that took place, 3 years ago now? And, I probably wasn't expecting this question and hadn't had a minute to think about it in the context of the deposition. And I've obviously thought about it since because I was asked in my deposition, so.
Okay, and now you have a better understanding of what you were meant there?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay. Ms. Lillis, isn't having a cover the opposite of being a straight shooter?
I mean, what we have quite literally said here is that we don't have a cover. In fact, the words used are, I think our cover was blown. So, there is no cover here. I'm just telling you who I am.
At one point, once your cover was blown, you weren't being a straight shooter before that?
I was a straight shooter. I would argue that I was a straight shooter with him all the way through my conversation. Did I ultimately tell him more at the end of the conversation than I told him in my very, very first text message to him? Absolutely. But at no point did I misrepresent who I was or that I had questions about his business model.
Okay. Can we take that blow up down? Let's go to slide 14, please. So you write, he knows he's doing something shady, though, clearly. And then Marquardt writes, I just say hit him with it. We understand that you are asking for $75,000 for a vehicle to Pakistan. And those quotes, so there Marquardt's telling you what to say to Zach, right?
He's suggesting a question, yes.
Okay. And you say, I'll do that if he says no to the soft pedal approach. I've been super light touch and friendly. His reticence tells me something. Like the other folks working evacs can't wait to talk to you, And he talked about sort of that urgency from other evacuation services on your direct, right? Mm-hmm. Did it ever occur to you, that maybe he doesn't want to talk because he's using discretion to allow his clients to make the decision on whether or not their evacuations are talked about publicly?
It occurred to me that there could be very, very good reasons why he didn't want to talk about his business. I wouldn't say that I had sort of specific ideas in mind what those very good reasons were, but it certainly occurred to me that his reasons might have been good. It's why I offered to talk to him off the record.
Okay. And so, same time that Marquardt sends you that, and you say you're going to do the soft pedal approach, you do the soft pedal approach. You're right. We've been doing a series of stories on evacuations and the various different models folks are following to get paid out. Understand you're working on them too, and just want to understand the lay of the land. You didn't report on any other evacuation. CNN didn't report on any evacuation models in the story, right?
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to remember. I didn't write the story, so I'd have to look at the whole story again, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, sitting here right now, you don't remember if the story had any other models besides Zach's?
Well, I'm quite certain it mentioned, widespread efforts to get Afghans out of the country. There were lots and lots of people doing this, and I'm pretty sure the top talked about, like, SIV.
But Zach was the only operator mentioned?
Of the private operators, yes. He was in a story that was discussing private operators who were apparently using a for-profit model. While the story mentioned several operators, his is the only one who was named, yes.
And can we go to slide 15, please? Okay, so here let's focus on the right. Marquardt writes, eventually we need to hit him hard with it and let him know that we have many texts that he sent to people with all his outrageous prices, and we plan to report both his name and what he said to people, including calling one American activist a bad word. And you write, yes. And then Marquardt writes, so he's going to be on CNN. You write, yes, 100%. So you didn't write back, there's a strong chance he's going to be on CNN. You said there's 100% a chance he's going to be on CNN.
I also immediately said, but don't you think we ought to try to talk him into actually talking first?
But you said, I understand, but you said, when Marquardt says he's going to be on CNN, he doesn't say there's a chance he's on CNN, and you say 100%.
I mean, at that point, in fairness, we were beginning to, I'm beginning to see some of these text message exchanges that Alex had that I didn't. And I was becoming convinced that his conduct was newsworthy.
You were
in real
100%
time.
sure he was going to be on CNN at this point.
I wouldn't take that as a literal statement, honestly.
Okay. Would you take Marquardt's statement as a literal statement?
He seemed a little further down the track in his reporting than I was, but, he had more reporting than I did. He had obtained all of these contemporaneous conversations in between Mr. Young and potential clients, and I didn't have all of that reporting. I'm just talking to Mr. Young, so I'm basically operating off of, at this point, what I'm hearing from my trusted colleague, Alex, who has a lot more reporting than I do, and the conversations that I was having with Mr. Young.
So he's further on down the road than 100%.
No, I said he's further on down the road than I am. Right, he has more reporting than I do at this moment in the conversation.
You're 100% sure he's going to be on CNN at this point.
I'm indicating broad agreement with Alex, broad trust, I should say, in Alex's reporting.
Can we go back to slide 12, please? Can you go either up one slide or down one slide? Yeah, here. So just an hour and 15 minutes earlier, you told him, I'm going to give you a chance to make your case to keep your name out of it. You see that? Mm-hmm. Hour and 15 minutes later, you're 100% sure he's going to be on CNN.
Well, in between the message from me and the message to, I would say two things. In between the message that I sent Mr. Young and the exchange between me and Alex had sent me more reporting, and he had also told me, I've seen him shut people down immediately if they don't have sponsors for money, which is the message immediately before I call him a shitbag. So I'm responding to the reporting that I'm receiving in real time, which was making me increasingly believe that his conduct was newsworthy. I would also say that when I tell him, I'm going to give you the opportunity to make your case to make a case to keep your name out of it, that offer remains open. But at this point, he has still declined to take advantage of that offer.
You tell him you're a straight shooter?
Well, we weren't on the phone. I told him I was a straight shooter, but I said, let's get on the phone, and he didn't get on the phone. I said, let's get on the phone, and I will tell you where we are, and we will have a fulsome conversation about this, and he declined that opportunity.
Were you being a straight shooter with him over the texts?
I would argue that telling him an off-the-record conversation would offer you the opportunity to understand what we're working on and make sure I have the story straight and make your case to keep your name out of it. I don't know how to be any more clear than that.
Okay, well, let's go back to slide 15. You could have told him that Marquardt had decided he's going to be on CNN, right? That would have been pretty clear. That you had 100% decided he was going to be on CNN.
At this point, my goal is to get him on the phone and to get him to talk to me and to explain his business model to me. And taking a less confrontational approach to that seemed to me to be the most productive way to encourage him to talk to me. And if there was a good case to be made to keep his name out of it, to do so.
So you're willing to say whatever you needed to get him on the phone? I'm struggling here because you're telling this, Marquardt's telling you he's going to be on CNN. You write 100%. And so are you just trying to tell him whatever you need to tell him to get him on the phone at this point?
No, I'm trying to encourage him to talk to me so that he can answer some questions. My goal is to get the complete story. My goal is to understand. My goal is to, if possible, find the truth. And the best way that I can do that is by talking to him directly. Asking him questions is my sole goal.
And you thought that it would be counterproductive to your sole goal by telling him he's going to be on CNN?
I mean, we didn't have a story written at this point. Like,
you say 100% he's going to be on CNN.
is there a question?
The question is, I'm trying to understand why you're being a straight shooter. If you're offering him the chance, why are you telling Mr. Marquardt he's 100% going to be on CNN?
As I said to you a moment ago, I wouldn't take that as a literal statement. I'm saying to Alex here, look, I trust your reporting. You seem like you have a lot of reporting here that we are headed in that direction, but we're not there yet.
Should we take the straight shooter comment as a literal statement?
Yes.
Ms. Lillis, you testified in direct that you were open to the idea of hearing out the facts that would make this newsworthy, right? Testified that in your line of work, getting the full story is important? So, Zach trusts, at this point, he does trust your representations. He says, okay, I'd be happy to talk and help you understand what's actually been effective and what is not, but would still prefer to not be named in the article as a condition to talking to you. I know many out here adore the attention, but I'm not one of them. So again, he says, look, I'd like to talk, but as a condition, I'd like to keep my name out of it. Again, you don't tell him that. At least one of your colleagues has decided his name's going in it at this point, right?
I don't. I'm not inside Alex's brain, but as I said, he appeared to be more confident at that. He appeared to be confident at that point that he had enough reporting that this was probably going to turn into a story, but it was not a story yet.
So you didn't feel you needed to tell Zach where you were in the reporting?
At that point, no.
Okay. And even though the first thing Mr. Marquardt tells you in the morning is that he wants to get to a point by the end of the day where he calls him on camera. You didn't tell Zach that, right?
Talk to him.
On camera.
Sorry, please, could you ask that question one more time?
Right. You're saying still don't know whether or not you're going to be on. You're still truth gathering, but you don't tell Zach that Mr. Marquardt's already decided he's going to call you on camera at the end of the day. You don't tell Zach that, right?
I mean, I don't really think we're there yet, because Alex, as Alex says, I would like to get to a place where I'm calling him on camera at the end of the day, but
Okay. Let's go to page 16. You write, LOL, he's trying to pull the, I want you to promise you won't name me in any article as a condition for talking. Sorry, my dude. You thought it was funny that Zach didn't want to be named in the story?
no, I wouldn't say funny, sorry. I am.
Another
this is
offhanded LOL?
Yeah, this is a solidly millennial LOL.
Millennial LOL.
I was indicating that it was not an offer that I would entertain, or it was not a request that I would entertain.
Okay. But you were sorry, my dude? What's...
I was indicating, like, no, I would not do this.
Okay. Right after you said 100% he's going to be on CNN, we can go back a page.
No, let me see where I am in the full conversation here. Yes, right after I say, but don't you think we ought to try to talk him into actually talking first? And no, okay, I'm caught up.
All right. So I guess Marquardt doesn't get your millennial humor. He says that's really funny. He's responding to your LOL.
He's responding to the suggestion that that I might promise somebody that they wouldn't be named in an article.
He writes, well then, if he wants to go off the record, then fine, but of course that's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm going to have to just text him the hardball questions. Great. Then I'll try to call him on camera. Oh, so there was a decision. At this
point, we've created a plan to try to obtain some reporting here.
You created a plan to get him on camera.
Yes, Alex is saying, okay, I'm going to call this guy on camera later this afternoon.
Between 8:30 and 11:30, you created the plan to get him on camera.
Yes, insofar as I think you can call this a plan, but yes.
He says he's going to call. I mean, those are your words, not mine.
Yeah. I'm agreeing.
Okay. Can we go to slide 22, please? Okay, so here's where you start hitting them with the hardball questions. 12:54, so we're an hour and a half later. You write them, that's part of why I hope to talk about the price model. Our understanding is you're asking for $75,000 for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15,000 for a single person to the UAE. That seems exorbitant for folks who clearly don't have the money. And he writes, pricing always depends on the local resource. So he's pretty responsive to this. 5 minutes later, he writes, pricing is always dependent on local resource availability. No Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able to. Rather, we focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support those Afghans most likely in need. The kill list. You gave this information to Mr. Marquardt?
I don't recall. I assume so. I think I gave him everything out of these exchanges.
Okay.
At some point or another.
Zach tells you no Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
You gave that information to Marquardt, Mr. Marquardt.
Yes, I assume so.
That doesn't make its way into the segment, does it?
No Afghan is ever expected to pay for evac costs?
Yeah.
Well, the segment says very clearly that Mr. Young was trying to get corporate sponsors to pay, not the Afghans directly.
The segment doesn't say that Afghans face exorbitant pricing. The segment says corporate sponsors face exorbitant pricing.
Well, the Afghans are still the ones facing the exorbitant prices. The question is who's paying it on the other end.
And the segment in your mind says that very clearly?
The segment, yeah, talks about corporate sponsors, as does the story.
Okay. So he says we focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support those Afghans. So you reported that in the story?
I didn't. I'm not. By the time we get to the creation of the story and the video segment, I'm not involved.
Oh, so you don't know whether or not that was reported in the story?
Well, I mean, I've read it since then
And-
several times, but so but as a reader, I would say not as a. I wasn't involved in the construction of the.
Does the story include this response from Mr. Young?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Does the story say that Mr. Young is focused on corporate sponsors?
I'd have to go back through and read the whole story, but it is my understanding that both the print piece and the digital piece talk about the corporate sponsors being.
And they talk about that. Mr. Young said the story says, under your understanding, that no Afghan is expected to pay for evacuation costs?
I have no idea whether that's quoted
Oh.
specifically, if that's what you're asking me. Sorry, I'm a little confused with the question you're asking me as right
I'm
now.
asking you, does the story say that no Afghan is expected to pay for evacuation costs?
I would have to read it again.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not the story says that.
I guess I don't. I guess I don't.
Okay. Can we go to slide 25, please? Or 23. Oh, you're actually right. This is interesting. He claims pricing always depends on local resource availability, and at any given time in an highly unstable environment, no Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. Rather, we focused on aligning corporate sponsors. You found Zach's response interesting.
I did.
You would have liked that to be included in the story.
I wouldn't say that at all. I wasn't involved in the putting together of the story, so
You found it newsworthy.
I found it interesting and worthy of additional questions.
Did you find it newsworthy? You don't know.
I'm not there yet. Yeah. I'm not at that point. I'm not there yet. I guess as far as I can say. I had more questions.
When did you decide it was newsworthy?
I didn't decide it was newsworthy at all, in the sense that I didn't write this story. So imagine me as the very, very early, sort of participant in the putting together of this story, and not the guy who's ultimately putting the cake in the oven, if that makes sense.
Are you distancing yourself from the story?
No, not at all.
Can we go back to slide 22? So, so at the time that, right before Zach sends you this, Mr. Marquardt says, some would say, at best, the prices you are demanding are outrageous, even predatory, at worst, that you are scamming them. And Mr. Marquardt's putting that in quotes again, so that you said that to Zach?
He's suggesting language for a question.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right. And Zach responds as right at, so you write to Mr. Marquardt at 101. When we can ensure delivery for less, we do, but it always depends on the local environment, which is dynamic and incredibly challenging. 1 minute later, you copy and paste that to Mr. Marquardt. Mr. Marquardt responds, he's playing cleanup, looking for screen grabs where he told Afghans how much they would pay, focused on aligning corporate sponsors. He's telling Afghans that unless they have money, he won't help. So Mr. Marquardt sort of not believing anything Mr. Young is saying at this point, right? He's not taking Mr. Young's side of the story?
I interpreted him as being skeptical, yes.
Okay. He'd already kind of made up his mind?
You would have to ask Alex that.
Okay. Is it your understanding that he's already made up his mind?
It was my understanding that he was skeptical.
Okay. So, can we go to slide 25, please? All right, so this is where Mr. Marquardt starts sending you the screenshots. We've already looked at a number of these. Go to slide 27, please. So this is the first time you're seeing the screenshots, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of, when you called him a shitbag earlier, you hadn't seen any of these screenshots, right?
I was responding to Alex's description of his own reporting.
Okay, and you respond here, whoa, so you're sort of taken aback from the screenshots, right?
Yes, I certainly was taken aback by his, by these screenshots, yes.
You thought this was newsworthy?
I thought that these screenshots added to a growing picture of that I was beginning to get of Mr. Young.
Okay, and if we can go to slide 28. Okay, so now you tell him this is where you kind of reveal to him that you've got some screenshots, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You tell him I'm looking at text exchanges. We've read that. We read that on your direct testimony. And Marquardt's saying a fair question. He's, I think, still giving you some questions. His fair question is whether he's making money off this. You tell Mr. Marquardt, just ask that, haha, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can we go to slide 29? So this is where Mr. Marquardt sends you the run for the border screenshot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you testified on direct that you found this particularly offensive, correct? Do you know that Mr. Lerner is an American?
I don't know who he is.
Okay. You didn't, sitting here today, do you understand he's not an Afghan?
I mean, with the name David Lerner, I would assume not.
Okay. And do you understand that shortly after this exchange, Mr. Young blocks him?
Yes,
You understood that at the time?
that was my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. Can we go to slide 30, please? So Marquardt's telling you looks like he blocks people pretty quickly, have them run for the border themselves, and this is where you say, wow, this guy's an asshole. Audible. You say audible question mark, right? And that's because in the previous slide, Zach represents, he's been doing work for Audible, right?
Yes.
You found that interesting.
Yeah, I was, just because I was surprised that Audible had offices in Afghanistan. They're an audiobook company. So I just didn't know that. So that's what I'm reacting to there.
You never contacted Audible to see if Zach's claim of working with them to evacuate women was correct?
Alex may have, but I didn't.
Okay. Sitting here today, you don't know whether or not Alex reached out to Audible?
I don't.
Okay, he didn't.
Objection.
So you testified that you were looking to give him a chance to give you evidence to change your mind?
Mm-hmm.
You testified that on direct that if he gave you something, you would have absolutely followed up with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you didn't follow up with Audible to see if he was doing work with Audible?
As I said, Alex may have, but I did not. My role in this story truly was cabined to really this exchange.
You said on direct that if he gave you information that would change your mind, you absolutely would have followed up.
That wasn't my information. That screenshot went to Alex. It was Alex's. So I wouldn't.
It was information about Zach.
Right, but again, my role in this was the conversation that I had with Mr. Young. This was Alex's story. It was broadly, I don't intend to pass the buck here, but this was his story. It is his name that appears at the top of it. So he would have done most of that reporting, and I would have trusted him.
But on direct, you said if you had information on, you would have absolutely followed up on it.
If I had had a conversation myself with Mr. Young, and he had given me a piece of information that was worth following up on, then I would have followed up on it. But I never had that conversation.
So if you received that screenshot from Mr. Young, you would have called Audible?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. And if Mr. Marquardt didn't call Audible, that'd be a problem?
I wasn't involved in that part of the reporting, so
Would it have been bad reporting if Mr. Marquardt didn't contact Audible?
I don't know what additional reporting that he did to confirm, different pieces of this, and so I just don't. I'm not really able to answer that question.
Okay. You said you weren't on direct. You weren't aware of anyone who's making money off evacuations, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware that the airlines that were flying in and out of Afghanistan were charging money?
I would assume that airlines coming in and out of Afghanistan there would be costs associated with that. That's part of the cost of evacuations
And the airlines would be profiting, right?
I don't know what their models were.
You didn't look into this? The airlines, right?
No, I did not.
Would it surprise you that it cost $750,000 to get an airplane out of Afghanistan?
An airplane? I honestly don't have any basis for that knowledge, but I would note that a lot of people that were being evacuated from Afghanistan were going by car, not airplane, because there simply weren't a lot of planes going in and out of Kabul at the time the airport was shut. So.
Okay, and if you could go to slide 31. Okay, at the bottom there, he writes, I don't mind telling him that we are telling the story of Afghans being told to pay outrageous amounts, and he's an example of that. You never told Zach that, right?
I did not personally, no.
Okay.
Not in the conversation that I had with him.
You just had the one conversation with
Yeah,
him?
I just had the one conversation with him.
And you didn't tell him?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Not at any point?
No, yes, not in the conversation that I had with him.
Okay. Can we go to slide 32, please? Zach writes, we'll leave it with the recent sponsors to whom you have already reached out to decide if they would like to provide comment. I hope they do, but I will honor their wishes. So Zach here thinks that you have reached out to sponsors, right?
He seems to, but again, I have no basis of knowledge.
And you didn't feel the need to correct them?
I didn't know that those reach outs hadn't happened, right? Like Alex had clearly done an enormous amount of reporting that I wasn't privy to all of it.
So you felt it was fine to leave them with the impression that you had reached out to sponsors?
Obviously I did,
Okay.
because I didn't know whether those had or hadn't happened.
And you write, we're not in any rush. Getting it right is why I'm talking to you. Let me rephrase this question. Can you explain why it costs $75,000 for a civil vehicle to get to Pakistan, $15,000 to UAE? How does the math work? So you write, we're not in any rush. Getting it right is why I'm talking to you. You never followed up with Zach to tell him when the story was going to run, right?
I personally did not. It is my understanding that Alex had engagements with him after this.
When they were in a rush, right?
I wasn't a part of those engagements, so I can't tell you.
Okay, and Zach, if we could go to slide 37. So here, Zach sends you a number of screenshots. So this is 7 minutes after the conversation we just looked at. He writes, I do quite a lot, whether they have a sponsor behind them or not. I'm sure whoever brought me to your attention knows that and has their own motivation for promoting slander. Again, please make sure you have your facts aligned before taking a few text messages and running with it. I think here, if you zoom in on the screenshots, please, there's a Ken McCoy. Did you pass these communications along to Mr. Marquardt?
Yes, and that name, and suggested that he reach out.
You never tried to contact Mr. McCoy.
No, I handed that over to Alex.
You don't know whether or not Mr. Marquardt ever tried to contact Mr. McCoy?
Don't know.
Okay. You never tried to follow up on any of the information that Zach provided you here?
That information I passed along to the primary reporter on the story, Alex Marquardt.
Right, but you said on direct, if you were given additional info, you absolutely would have followed up.
Which is what I did. I passed it along to the primary reporter. We were operating under the same organizational umbrella. So to me, that is following up on something. Like I'm
passing it along to somebody else?
Providing it to a reporter who is the primary reporter on this story.
So you kind of, did you ever check with Mr. Marquardt to make sure he did follow up?
No, I trust Alex, and this was his story.
Okay. So you put your trust absolutely in Mr. Marquardt to follow up?
He's a very good journalist.
Okay. Are you aware that he never did follow up with Mr.
I don't
McCoy?
know one way or the other.
You don't know. Okay. Now, the segment didn't report on any of the Zach's successful evacuations, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
It didn't help report on any of his efforts to actually help Afghans?
I wasn't involved in putting it together, so my memory is not going to be as...
Okay, can we go to slide 40, please? So I think, Mr. Marquardt here is expressing some disbelief on the numbers, right? You guys were very focused on understanding his numbers.
Yes, that was a primary goal for us.
And he writes, this whole convo has been like this, which I think is why I'm wondering if he's kind of making it all up. And this is where Mr. Marquardt writes, it's your funeral, bucko. You write total amateur hour, ha ha, bucko. Is that just sort of a millennial, ha ha?
I just thought the word bucko was funny, especially coming from Alex.
Okay. You said in your direct testimony that when talking with the subject of your story, you want to establish trust.
Mm-hmm.
By misleading them, that's how you establish trust with the source?
I disagree with your characterization that I was misleading him. I ultimately asked him extremely direct questions that indicated precisely what we were interested in learning.
You said on direct that one party is more, that typically in stories, one party is more vulnerable than the other, right?
Yeah.
Is that sort of another way of saying typically need a villain for a story?
No.
You also said on direct, you catch more flies with honey. Do you think Mr. Young was a fly?
No, it's just an expression to suggest that if you want to have a productive conversation with somebody, you're more likely to have a productive conversation with somebody if you are nice, for lack of a better word, and not, being ugly to somebody.
Do you mislead them?
No, I would argue that's not misleading somebody at all.
Isn't it kind of just gotcha journalism? That's another name for gotcha journalism, right?
I don't think that's gotcha journalism, again, because in the course of this exchange, I was incredibly direct about what I wanted to know.
You told him he was 100% going to be on CNN?
By the end of this conversation, I am asking him, I want to understand if this is a for-profit model. Can you please account for the math? These prices seem exorbitant for Afghans.
You didn't tell him he was going to be on CNN.
At that point, Katie Bowe-Lillis, did not know if he was going to be on CNN. We were still in the process of reporting the story.
You only 100% knew he was going to be on CNN.
As I have said before, I wouldn't regard that as a literal statement of, okay, tomorrow we're going to put you on CNN.
And a comment, when you read on direct testimony, his comments about libel, right? You said that this was sort of an example of him bullying you. You're conspiring with Mr. Marquardt, who declares it's his funeral, and you think Mr. Young is the one bullying you?
I wouldn't use the word conspiring.
You're communicating with Mr. Marquardt about Mr. Young's funeral, and he's the one bullying you?
A conversation in between two colleagues discussing where we are on some reporting was never intended to become public. I regard that very, very differently than a direct exchange of somebody threatening me with libel.
So you had a problem that your communications going public, but not the ones where Zach didn't think was going to go public?
I don't have a problem with them going public. I'm sitting here standing by them.
You understood the video segment to be describing a black market as an unregulated market, which some people were trying to get folks out of Afghanistan?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to Afghans to get them out of an unregulated market? To get out of it. Let me re-ask that. You understood that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to Afghans to get them out of Afghanistan, right?
Like I said, I'm pretty sure the video segment quotes Mr. Young directly as saying we align corporate sponsors.
I'm asking, you understand that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to get Afghans out of Afghanistan?
No, I'm telling you that I don't understand that that's what the video segment says.
Can we pull up? Can we go to page? Do you have Ms. Lillis's deposition? Can we go to line 47? Page 47, lines 8 through 13.
I'm sorry, page number one more time? What one?
Page 47, 8 through 13.
47, 8 through 13.
47?
47, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at 47 on the tiny pages.
Yeah. And you swore to tell the truth? Oh, I'll let you get there.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Page 47.
I'm on page 47, and it's
lines 8.
Wait, oh, I know I'm doing this wrong. Which tab am I?
Tab 5.
I'm in 5. That's
You're only
fine.
in 5, right?
Yes, sorry. Okay, page 40. Page 47.
So let me ask one more time. You understand that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to Afghans to get them out of Afghanistan?
Sorry, okay. All right, ask me the question one more time.
You understand that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to Afghans to get them out of Afghanistan?
My understanding now, having watched this segment like a lot of times, is that the segment and the story very clearly indicates that there were corporate sponsors involved in this. I do understand that my answer in the deposition to this is Zachary Young is operating.
Don't.
Sorry.
You gave a different answer at your deposition?
Yes, I understand that there appears to be a little difference in my answer in the deposition.
You understood the word black market to mean an unregulated market?
Mm-hmm.
You believe that the use of the term black market was not an error, though, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Surprised you that CNN issued a retraction?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, no?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Surprised you that CNN issued a retraction?
Yes, it did.
And Ms. Lillis, you didn't think about whether the story might blow up Mr. Young's life, did you?
I mean, not particularly, no.
No, you didn't. You didn't think about what the effect of your reporting would have on Mr. Young?
When I put together a story, there are a lot of different people that who I'm responsible to.
That's not the question. I'm asking you whether or not, when you put together your reporting, did you care about the consequences of Mr. Young?
I always am cognizant of the consequences.
Yes or no?
Yes, but it was a lower consideration than to other constituents that I had responsibility towards, like Afghans.
You remember giving a deposition in this case?
Mm-hmm.
And you swore to tell the truth at that deposition?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we go to page 117, lines 11 through 14? And I'd like to read her testimony into the record.
Your Honor, in fairness, I think probably it starts at line 4 on page 117.
That's a different, I mean, I think the question and answer start at 11 through 14 is direct as to, but, all right, well, I mean, you can use it.
At your deposition, you were asked, did you think about whether the story might blow up Zach's life? Not particularly, no. That was your answer?
Yes.
Ms. Lillis, you'd run the story again, wouldn't you?
It wasn't my decision to run this story, but I do stand by it, yes.
You're not sorry to Zach about the nature of your conversations with him, right?
I'm not.
You're not sorry that you misled Zach?
I don't believe I misled him.
You're not sorry about your involvement in the story?
I am not.
Okay. No further questions.
How long you got on?
I have one question, Your Honor. I mean, there might be a follow-up based on how it goes, but...
Our attorney said, I just got one question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Mez, if you could just put up PX 120. And it's something we looked at before, Ms. Lillis. I'm trying to be brief because I know we have a break coming. And if you go to page 7, Mr. DeMezza. So, Ms. Lillis, I think Mr. Roche was asking you some questions, about did you kind of ask Mr. Young, like, the hard questions? Did you tell him, like, what you were looking for? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
So if you look at this page, you said, I'm looking at some text exchanges with a potential evac case who you asked if he has a sponsor to cover the $15K cost, and when he didn't, it looks like you ended the engagement. That's not exactly lining up sponsors. Can you point me to some cases where you've successfully connected a sponsor and an evac case? What were you asking him for?
I was looking for examples where he had been successful in getting somebody out of the country with sponsorship money that he had arranged.
Why did you want to know that?
Because it would make his conduct not newsworthy. Like it would tip me toward the side of, like, this is not a story that's worth reporting.
Why is that?
Because it would suggest that he was, representing his services accurately, and we could, people could make up their own minds on whether or not they wanted to pay that much money, I suppose.
Mr. Young responded, and he said that he wouldn't provide that information, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you got questions, Ms. Lillis, go ahead and write them down, tear out a page, fold it over regardless, and pass it to the bailiff. Counsel. Ready? All right. There are several juror questions here, and just for the record, there was no objections to any of the questions from counsel or the court. So I'll go ahead and ask you all the questions submitted by the jurors. Do you feel that Americans are obligated to speak to you/CNN?
No, no one is obligated to speak to us. It is their free decision if they choose to or don't choose to.
All right. To what length must someone go to in order not to speak to you? Must they speak to you to not speak with you?
That's a really good question. there's a lot of people that I have a responsibility to. Sorry, this is going to be a little bit of a long answer, but I'll try to keep it tight. There's a lot of people that I have responsibility to when I'm writing a story. I have a responsibility to the people who are appearing in the story, in this case, Afghans and Mr. Young. I also have a responsibility to the American public, the American taxpayer, particularly when I'm writing about government activities so that they understand how their money is being spent. When there is as in this case, we had evidence that there was somebody who might be profiting off of the misery of others, off of this just cataclysmically tragic situation in Afghanistan, I felt that the higher priority that I had was to continue to push for answers from Mr. Young, rather than to sort of back away from the hunt for answers here. Because in this instance, I was thinking about Afghans trying to get out of the country, and I was thinking about the many service members and former, agency officers, CIA officers who I knew for whom this was incredibly personal and incredibly painful, this notion that there were people that were going to be left behind. And so that was of a higher consideration at that moment than to stop pursuing trying to talk to Mr. Young. It's never, I guess the answer to that is sort of there's always a lot of different considerations that go into the question of, like, when do you say, okay, I'm going to stop engaging with somebody?
Perfect lead into the next question. At what point do you accept someone not wishing to speak or comment?
It very, very much depends on the context. It depends on, sort of what judgment I or my news organization can make about sort of what the greater priority is. And in this instance, I felt that the higher priority was determining whether or not there was truth to the allegations contained in some of these text messages that my colleague Alex had received that suggested that Mr. Young might be profiting off of this situation.
Do they lose this right as they express discomfort or evade questions?
The right not to speak to me?
Yeah, it was a follow-up to the last question, so yeah, to not speak or comment.
Oh, yeah, no, you always have the right to not speak or comment. You are, he could have, Mr. Young could have simply never, well, first of all, he reached out to me, but he could have never reached out. He could have stopped answering any of my questions. He could have completely disengaged. He did none of those things. He continued to talk to me.
A chance to make your case to keep your name out of it sounds akin to guilty until proven innocent. Can you clarify how your approach is really the opposite, innocent until proven guilty?
Well, first of all, we're not a court of law. Like the standard for, whether somebody's conduct is newsworthy, whether it winds up in a news article, is not whether it's illegal or not. It's in this instance, it is, whether it should be exposed that that someone could be profiting off of, the misery of Afghans. I know I keep saying that, but that was what made it worthy to me to continue asking questions. Like, we had enough information about, we had enough, corroboration in the form of these text messages, essentially, to suggest that there was a reason to be asking these questions, and so we were continuing to ask them. But had a case been made that there's more here, then we would have, backed away. Does that answer the question?
It wasn't answered.
I know.
This is a follow-up. Can you understand, given this fresh perspective, that your approach could scare someone? This is a follow-up to the questions about how you phrased the.
Oh, I see. It's connected to the.
The last question.
I could understand, as a hypothetical matter, how someone might be frightened by being approached by a reporter. But I would argue in this instance, Mr. Young was publicly advertising his services. He was on LinkedIn, a public forum, advertising that this is what he did and this is what he could offer. He also reached out to me. And so in that context, I'm not really sure how that could be, deemed scary.
All right. If you feel that vulnerable people are being taken advantage of, then is someone obligated to talk to you?
No one is ever obligated to talk to me. That is always their choice. But it is also my responsibility to try to get people to talk to me. That is my responsibility, is to seek information.
Do people have a right to not be named in a news story?
I'm tripping up on the word right, which is sort of why I'm...
Yeah, and I guess I said the court didn't have any objections. I'm not asking for a legal conclusion as to a right, but in your opinion.
I believe it is the responsibility of news organizations and reporters like myself to think carefully about whether the conduct that we are going to expose and the person that we are going to name, whether that is newsworthy, whether it is in the public interest to know that this conduct is happening and that this named person is the one carrying it out. And in this instance, I feel very strongly that that bar was met.
All right, if Mr. Young cannot help an Afghan, what do you feel is an appropriate way to disengage?
I mean, a simple "I can't help," probably would have been enough. Simply blocking somebody without responding further. That seemed a little harsh to me, particularly when you couple that with his private comments about, well, let's let them run for the border and see how far they get.
Any follow-up, Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow?
Yes, just a couple questions. I think you just commented on the run for the border comment. David Lerner was an American, right?
I don't know who he was.
He lied to Zach about having a sponsor.
I don't know who he was, and I don't know anything about that exchange.
Can we put up PX 117 real quick? Can we go to page 17, please? And we can zoom in on the top. It says, is there a sponsor able to pay? David says yes. Zach then provides his pricing. David says, I'm not corporate. So you understand, David didn't have a sponsor, right?
Look, not knowing anything about this exchange, I could also interpret him to be saying, yes, I am the sponsor. I don't know.
It's reasonable to think that Zach just thought David was trying to waste his time, right?
I'm not a party to this exchange, but that's certainly not how I read it. It seems to me that Mr. Lerner here is asking some pretty reasonable questions that I too would have had.
When Zach tells him, have them run for the border, he's not saying to have human beings do it, is he?
I mean, that's my interpretation of this.
All right, well, just a couple more questions. You talked about the profiting off the misery of Afghans. Is that wrong in your view?
I think profiting off of the misery of other human beings it's not something I would strive to do.
You were paid to report on the evacuation of Afghans, right?
Mm-hmm.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I think everybody probably wants a break.
I will take our afternoon break. Just take your notepads, put them in your folders, leave them on your chairs when we take a break. We're going to take our afternoon recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom. Such as that recess. Remember the basic rule. Do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of the rules at all, please notify court personnel. And if you use your phones during the break, just make sure they're off before we come back in the courtroom. When we get back in the juror lounge and be ready to come back in at 10 minutes to 4. That's about 12, 13 minutes or so. All right, we'll be in recess till then. Room. What do you have next?
Mr. Levine.
All right. Think we can get them done in an hour?
I think it's probably a little bit longer.
Ambitious?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that plaintiffs put in probably what I think a lot of the cross would be in the deposition clips they put in. So I can't speak for them how much they want to do, but I think I probably have 45 minutes.
Okay. All right. How much do you think you got on cross? After, I mean, we played the video before for...
Probably not long, but that's what he said.
All right, well, I guess why don't we see where you get on direct. I think Mr. Levine will be here tomorrow anyway, right? Because, I mean, the other thing we do need to talk about on the jury instructions and stuff, just so that y'all can, I guess, prep for closing tomorrow. After Mr. Levine, who else do y'all have? Oh, yeah. Sorry, Ms. Lillis, you can step down.
After Mr. Levine's done, we'll rest.
Okay. And then you might have Mr. Whatever his name was. I can't remember his name from Helios.
I can't remember his name. Conway, Mr. Conway.
I knew it began with a C, and I was thinking Corbin, and I knew that wasn't it.
We gotta get in touch with him.
All right. I mean, I'd rather us at least be able to talk a little bit more and get closer to having the instructions and verdict done, so that'll help you all tonight get ready for closings.
Yes, sir.
So I guess let's see how long we got, where you're at with Mr. Levine, what you think, if we can still try to get him out of here at 5 and we can stay and talk. That work?
Sounds good.
All right. I'll see you all back in 10. Next witness.
CNN calls Adam Levine.
All right, Mr. Levine, if you can raise your right hand, face the clerk. And as I've said to everybody else, sit there, position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth.
Figuring it out.
You all ready? All right.
All right. Mr. Levine, you've been sitting here all trial, so you're now taking this seat. If you can, speak into the mic and talk to the jury. But I have a question before that. The jury saw some deposition clips of you yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, it looked like you were looking down for a lot of the videos. Can you explain to the jury what was going on?
Yeah, they had a video monitor, much like this one, but it was down here, so that's where I was focused most of the time because I was being asked about documents.
Okay. When you were deposed in both your individual capacity at one point and then later as a corporate representative of CNN?
That's correct.
Would you just explain to the jury what that meant to be deposed as a corporate representative?
Sure, it was new to me. To be a corporate representative, my understanding is in this case, they need someone to speak on behalf of CNN, to speak to various questions they might have about the company and the way it operates. So I was designated that person.
And so for purposes of our examination today, there might be questions where I ask you to speak on behalf of CNN, and then others where you give your own individual opinion. And let's just try to make sure that the record's very clear, okay?
You got it.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, can you introduce yourself to the jury? You've been sitting here all week.
I'm Adam Levine. I'm the Senior Vice President of News for Washington for CNN.
And how long have you been in media?
In media, about 28 or 29 years.
Where did you get your start?
So I started doing freelance journalism, and then I went to grad school. And then my first job was actually at Fox News. I had interned there for about a year, and then I worked on their international desk. And after that, I moved on to CNN. I started in business news for their financial channel, and I've moved around. I've done politics, I've done national security coverage, and then I've eventually ended up in the job I'm in today.
Okay. So when you came to CNN the first time, when you came to CNN, what were you doing? What type of jobs?
Yeah, I started at the very bottom, production assistant, running scripts, doing basic research, whatever anyone needed, I was willing to do to move up the ladder, frankly. I've done field producing, which is I've gone out with reporters and camera crews in the field to do stories, to cover events. I've run what they call desk coverage, which is I've run assignment desks, making decisions on sending out crews and such. I ran the 2004 CNN political coverage for that election, John Kerry, excuse me, that election. And then I eventually moved to Washington, where I started just doing general news. And then I was moved on to run Pentagon coverage. I then formulated a national security team, which includes, as you've heard from Katie Bowe and Alex, State Department coverage, which is diplomacy, Pentagon, which is covering our U.S. military, intelligence, we've added in cybersecurity. So all these matters that the U.S. government does, and also how it impacts and how they operate around the world. After that, I was promoted and I started to, as a VP, I ran, and I believe that was the job I had when this story ran, and I was in charge of coverage for the Justice team, which is coverage of Supreme Court, the Justice Department, the FBI, and law enforcement, as well as court cases and national security, and also enterprise, which is a subject that's come up here as well. And since then, I've moved to my current job, which is I'm responsible for all the coverage in Washington. So it's everything I just described, as well as the White House and Capitol Hill. I also oversee all of CNN investigations.
Okay. In terms of the people that the jury have heard testify, Mr. Marquardt, Ms. Lillis, and some of the other people, where do you sit in terms of that organization?
Right. So my responsibility is to be in charge of all of those reporters. They have main editors, like you've heard the name Mike Callahan, he runs national security. There are people like that for every topic. There are also editors like Tom Lumley who work with them. But my job is really from above to prioritize what stories are we covering, when are we covering them, how are we covering them, to work with the different shows. CNN has a lot of different shows to figure out where stories are going. It's really a top-level management approach to news and figuring out what is our priority, what is our strategy. I also weigh in on whether I think stories are ready to go. There's enough reporting there, working with our triad. So it's a variety of things, as well as managing everyone that's under me.
Okay. So let me start with some basics, some things that we haven't really talked about in this trial. How do stories come about? Like, where does a story get its start?
They come about in different ways. Sorry. One is what Katie Bell was saying. The reporter has questions about things that are happening and sees what might be an interesting way to tell a story to our audience that they might learn more about that story. There are events that happen, and we just cover those. And then there are more investigative efforts where we might be tipped to things, or we might learn about things that we delve into that might expose things, show us wrongdoing. We spend a lot of time wanting to hold government accountable for the actions they're taking. So there are a lot of different areas that stories can emanate from.
Let's talk about kind of the spectrum. On one end, Katie Bowe Lillis talked a little bit about the New Orleans, and maybe that was Emma Lacey Gordo, talked about the New Orleans shooting.
Right.
Would covering that be kind of like breaking news?
Yeah, it can be. I mean, on any given day, there are events happening and news that are happening that don't start with us, right? Like today, I think there are about 6 in Washington. There are about 6 different hearings to try to confirm some of President Trump's nominees to be various cabinet officials. We're going to cover those. They're happening. Things are going to be said. We're going to do stories on them. We're going to say what happened. At the same time, there are other stories that we're developing that haven't, that if we don't tell them, maybe no one's going to tell them. It's not just that they're happening out there, but we've developed them. Those are more what we call the enterprise stuff. They take a little more time. They take reporting. They take storytelling, to do so. And then the spectrum keeps going. Investigations is somewhat overlapped with enterprise, but it's a lot more in-depth look at matters. It often involves trying to get sourcing and documents, databases, and it's a much more introspective way of looking at it.
So the stories that this jury's seen, the TV segment and the article, where do those kind of fit on the spectrum besides from kind of day-to-day news to the investigative at the other end of the spectrum?
Right. So it's in the enterprise space, right? I mean, but it was playing off news that was happening on any given day. I bet if we went back to November of that year, there was a lot of Afghanistan events happening every single day. From those events, we started asking questions that would help, tell more story and help explain what was going on and what was the impact of those horrible events when the Taliban took over and there was all that chaos. So this is one of those stories, right? Alex had an inkling of, he wanted to look more into how Afghans that weren't just getting on government planes or didn't have easy way out, how were they dealing with trying to get out? There was a lot of struggle on that. And what were they confronting as they tried to navigate their way through what was going on in Afghanistan and figure out a way to get out of there?
Mr. Nemex, if we could do a limited production of Defense Exhibit 71. And so, Mr. Levine, do you see this email between yourself, Mr. Marquardt, Mr. Callahan, and Matt Phillips?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of DX 71.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Defense 71 admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. So I'm looking at first at the bottom email from Mr. Marquardt, where he talks about the extortion of desperate Afghans. And the subject is pitches. What are we looking at?
Right. So, Alex, every single reporter is pitching stories. They all want to do stories. They're all looking for stories. Alex has been doing a series of stories about people getting out of Afghanistan. This is something he'd spent some time doing some initial reporting on. And he felt he had enough that he could pitch the story to us, propose it, and felt like there was probably enough there that it was going to turn into a story ultimately. What that will ultimately look like, he didn't know. He hadn't done all that reporting yet. But this was enough to get us to try and get us interested so that we could say, yes, commit your time to do this and not something else.
Yeah, so if we go up the chain, you say, let's get these into the pitch pool. Both are good. What are you saying there?
Alex is just one reporter. There, just in the Washington Bureau, there are 30 or 40 reporters pitching stories. We have to take all those stories, look through them, and decide which are the ones worth committing those reporters' time to, but also our resources to. We can't do everything everyone wants. It's like an initial vetting of ideas to narrow it down. And so there was actually a meeting that this is referencing. I think you heard Virginia Mosley talk about it yesterday, of some of the senior executives who would ultimately look through all of them and say, yeah, let's do that, let's do that.
If we could take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 72 in a limited manner. Thank you, Mr. DeMeza. And Mr. Levine, do you see this as an email between yourself and Virginia Mosley on top, and then an email that you sent on the bottom?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of DX 72.
No objection.
All right, Defense 72 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. So, Mr. Levine, when a pitch gets made and a pitch moves through the process, do you know what the ultimate story is going to be?
No.
Why not?
Because it takes reporting. And the reporting brings out new context, new angle, new information, and you're constantly recrafting what it is. So a story can start here and end here. Sometimes it can start and end exactly what you thought it was going to be. It all just depends what the reporting brings back.
Okay. And so here, on October 29th, you're sending this to Leora Capellas, do I have that right?
Capellas.
Michael Callahan and Virginia Mosley. And you write Marquardt pitches. And you say there's a growing market to evacuate desperate Afghans who are willing to pay in the wake of the vacuum left behind by the U.S. departure. Ads on Facebook promise to evacuate people for various sums to various places, $75K to Pakistan, $14K to UAE. We would interview an Afghan in the U.S. trying to get his family out, talk to others who are also trying to leave/work this shadowy black market, and attempt to contact some of the profiteers alleging to do the extractions, examine to what extent this is extortion of fraud. Did I read that correctly?
I think so.
Close enough, right?
Yeah.
My voice is going a little bit. What did you think of the concept of this story and the pitch?
I mean, I thought it was a really important story to tell. We'd been doing a lot about Afghanistan. It was a horrible situation. We'd spent a lot of time talking to veteran groups and others who've been trying to get people out. We had reporters in Kabul when the Taliban came in and took over. They were there. They were there at the airport when the airport, was taken over by the Taliban. They were near the airport, I believe, when that suicide bomber went out. So we'd been covering this very closely. Our journalists were on the ground covering this and risking their own lives to tell this story. Back in Washington, this was an outgrowth of a decision by the Biden administration for how to get out of Afghanistan. So it was very important for us to cover all of those impacts. And this really, this story suggests that, desperate Afghans were coming up against even more hurdles than we considered. And Alex was going to show how this was going on and what was going on. I thought that was important.
And you see in the parentheses at the very end, I think this would appeal to the lead.
Yeah.
Why'd you write that?
Yeah, Jake Tapper's show, The Lead, they show a lot of interest in world news. Jake Tapper has a lot of interest in military matters. He's written books about Afghanistan. They're terrific. So I knew this would appeal to them. It's a subject they show a lot of interest in.
You use, the term shadowy black market is used in this email that you send along to Leora and Michael Callahan. Do you think that's an appropriate way to explain this market for extractions in Afghanistan?
I think so. The term black market, I know it's been bandied about this entire trial. Ultimately, we've heard what Afghanistan was at the time. It was totally lawless. General Young was up here, was talking about the Wild West. We've heard about people talking about bribes having to be given. I think Zach Young himself wrote in a LinkedIn, people were paying thousands in bribes just to get to the airport. That's not exactly a stable economy and market. That's a total breakdown of law, a total breakdown in the, the real world that we're used to and the way we move about. And this is what that outgrowth is, that people are having to go to things like LinkedIn and Facebook for people they don't even know to see if they could find someone who would help them. So I think it's a pretty apt description.
So if you take that down, so Mr. Levine, I assume, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that given your position, you're not in the weeds working on every story. You're more reviewing things when they get done. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I mean, they'll consult with me at times. I'm pretty sure even this story, even before you saw that email, Alex probably ducked his head in and said, hey, what do you think about this? And I probably encouraged him to keep looking at it, and that's pretty common.
But in the period between the time the pitch is approved and when it kind of starts going to triad, what's your involvement?
I sometimes follow along. I think on this story, I was CC'd on all the scripting emails. But I tend to leave that for the editor, the triad, and the reporters to work out. I'll weigh in if I see something that concerns me or I have a thought for how they can make a story better, either in the storytelling or whether there needs to be a little more to be done for it that would make it a richer story. But in general, I'm letting the process happen.
So, Mr. Nemex, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 109, which is in evidence. And before I ask you about this, you can do that. Thank you. This is you on November 10th at 17:05, which is 5:05. And you say, I think this is really good. Somewhere TAG needs to explain this is different than the U.S. is helping directly get out. What do you mean by that?
When we're telling stories, you have to be cognizant of what the viewer, reader is taking from it and what questions they might still have as they're reading it. And I thought as they saw Alex's story, it would be really important to emphasize, we're not talking about the people you saw get out on these government planes. This is a whole different class. And I just thought that was an emphasis you needed. I think Tom was talking about a fundamental question yesterday, and ultimately he couldn't get the answer out of the reporting, but he thought it was important that someone would be reading this story would want to know if we had that answer, which is why he wanted that language added in. And you see that a lot, right? Sometimes you see we reached out to someone and they wouldn't comment. Why do we put that in if they didn't give us any information? Because the reader is going to want to know, did you try? And so you want to tell them what you know and what efforts you made. Some of that reporting is important to put into stories.
Would you draw a distinction based on this email between an Afghan who had to pay for their own evacuation and an Afghan who was evacuated with the assistance of the U.S. helping directly?
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
You then say, obviously triad. Why'd you write that?
I just think this story clearly had a mix of things that would be of interest to triad, right? We're talking about in general, there were figures, and that would be, fact-checking. There were people who were going to appear in shadows, so I knew standards had to weigh in. We were talking about Mr. Young and his business, and we wanted to make sure that we were being fair and accurate in that, and they were going to want to see that to make sure, and that's something that both that legal standards and fact-checking would probably want to see. So to me, it seemed pretty easy call to go to triad.
Not all stories go to triad?
No.
Do you trust the triad process?
I do.
Why?
I think what's come out in this trial is the care that's taken to make sure stories are right. I think having the triad is really important. These are independent arbiters on a story. They haven't been involved the whole way through. They don't have a vested interest in how it's being reported. They have a vested interest in making sure it is accurate, it is clear, and it is fair, and they do so. It's, I think, sometimes in other industries, they talk about red teaming things, where you bring something to people that haven't been involved, so they could, question it and just try to shoot holes in it and make sure it's solid. And that's really what the triad is doing for us, and it's keeping our stories honest, that they're being properly reported and edited.
Okay, let me slow you down on one thing that you said. The triad is independent arbiters. They still work for CNN, though, right?
They do.
Okay, well, how are they independent arbiters?
Well, they're independent from the story, right? They are not part of news gathering. Alex and all the people involved in the storytelling, like Katie Bowe, are all part of news gathering. And the triad are three independent groups, which you've heard about, legal and standards and fact checking, which we call the row. They don't report to the same people, but of course we're all part of CNN, but their interests are not making sure we choose stories. It's just they're there for the sole purpose of making sure the stories we do are fair and accurate.
Good. You take that down, and Mr. Demez, if you can put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 150, which is in evidence. And if you could go to page 2. Yeah. And if you could blow up that second email where Mr. Levine is on that. Not the one above, just the one above. Yep, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So, I was kind of asking you, Mr. Levine, what you do and where your role is. And I think you may recall we looked at this email maybe a couple times, where this is the process of Mr. Marquardt sending questions to Mr. Young after Mr. Young responds on November 11th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you write, please share what you intend to send him before you send it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why did you say that?
So we're in the middle of the story vetting process at this point. Alex, I believe, has written it. The triad has given back questions. Mr. Young has emerged on text, offering perhaps to talk to Alex. And I suspected, given we'd spent a week engaging with Mr. Young and trying to get Mr. Young to re-engage, that we probably only had one shot at this. And I wanted to make sure for the triad that they saw the questions to make sure that if they had other questions, that those were asked at the same time. Because sometimes what happens is the reporter goes, gets information, then the triad has more questions. And it creates this whole loop. But you don't always have that opportunity. Sometimes you only get one shot at talking to a person for a story. So I just wanted to make sure it was as efficient as possible.
Did you want to be thoughtful about the questions that Mr. Young asked?
Absolutely.
Now, we saw, if we
That's
don't...
not to say his questions weren't thoughtful. I just thought we're in the middle of the process. If they had anything to add, they should.
You saw that Mr. Marquardt proposed 2 hours to have Mr. Young respond.
Right.
What do you think about that?
I think in isolation, that would have been a tough ask. I think knowing, and I did know, that there had been a back and forth a week ago with Katie Bowe, that he tried 24 hours before to reach out. It was clear from the Katie Bowe exchanges that Mr. Young wasn't the most forthcoming on things. You often get that's not enough time because they're often trying to keep you off from doing a story. And that's, it's a judgment call. Are they, just trying to stiff arm you, or are they being sincere in their request? A lot of what we were asking was about things he said, was about things he'd sort of already engaged with on Katie Bowe. We wanted a little clarification. They didn't seem like big asks. So I thought that seemed fair.
Now, you just said Mr. Young didn't seem all that forthcoming in the exchange with Katie Bowe.
Yeah.
Does someone have to be forthcoming with CNN? The jury just asked a bunch of questions of Katie Bowe about this.
Yeah, I thought those were great questions, by the way. No one is obligated to. But if you're, we don't have subpoenas. All we can do as journalists is go and ask questions. And when people are doing things publicly, sometimes journalists get interested in it and they want to know about it. They have the right. You have the right not to comment. You have the right to say whatever you want. But you also, when it happens, the truth is, it doesn't mean we don't have the right to report on it or the desire to report on it. We might. And as you could see from everything that's come out, we limited it to what we could stand behind, what we knew to be accurate based on Mr. Young's own public comments and the own things he said. If he didn't want to take the opportunity to give us more context on that, to give us more insight, to try and connect us with people, that's his decision. And he has every right to do so. This wasn't, remember, a story all about Mr. Young. This was just part of the story, and it seemed fair.
Now, you've been sitting here. How did CNN find Mr. Young?
I mean, my understanding from what Katie Bowe said was someone told her about him. And Alex, it was brought to him by one of those activists. I think her name was Jill Karnetsky or something like that.
But so, Mr. Young was out advertising publicly on LinkedIn, correct?
Right.
And could Mr. Young have just never responded to Katie Bowe?
He could have. That happens a lot.
Does it?
Yeah.
You reach out to someone and just get bupkis?
Yeah.
Did that happen here?
No, he sort of half engaged. It's been interesting through the course of the trial. A lot of that engagement wasn't true. And then he disappeared, and then he came back to us, and he engaged a little more. So there was some engagement there.
So a 2-hour time frame. Was there a rush to get the story out?
There wasn't a rush. I mean, we'd been working on it. We decided it was going to go on the lead, I think, I don't know, when is this? Noon. So it was going to go on 5.5 hours later. And frankly, if there had been more engagement and it completely changed our understanding of things, maybe we would have said, no, we got to stop. I've pulled stories off literally 1 minute before they're going on air, much to the chagrin of the entire show, which is left with nothing to put on all of a sudden, and they have to scramble. We do that if we have concerns about a story. This one, though, we felt we had enough, obviously, to do a story. We were still trying to get comment. We were still trying to get insight. You heard Alex say he would have been able to rework things even right up to it if it fit, if the information he had made sense to do so. So we were willing to.
I think you just said you've pulled stories with 1 minute before they were going to go on?
Yeah.
That happens?
Yeah, not a lot.
Did you ever have concerns about enough such that you could pull this story?
Sorry, about this story?
Yeah, that was terrible. I got stuck in my throat. Did you ever have any concerns such that you should pull this story?
No.
The TV segment got approved by the Triad.
Correct.
Did you watch it?
Yes.
I assume you've watched it probably a lot by this point?
I've seen it many times.
Okay. What did you think when you first saw it? Now I'm really kind of have my, if you can put your Adam Levine, the individual, the VP on.
I thought it was a really good story. We'd found two people that really brought to light the struggles they're going through in really desperate situations, that gentleman in California and the one in Kabul, and they're really disturbing stories. And they were describing encounters they had with people that were demanding a lot of money. And then I thought, here's Mr. Young. And the way he comes up in the story is well into the story, but it's about someone who looks to them very legitimate. He's publicly out there on LinkedIn. He's offering services, saying he can get people out. He seems to have a background that's really strong, right? He's a former Navy SEAL and such. But when they go to him, it's like an opportunity slammed in their face, right? Here are people who are desperate to get out. They go up to him. He says the price, it's really high. He says, and you need a corporate sponsor. I'm not sure an average someone in Kabul really, this isn't like going to Publix to sponsor your football team. This is going to figure out a company that can get you thousands of dollars to help pay to save your family. That's not something that could easily happen. That's, Mr. Young is in the story about this sort of potential option that could really help people that just get slammed in their face. And it's unfortunate. But I thought Alex he worked through the struggles that these people are encountering in Kabul or trying to get their families out in a really desperate situation. And he told it really well. And I really think you walked away understanding how desperate the situation was for people.
In the portion that talks about Mr. Young, does the story use his own words?
Yes.
Repeatedly?
It's almost every sentence of that is his own words.
Do you think the portion that about Mr. Young in that 3rd to 4th minute, did you think it treated him fairly?
I thought it treated it very fairly.
If you can take that, no, you already took it down. If you could put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 155, Mr. Nemeza. And this is something that I'm not sure that we've looked at in this trial. So if you look at it is in. Okay. Yeah, plaintiffs moved it in. If you look at the bottom email, it's, keep going down. It's from Joe Von Cannell. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, he's a senior writer on the lead.
Okay. And it's to Alex. It's to someone named Jennifer Hansler. Who is that?
I'm not sure why she's on it. She's our State Department reporter producer.
Okay. Maybe I miss it.
He probably just assumed she had involvement because of the subject matter.
Okay. You're on it. And the subject is lead-in banners for Marquardt Donut. First of all, what's a lead-in?
So lead-in is what the anchor is going to say before the story is played. Sometimes you see anchors with that box and their graphic over their shoulder, and then all of a sudden they roll tape and you see the whole tape. So that's what that is. It sets the scene of the story.
And banners. What are banners?
Banners, we've discussed them, lower thirds, chyrons, which I think is the name of a company that creates those things. They're what go on the bottom of the screen over video or over a news segment that tell you what's going on.
And then what's a donut?
A donut is a very CNN term for a piece where, I'm not actually sure why it's called a donut, where the reporter shows up sometimes at the top, but often at the bottom as well, as opposed to it being a complete package where they might tape a stand-up, where you see them at the end talking straight into camera that's on tape.
Okay. So Joe writes, do these need to go through triad? Do you see that?
Yes.
And so he had already written these for the show?
Correct.
The show had already edited these?
Yes.
The first one says Jake/OC. What does that mean?
That just means that Jake Tapper is going to be right on camera, OC.
Okay. And the highlighted language is, but many Afghans who desperately want to flee Taliban rule, who say their lives are at stake, remain. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it says, as CNN's Alex Marquardt discovered, people trying to get out face a black market full of promises, demands of exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success. And we already kind of talked about the black market when you had it in that earlier email. But did you think the black market in this banner was an accurate way to talk about this story?
So this isn't the banner, it's still the introduction.
Oh, sorry.
No, I thought it was absolutely appropriate. I mean, it aptly describes the situation that you were then going to see a story of.
Did you have any concern that the use of black market conveyed illegality?
No. I think in this context it was about the complete lack of law.
Okay. What do you mean by this context? What is context?
I mean, it's the way the word is used, right? It's not in isolation. It's the way it's understood in where it is in the sentence and how it's being used and what it's describing. I mean, words have different meanings. Sometimes they're used literally, sometimes they're used colloquially, and it can change.
Okay. If we go down a little bit in this email, it says, go up, stop. Yeah,
there's your banner.
All that, yeah. So the first one says CGTR. What does that mean?
It's a coding for the banner. So that's the little red box that appears above the words on the banner, and in it, it will say CNN investigation.
Okay. Was this an investigative piece, though?
Enterprise investigation can have a lot of overlap, but I mean, if we wrote CNN Enterprise, I don't think anyone would know what that was about. So the shows tend to use it as a catch-all.
Okay. CGD says, Afghans trying to flee Taliban face black markets, exorbitant fees, no guarantee of safety or success. We talked about that.
Correct.
And then the CGD, is that a different banner?
Yeah, it'd just be a second banner. They'd flip through these two during the piece.
Okay. Do you know if the opening and the banners went through triad?
I don't think they did.
Do you know why?
They didn't need to.
Why not?
They weren't introducing new information. They were offering a very general, in terms of the story itself, they were just giving a very general description of what you were going to see. And it was being edited by the show before it goes on air.
And you looked at these, correct?
I did. And I had no issue with them. And you heard Emma say she didn't ask to see them. Sometimes a triad will tell a show, we need to see everything. I think they felt pretty comfortable on the way this was playing out.
So was it problematic that these banners didn't go through triad?
I don't think so.
We talked about black market, but the exorbitant fees in that banner, what do you think of the use of exorbitant fees, quote unquote?
I mean, this is a story from the perspective of the Afghans who are desperately trying to get people out, who don't have a lot of money, who are being quoted really high fees. To them, it was exorbitant, seemed apt.
You heard General Young say that some people might have the opinion that fees are high, some people might have the opinion that fees are low. Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
Right.
because it's all in perspective, right? You know, I was thinking about it the other day, like if we did a story about people drinking $10,000 bottles of wine, to most people that would be crazy. If you're really rich, you're probably like, yeah, $10,000 bottles of wine, right? It doesn't seem exorbitant to you. It's just, you know, something you do. So it's all about the perspective.
The written story, did you review that before it was published?
I don't think I did.
The article.
Yeah, I don't.
Do you have any concerns as you sit here today in your Adam Levine individual capacity about the written article?
No.
Why not?
I think the written article does a really good job of what Tom was explaining about storytelling, right? But it adds context and it adds depth and it adds a little more that as a reader, where you have more time, you're spending more time reading through something versus just watching it on TV, you could take in a little more and you think a little more about some of that context, so it's good to add it in, and I think it did a good job.
You saw Mr. Lumley's statements about the story being mediocre, a half story, 3/4 of the story,
Right.
Swiss cheese. What do you think about that?
I think Tom has a very, he had a point of view about what he felt it would take to turn a TV story like this into a really good story for the web. He didn't think just taking the script and saying, all right, that's our story. He didn't even like the version that Mike and Alex had worked on and sent out. He wanted it reworked. So I could see he was frustrated. It was clear he was frustrated that he wasn't in from the beginning. He clearly didn't know about the story until just hours before it aired. And he himself said, right, that night he had his son he was dealing with, and he saw that this was going to be work, and I think some of that probably came through too.
At CNN, does it happen that editors and reporters disagree about a story?
All the time.
Is that okay?
Absolutely. I mean, that's how better stories come out. I mean, if everyone just rubber stamped everything, there would be that wouldn't really be vetting. It would just be, a pass through. But it's all that conversation, all those different opinions that lend itself to a richer reporting and a richer effort to make a story that is more rewarding for our viewers and our audience.
Okay, let's talk about the concept of rubber stamping. You've been sitting here and you live this process. What does rubber stamping mean?
Rubber stamping would be if Alex wrote what Alex wrote, and everyone's like, "Oh, good to go."
Did that happen here?
No, not at all. One of the things that you've heard everyone come up here and talk about all the work that went into reporting this out, even before the proposal was sent around, to all the reporting that happened, to all the vetting that happened, and all the questions that happened, and the continued outreach. And I was thinking about it. This is all for a story that showed up an hour and 40 minutes into the lead. This wasn't the top story of the show. This was an hour and 40 minutes, and this is just one story. So it's a real reflection of what CNN does across the board. And then, I get we're very focused on the parts about Mr. Young because that's what this trial is about. So think of we're not talking about some of the reporting that went around to get all the other information. And think of all the work that went into and all the vetting and all the stuff left out and all the calls made just to get to the few sentences that showed up 3 minutes into the story, or I don't know how many paragraphs deep, 3 pages deep into the story. That's what we're talking about here. I mean, it does show the care that's being taken to make sure that what we're reporting is accurate and right.
So Mr. Young obviously has some concerns about the segment in the article, no doubt, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when CNN publishes stories, sometimes people aren't happy with the coverage of them?
Yes.
Does someone not being happy or upset or even having their careers harmed, does that make a story untrue?
No.
In Adam Levine's individual opinion, if a story is fair and it's accurate, should CNN be wary of publishing things that could harm someone?
I think you have to take it in consideration, but in the context of this, we were talking about publishing information inside a story that was all things that Mr. Young was doing publicly. I think it was fair. We kept out stuff like his harsh exchanges with some people because he hadn't given us that side of the story. It didn't feel necessary for the larger story. This wasn't a story about Mr. Young. So I don't see why, given the context and what we've described in the story, it was an important part of the story that it wasn't fair and accurate, and I stand by it.
It wasn't fair and accurate, or it was fair and accurate?
No, it was fair.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Speaking.
What date was the TV segment published?
November 11th.
Okay, and the written article?
13th.
After publication of these two pieces, when was the first time that CNN received criticism from Mr. Young about those pieces?
March 17th?
So March?
4 months.
4 months. In between those two periods, November and March, had CNN, as far as you know, putting your CNN corporate rep hat on, had CNN received any criticism of the story as it relates to Mr. Young from anyone else?
No.
Had CNN received any criticism from anyone saying, black market implies criminality, you must know that?
No.
So when Mr. Young wrote a letter to CNN, was that the first time that CNN had heard that criticism?
Yes.
So let me be very clear about this. At the point that Mr. Young raised his concern on March 17th, had CNN ever heard the criticism that black market implied that Mr. Young had done something illegal?
No.
What did Mr. Young complain about in his what did Mr. Young complain about in his letter of March 17th, 2022?
So I think you made 3 points. I don't know if you have the letter. I'm working a bit off memory here.
But if you need help, I can refresh your recollection.
His first point was that the banner and the use of the word black market that ran over the portion of the story where his face was shown suggested that he was doing something illegal, and it was an unfair portrayal of him. I think he took exception with us saying he was exploiting Afghans, which I don't think the story ever said. And then there was another issue he took, which I don't have the letter. So
With looking at the letter, refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Mr. Nemex, if you could put up PX 232 just for Mr. Levine. And Mr. Levine, don't read the letter, but tell me when you've had a chance to review it and if it refreshes your recollection.
Right. Okay.
All right, so don't read the letter, just testify off of your knowledge. What was the second complaint that Mr. Young had about the segment in the article?
That it insinuated he advertised to Afghans directly.
And you understand that Judge Henry has found that Mr. Young did advertise to Afghans?
That's my understanding.
What was the third complaint that Mr. Young raised in the letter?
That we defamed him by suggesting he exploited desperate Afghans.
Anywhere in that letter, did Mr. Young complain about the phrase preying on Afghans?
No.
Did anywhere in that letter, did Mr. Young complain that the stories accused him of bilking Afghans?
No.
Did anywhere in that letter, did Mr. Young complain about the word unscrupulous?
No.
After receiving the letter, well, strike that. In the letter, did Mr. Young ask for a correction?
I believe he asked for a retraction.
Okay. And after receiving the letter, did CNN reach out to Mr. Young to ask for his language for a correction?
They did.
Did Mr. Young provide any language?
He did not.
Well, let me ask you this again. Prior to CNN doing the correction, did Mr. Young provide language for a correction?
So my understanding is Mr. Young reached out via this letter to our counsel, Drew Shankman. When Drew responded that he wanted to talk to him on the phone and get a little more information and understanding, Mr. Young suggested he contact his lawyer, Val Freeman. There was some back and forth. But in that time, Drew felt it was prudent for us to run something on as a correction before he had heard back from Mr. Freeman with language, which I believe we got several days after it ran.
Okay.
Yeah.
So CNN ran the correction, right?
Correct.
And CNN issued an apology. I think you've seen it in court, right?
That's right.
What did CNN do with the video of the TV segment of the lead?
So we pulled it down from everywhere it was. In recognizing Mr. Young's concerns about the juxtaposition of the banner to him in the video, there was really only one way to correct that, and that was to pull the video down.
Did CNN do anything about the article?
No.
Why not?
Other than pull the video off it. Yeah.
Why not?
Well, the article we thought was fairly written. It didn't have the black market issue that was in the video, so there was no reason to put a correction on it.
Okay. About how many people saw the correction?
Close to 1 million, around 950,000.
Okay. And we saw that it was played on the lead, correct?
Correct.
Why didn't CNN play the correction on other shows?
I think when we ran the correction, the request from Mr. Young was about it airing on the lead. He made no mention of the other shows. And this was about addressing his concerns as a legal matter as it was addressed to us in the letter. So that was the decision our legal team made.
Okay. And I want you to put your CNN hat on, not your Adam Levine hat on.
Okay.
And can you tell the jury why CNN issued the correction?
I think it was a decision made by our legal team that about Mr. Young's concerns, and it was clear that he was moving towards taking litigious action. They were clearly, nobody wants to end up here. They were clearly trying to deal with that, and they thought running a correction would meet a significant amount of his concerns and be able to say that CNN took steps to address it.
At this time that CNN ran the correction, had CNN ever heard this concern that the black market banner implied Mr. Young was doing something illegal?
No. I should say we didn't really see the banner as saying there was illegal activity. It was, as I've explained, and you've heard others talk about how black market was being used in that context.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this then. If that's true, if CNN didn't see it that way, why did CNN issue that apology that we saw in the video?
Admittedly, speaking as the corporate rep here,
Yes.
it was a legal decision to do it. I mean, this wasn't something that came through the editorial team. This came directly to our legal team. They made the decision based on the complaint and based on the limited interaction they had that the best course of action was to run the correction.
The apology was pretty strong, right?
It was pretty clear.
Does CNN stand by that apology? Putting your CNN hat on?
Yeah, we stand by running it as a legal decision made for CNN.
Okay. Now, putting your Adam Levine hat on in your role, did you think the use of the black market term was okay?
Yeah, I did. Editorially, as I said, I had no issue with this banner. And, even when I learned of Mr. Young's concerns, I was kind of curious about it. I would think most people in the military industrial, world, understood what's going on in Afghanistan, understood how lawless it is. I mean, you heard General Young say it was the Wild West. I didn't think that it would strike anyone as, suggesting anything but what it described, which was the situation in Afghanistan, which couldn't really come to a surprise to most people.
Now, still with your CNN hat on, in your view, did CNN depart from any journalistic standards in reporting the story at any point?
No.
Why not?
Because we followed a very careful course of reporting. We took care to do the outreach we needed to do. We took care to make sure the information was vetted and considered. We took the time in the writing and the editing of the writing. And that's the process that we stand by.
Now, we saw in this case that the triad received the story a day before publication.
Right.
What's your opinion about that?
Every story is different. An investigative story, which involves usually lots of documents and lots of long interviews that we've been working on for a long time, you need to get people involved much earlier. You can't throw it at them at the last minute and expect the triad to go through all that. But a story like this, that's enough time for them to review it.
And as you saw the emails from the triad going to Mr. Marquardt and yourself, did you have any concern that there wasn't enough time?
No.
You heard Mr. Friedman ask various witnesses about those shots of Mr. Marquardt answering his phone and then the one of the Afghan walking away.
Yeah.
Is there anything abnormal about that?
No. As Alex and Emma both explained, TV is a visual medium. You have to have something to show. It can't just be Alex reading his script into a microphone. So, one of the things you show is the reporting process, because that's helpful. Sometimes when you see an interview, you see the person sitting across from another person doing an interview. In this case, he had the cameras ready to go. He called Mr. Young. If Mr. Young picked up, that was all going to be recorded. Probably some of that, if it ended up in the script, was going to be used for TV. At the end, the cameraman wanted an extra shot. The phone call had happened. It legitimately happened. So shooting one extra shot of basically the same thing to use is a pretty typical TV device to do. It's the sort of thing we do all the time.
Objection Foundation. I want to cut them off, but
Overruled.
Okay. We saw a video yesterday of you testifying. I think it was Mr. Friedman, but I'm not sure. In the video, asked you about various people making comments and some of the comments that we've seen throughout this trial. And I think at one point you testified that Ms. Lillis referring to Mr. Young as an S-bag did not violate any CNN policies. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why do you feel that way?
A lot of these things, as we've learned in this trial too, were natural reactions. And look, we're not working in a church. We're in a newsroom. People swear. People joke with each other. They're stressful environments. You need, outlets, and colleagues do that with each other. If that was concern from it made someone uncomfortable that someone was using bad language, that would be an issue for us. If it suggested anything that impacted the way we reported it, that would be a concern too. But I think we were very careful with the information we used. It was all words he had. I think it was all put in the right context in the story. And so in retrospect, I didn't know about those comments at the time. I only saw them during the deposition, and I believe it was Mr. Delich, not Mr. Friedman, for the record. And I just think it is. I swear, I'm not an angel.
When you looked at the two pieces, the TV segment and the article, did you see any signs of bias against Mr. Young?
No.
What if you had seen signs of bias? What would you have done?
I would have said something about it. To me, the most illustrative thing was that sentence about him calling Jill, now I can't remember her last name, of the B word. That was taken out. It wasn't necessary for the story. It's not that it showed bias, but it wasn't necessary for the story. It was a consideration. They hadn't talked to Mr. Young about it. He hadn't given his side. in recognizing that we couldn't give the full context, it wasn't a necessary part of the story. It was removed. Same would go if there was something we thought was biased. There's a lot of information we don't use because we can't verify it or it comes from a biased place. Sometimes in Washington, a lot in Washington, people will talk to you on background to say bad things about other people that we won't use. Like if you're not willing to be on the record to give your opinion about something, that's not something we're going to entertain. So, it's a judgment call. It's always a judgment call. But all the information that went in the story was verifiable, and on the record.
In the segment or the article, there was no spiteful B comment, right?
Right.
There was no F off comment?
Right.
There was no run for the border comment?
Right.
At any point did CNN refer to Mr. Young as a mercenary?
No.
And that was the language that Jill Kornetsky used?
Right.
At any point did CNN refer to Mr. Young or talk about him having a special place in hell?
No.
And I think that was another quote we saw from James Daniels.
Correct.
Some of the questions that Mr. Delich asked you in your deposition were about the audience size. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. And I think you testified about the audience size for the lead being about 669,000.
That's correct.
And for the CNN newsroom being 434,000.
Correct.
For the second CNN newsroom being 503,000.
Correct.
Does CNN have any way to tell whether those viewers aren't the same viewers for each of the shows?
No.
Okay. So the same people could be watching all three shows. You don't know.
We have no idea.
But you do know that close to 900,000 people watched The Correction, something like that?
I think it was 950, close to 950,000.
Okay. Was the audience for The Correction larger than the original broadcast on the lead?
Yes.
Mr. Nemex, if you could put up PX 273 for Mr. Levine. And I think that this is, yeah, it's in evidence. This is a document that I think Mr. Delich showed you, but it went pretty quickly by.
Correct.
We can just blow that up as best we can. Okay, what are we looking at here?
This looks like the data on the digital audience for the printed story that Mr. Lemon was testifying about, as well as the video, online video watching data.
Okay, so I'm trying to get this a little bit bigger. It's kind of hard to see. All right, that's the best we're going to do. But the first column is by property. So what does that mean, CNN.com?
That's our main website. If you go into your browser and type CNN.com, that's what you see.
And then there's three more lines. It looks like there's the Android app, or I guess for an Android phone.
Correct.
And then the mobile app for an Apple phone.
Correct.
And then it says unique total 19,000. What does that mean?
That's the number of people who read the story individually. I think you'll ask, but there's another larger number that some people come back more than once, so they only get counted once in the unique.
So how many total people read the article?
19,122.
In the relative to CNN's other stories, is that a lot or a little?
That's a really low number.
Then there's unique video viewers. What does that mean?
Number of people that started that video.
Off the website?
Off the website, but I believe the embedded link in social media would also be counted there.
Okay. And so that total was 1,350?
Correct.
Is that a lot or a little?
It's not a lot. Very little.
Then there's page view event, which was 21,000. What does that mean?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. Video start. What does that mean?
It's the number of people that press play on the video.
Okay. And then there's video 10% complete. What does that mean?
Right. So 300 of the, so we only have the data for a few of these editions, but those are people who watched 10%, who made it 10% of the way through the video.
Okay. How far along in the video was Mr. Young?
My guess, I believe it's somewhere in the 75% range.
Okay, so let's go over to the 75% range. How many people who watched the video on CNN.com actually got to the portion about Mr. Young?
Looks to be about 450.
Total?
Yeah.
Okay. 450 people total.
Yeah, I mean, it's 185 plus 99 is 284 plus another 100 is 384. You're making me do math under oath, but
Just give us the best you can.
it's like somewhere around 400 or 450.
We just had the benefit of seeing Miss Lillis talk about her exchange with Mr. Young, where she asked Mr. Young multiple times to share information. If he had shared that information about successfully getting people out of Afghanistan, would CNN have included that in the stories?
Probably. It might have changed, where he was in the story. If he had come back to us and said, everyone who comes up to me, I then try to align with other people to help them pay out, then that would have been a different interaction, right? That would have been more like what you see from the NGOs and the charities, but he wasn't indicating that. I think at some point he said at the beginning he was aligning corporate sponsors with Afghans, but I don't think there was any real indication of that. So it all depends what he said. I mean, it would have certainly changed what was in the story and what was said.
Mr. Levine, I think through this case we've seen a number of people who touched these stories, and I want to name them. I'm going to keep counting. So you, Mike Callahan.
Yes.
Tom Lumley.
Yes.
Alex Marquardt.
Yes.
Katie Vo-Lillis.
Correct.
Fuzz Hogan.
Correct.
Emma Lacey Bordeaux.
Correct.
Tom Lumley.
Correct.
Who am I missing?
Did you say Fuzz Hogan?
I said Fuzz Hogan.
Drew Shankman.
Drew Shankman, 9. So
Yeah.
in your work, in this trial, have you seen any evidence that those 9 people conspired to publish something to harm Mr. Young?
No.
Context matters, right?
Correct.
Now, you heard Mr. Friedman show the dictionary definition to different people, right?
Yes.
Mr. Meza, if you could put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 308.4, which is in evidence. Okay. And let's show the definition of black market from Merriam-Webster. And you see there it says illicit trading goods or commodities in violation of official regulations, right?
Right.
Can we go to page 4 of this document? And if you just blow up, I want to blow up everything on this page, where it says recent examples on the web, down. Okay. I want to go to the bottom one. It says additional secondhand tickets on the black market were estimated to be multiple times higher than the original price.
I see that.
Mr. Levine, in your opinion, if you sell Taylor Swift tickets on the secondary market, are you a criminal?
No.
In your opinion, would anyone think anyone who sells secondhand tickets on the black market would be a criminal?
No.
Context matters, right?
Yes.
No further questions.
I could start in 1 minute. I got one question I could ask.
All right.
Ticket scalping illegal?
Scalping?
Yeah. When you
Sometimes.
sell,
I'm not sure where the law is now with all the secondhand market stuff, but yeah.
But there are places where ticket scalping is illegal, right?
Yes.
And that talked about examples automatically compiled off the web, didn't it?
Seem to be.
I mean, Mr. DeMenza, do you want to bring it up for one more second? You go up to page 4, Mr. DeMenza. Can you blow this up right here, Mr. Levine? Examples are automatically compiled from online sources to show current usage. You see that?
Yes.
There are places where ticket scalping is illegal, right?
Probably.
In those places, it would be a black market to sell tickets, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think we can break for the day.
All right, we'll take a break for the evening, and we'll pick up the cross-examination in the morning. Go ahead and put your notepads in the folders and leave them on your chairs when you leave this evening. We're going to take our recess for the evening. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of the rules at all, please notify court personnel of the violation. And we'll get back here. Same thing we've been doing every morning, 8:15 downstairs in the reception area, and we'll get you up here and get rolling at 8:30. Or 8:30?
Yes.
All right. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
All right, y'all be seated. Jurors out of the courtroom. Talk about it. Yeah, Mr. Levine, you can step down. We'll talk about instructions and stuff. You know what, 5 minutes? I need to run downstairs anyway because I got to print it out earlier of what I sent y'all.
Your Honor, do you mind if I excuse myself? Mr. Tobin's going to handle this portion of the argument.
Fine.
I might just say if it's all right with the court.
Fine.
I think likely for the same reason.
All right, yeah. Let me take 5 minutes to run downstairs and go grab my printouts of them. Y'all got the email from Brittany this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We'll take 5. I'll be right back. Do we have both sides' paper sets of exhibits?
I think, at least on plaintiff's side, I believe so. I'm worried that maybe a few didn't make it up there, but I think that they're all handed in now.
Okay. You all want to print out to take, can you do a printout of what's been admitted? I'll have the clerk give you guys a printout that you can at least look at tonight, make sure your stuff's in. I know we still have the issue on a couple exhibits, I think, but I think Mr. Friedman's going to deal with that with Mr. Levine on those other ones.
Yes, Your Honor, and there's a few that we haven't read in yet that the defendants agreed to stipulate in. So that there's a few
Okay.
regulars, but-
All right, well, I'll give you a printout, and then since we're not using the paper ones for purposes of testimony or whatever, I mean, that'd be fine if they're not leaving the courtroom. We had a trial, it wasn't my trial. We had a trial not long ago where an exhibit went missing after the trial was over and the jury deliberated. And we were searching all over for it. We don't know if we ever found out what happened to it, but anyway, I don't want them to go off missing, so that when you all sign off and say, yeah, this is the set of ours, this is the set of ours, and this is everything we put in, we'll be good to go. But
Makes sense.
But we'll do that, yeah. So just whoever you're going to have in the morning do that. All right. I appreciate it, Mr. Tobin. I thank y'all for sending over the add-on, well, the ones from the original set and then the add-on ones on there. I went through all of those. I was also comparing them to the plaintiff's set that were submitted before the trial. Obviously, there were some other ones I threw in there that were standard kind of transitional or introductory standard jury instructions. Because I want to say there was at least 2 or 3 of those that I'd culled out of the standard instructions. I guess how do we want to deal with this? Because I did have some questions about some of the ones you had submitted and the citations on the case law as well. Do we want to look at ones that you guys were that at least I've got your latest version. That was the last thing I looked at last night. But you want to talk about the ones that I did not include of yours in here?
Be happy to, Your Honor. The first one, I think we don't have any controversy over, and that's the reduction to present value. I didn't see that in the court set.
Did I get that left out?
Yes, Your Honor, and I think plaintiff and we had agreed on that.
That would be in the set I sent y'all. It would probably come after page 13.
That works for CNN.
All right, and was that in the proposed additional ones?
Yes, Your Honor. It was on the second page of what we submitted to the court.
Okay. You okay with their version of, it's labeled at the top, defendant's proposed final jury instruction number 11?
Yes,
You're good with that version?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I will stick that in after my page 13.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Make notes to myself of where I need to find this in the various Word documents.
Understood. We're hoping to make it easy. Easier.
Yeah.
Yes.
It would have been easier doing it on my computer downstairs in my office here, where I've got 3 screens I could work off of. I'm trying to do it on my laptop or my Surface Pro at the house last night, but that's why there's about 4 different fonts I think of
You did a great job. Impressive to wake up to this morning.
And if it's helpful for us to try and get you a set based on everything that, happens in the next hour or so, I'm sure we'd be happy to do that. And
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. These I can pull, I mean, depending on obviously how many changes we've got here, and then I was going to go through the whole document, take off the headings and the footers on them, and get them, make sure they're all the same font and spacing. And probably just number the pages at the bottom just so we can keep them in order that way. All right, what else did you have on the defense that I know there was, the next one on your set is the mitigation of damages, and there was.
I think mitigation made it in, did it not, Your Honor?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm pretty sure I stuck that in there last night. 'Cause that would be page 14.
Your Honor, mitigation is in. We do have one paragraph that we would like to propose in between the paragraph that starts as a defense to plaintiff's claim for economic damages, and then after that paragraph and before, if the greater weight of the evidence. And specifically, I can read you kind of what we were thinking.
And just to let you know, what I'd done is y'all's mitigation defense had the word retain comparable employment repeatedly through here. The defense one said seek comparable employment. I combined them, put seek and retain comparable employment.
That's
We saw
there weren't substantial differences, but you had another paragraph to stick in there from.
We did, and I think the seek and retain is because the standard is one of those standards where it has different words in the brackets. So, but that's fine, no issue there. But we did have a paragraph that we would add, which is based on 2 cases, and I can provide those to you. But the paragraph we're proposing would read.
This isn't from any standard instruction, is it?
It is not from a standard.
Let me pull up the case. All right, let me open Westlaw.
I do have paper copies if that makes it easier.
Right. You can get it inside.
Okay.
Grab one copy.
Right now.
Sure.
What's this item?
The first citation is 14 Southern 3rd, 967. It's a 2009 Supreme Court of Florida case, System Components Corporation versus Florida Department of Transportation.
I'm good. Yeah, all right.
So I don't think I have the head notes, but I do know it's page 982. And very close to the start of the page, it's under the heading, the doctrine of avoidable consequences does not require courts to ignore the actual business damages caused by taking in light of business realization. Oh, I'm sorry. The doctrine of avoidable consequences does not require courts to ignore the actual business damages caused by a taking in light of business relocation.
What's the language you're suggesting?
So the language we're suggesting is plaintiff is not required to go to heroic lengths in attempting to mitigate his damages, but only to take reasonable steps to do so. Plaintiff is not required to abandon his home or place of residence to seek other employment, but is only required to exercise reasonable diligence in seeking other employment of a similar or comparable nature.
All right, it's that paragraph you included in your number 32.
Yes, we had previously suggested it, I think, last week.
Your Honor, we think that, first of all, this, as I understand it, tracks the standard jury instructions, the court's proposal. Second of all, we appreciate that you have accommodated both sides on the seek and retain language. That seems to us to be a fair accommodation on that issue. And then finally, the language that she has read, it strikes us as prejudicial to even any entry of any consideration of a mitigation issue. And we've obviously had plenty of testimony going both ways. Mr. Young spoke on his own behalf as to why he couldn't allegedly mitigate his damages. And so we think, to the point counsel is trying to make, the evidence should speak to his location and whatever type of skill set, type of work that he feels he was limited in seeking. And we think the jury instruction is neutral as written and ought to be given as the court's proposed it.
I think what I put in here, and I think what the defense had in here, and the notation on the bottom of the page, which I don't know which version this was out of, it's referencing standard instruction 415.13 and standard instruction 417.10, which 415 is for unlawful retaliation claims and 417 is for unlawful discrimination claims. So obviously they're not the exact same type of case, but that's where there's an instruction on failure to mitigate. I understand what the case law says in this systems components case that you gave me, but is there, I'm looking at the latest version of the standard jury instructions, is there a reason to depart from that?
The only thing we were concerned about is it did seem like with some of the expert testimony from yesterday, there was a suggestion that Mr. Young, could leave Austria and potentially move to another country and get a job in another country, which, to the extent that that's being argued is what he should do to mitigate any damages, I think would not be consistent with Florida law. And we did have a second case. I'll just briefly read it. It's Punkar versus King Plastic Corp., 290 Southern 2nd 505. This is a second DCA case, and the portion that we are looking at says a wrongfully discharged employee is not necessarily obligated to mitigate damages by accepting alternative employment at a distance from his home, cites the restatement. Our research discloses that a majority of jurisdictions have confined the search required to the immediate community or neighborhood. We believe this to be the better view. So that's the only thing we're concerned about, that the standard doesn't necessarily speak to. That would be the reason, I guess, to deviate from it, but that's it.
Yeah, Mr. Tobin.
Yeah. So, Your Honor, first of all, we went to, the places in the jury instructions where we could find the mitigation, and they're fairly consistent in both places. Second of all, Your Honor, that Mr. Young testified that most of his employment, or at least a significant portion, was in Saudi Arabia. He did the contract work over in Saudi Arabia, and so the jury has already heard that he has had opportunities in other countries. I think it would be prejudicial to the defense to deviate from the standard jury instructions and tell the jury he's only supposed to look for employment in Austria. I recognize what the case law says and the interpretations and all of that, but in the context of this case, that's going to be a prejudicial argument for the defense based on the evidence.
Yeah, let me, in reading through this, I think one of the preliminary ones that we settled on, I settled on last week, and what I prepared last night, we could have a jury instruction on negligence that's 20 pages long if we wanted to have what is negligence, what's not negligence, and those sorts of things under each and every possible circumstance. So obviously, to the extent that there's a standard instruction, and a lot of them are fairly concise, they don't go into a whole definitional aspect of things. I tried to be consistent with that, and that related to the definition of actual malice and the definition of express malice and those things from the preliminary one. I think the argument you're getting to where it says you don't have to do Herculean, no, the instruction says they got to take a reasonable effort. So, I think that's a closing argument, a type of argument to say, what's reasonable. The only evidence you heard was he had to travel somewhere far away from where he's been living for the last 15 years or whatever, potentially. That's not reasonable. That's, I think, an argument you can make there. And by the same token, you make it's reasonable. He had jobs all over the world and, whatever. So, I think that's an argument for closing, but I'll stick with the standard instructions, even though they're pulled from different types of causes of action. I think it clearly, and other than getting to the case law, that systems components case, I think if, my take on it is after systems components that came out in 2009, which would be, 15, 16 years ago, if the Supreme Court wanted to update their model instructions to throw some of that language in there, they could have done it. So I'll stick with what we've got on page 14 right now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. No on I'm just going through the set that were yours on the defense side. The next one had 13 on the punitive damages, which is in mine, page 15, I think.
I think part of it is, right, Your Honor? No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my page 15, the first two paragraphs are the same as, which, well, the first paragraph's a little bit different. I think I just worded the first paragraph a little bit differently.
That's fine with the defense.
The second paragraph, I think, is exactly the defense's second paragraph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Plaintiff have any issues with the first two paragraphs on my page 15?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then my next paragraph, I'm trying to think if I pulled that from my preliminary instructions, because there's the word CNN in there, which that's the other issue I think we're going to have to clear up, is whether we're calling it plaintiff and defendant, we're calling it CNN and Zachary Young or Mr. Young, or some combination of both.
I'm accustomed to plaintiff and defendant, Your Honor, so that would be my preference.
Yeah, I don't have a problem at the beginning of just saying plaintiff Zachary Young and defendant Cable News Network, CNN, and then going plaintiff and defendant after that. Is that okay with y'all?
That's okay with us.
Okay. All right. So the first time, I think I'll label them plaintiff Zachary Young and defendant Cable News Network, CNN, and then after that, I'll just call it plaintiff and defendant.
Sounds good, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, getting back to my page 15 versus the defendant's proposed 13. I changed your third paragraph, which I think was what I had in the initial instructions, but the only additional part was the outrageous component that we've talked about a couple times.
We preserve our objection to excluding outrageous, Your Honor.
Yeah, well, let me ask you, I looked at the three cases that you cited on it's your instruction number 18. And I looked at the Tiger Point case to begin with, obviously the first DCA case. It was a premises liability case. I'm trying to remember which one was, the BDO Seidman case is a accounting professional malpractice case, and the hospital specialist is a med mal case. And when I put the footnote in there, I think I was referencing those cases, that they were just under the general 768.72 punitive damage aspect of it, which those three cases are. But in the context of looking at the punitive damages, and I'm looking at the first DCA opinion in this case, the CNN versus Black case, and, heck, I even went to New York Times, I went to what was it? I looked at Coral Ridge Ministries. I looked at Jacoby versus CNN. Saint Amant. There was at least one other one. Anyway, there was at least one other one. I was looking through all those last night, and I didn't see them talking about outrageousness. I mean, obviously, I was looking for Florida because, we're looking at the punitive damage standard under Florida law. Then I went to the 11th Circuit, or federal court cases that would be applicable. But somehow, they don't talk about it in any of those cases. And had I not been sidetracked by the motion this morning, my intent was to run a search. I didn't get it done last night, but I was going to run a search on Westlaw and type in, under Florida, state or federal, punitive damages, or punitive, outrageous, and I forget what else. There was some Boolean search I had in my mind of what I was going to run this morning, and I didn't get a chance to do it. But I mean, I don't see outrageous talked about in any of the defamation punitive cases.
Well, the first DCA, I mean, I would just go back to the first DCA's decision in this case, where in the closing paragraph in denying the appeal, it said that their evidence, at least for pleading purposes, meets, and they listed 3 parts of the test: actual malice, comma, express malice, comma, and outrageous conduct. And so they did break it out, Your Honor, if you will, into 3 distinct elements, and that's how we argued it in the appeal. And so they adopted our rendition of it, which was based in part on Black versus CNN, another case that went the other way, obviously, in the 4th DCA. But it seems to me to be settled law in the first DCA and made in this case that in a defamation case, there were 3 elements to punitive damages: actual malice, express malice, and outrageous conduct.
Oh, just for the record, now that I pulled up my history from last night.
There you go.
I looked at Gertz, I looked at Jews for Jesus. Those were 2 other ones I looked at last night.
You read the treatise on defamation law, Your Honor.
Again.
Again. We appreciate that.
What's plaintiff's thoughts on including outrageousness and the requirements of what's required to be proven by the plaintiff to entitle punitive damages on top of the separate instruction on what outrageousness is?
Our position is that it should be removed from the instruction for precisely the reasons that the court has already recognized, which is that, first of all, outrageousness does seem to be subsumed into express malice and actual malice, at least as far as defamation goes. We were not able to locate any defamation cases that used outrageousness as the standard. And we ran similar searches to what Your Honor was suggesting, with trying to find outrageous and defamation and punitive damages in the same case. And while that search produced results, the outrageousness was only ever discussed with respect to IIED claims, which were also pled in the same cases, not with respect to the defamation. And then in terms of the cases that CNN has cited, I know Your Honor has already reviewed those, so will not be surprised to find out that they also do not include the same definition that CNN is advocating for here, and obviously don't involve defamation. So because of that, we would ask that it be taken out.
And I don't see how we can not include them and how we can exclude them and conform with the first DCA's ruling in Young. We will be changing the standard if we don't have them in the jury instructions.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It goes in the first DCA case, the opinion in this case, it talks about a defendant may be held liable for punitive damages only if the trier of fact, based on clear and convincing evidence, finds the defendant guilty of intentional misconduct or gross negligence, citing to 768.72, subparagraph 2. And then it turns to, we must view this in the context of defamation and trade libel claims. talks about the elements of defamation, and then interestingly, the only element of punitive damages for a defamation case, it says to recover punitive damages in a defamation claim against a media defendant, a plaintiff must show actual malice. So Young had to proffer evidence providing a reasonable basis that CNN published with actual malice, that is, with knowledge of the falsity of its reporting or with reckless disregard of its probable falsity. And then it goes into a discussion of the actual facts of what was proffered. All right, so nowhere in the additional part does it talk about, of what's required under the statute, does it talk about outrageousness necessarily. It actually doesn't even talk about actual malice, but then they say we have to look at it in the context of the type of claim, and therefore, for defamation, you got to show actual malice. Doesn't even talk about express malice.
The First Amendment standard is actual malice, Florida is express malice, and then outrage.
No, I mean, I understand that express malice, I mean, we're all on the same board that express malice is there, but then the first DC didn't even talk about that.
Right.
It gets into talking about the facts of what was proffered, and then it says, at the concluding part, concluding paragraph, it says, we must consider whether Young made a reasonable evidentiary proffer to provide a reasonable basis for recovery of punitive damages at this stage. And then I think this is the sentence you're referring to, Mr. Tobin. After reviewing the totality of the proffered evidence in the light most favorable to Young, we conclude that he did. I'm sorry, the next sentence. Young sufficiently proffered evidence of actual malice, express malice, and a level of conduct outrageous enough to open the door for him to seek punitive damages. But it doesn't talk about express malice or outrageousness anywhere else in the opinion in this case.
It is odd. But they did clearly list it as three distinct elements, which is what we argued. And they argued against us, and the DCA adopted our argument. That's the law of this case.
The definition on outrageousness you have on number 18. I don't remember from when I looked at it, where you've got to meet this standard, the conduct must have been so egregious as to jeopardize not only plaintiff but the public as a whole. Is that out of one of these cases?
I believe it's out of BDO Seidman. It may also be out of Hospital Specialist versus Dean. I apologize, Your Honor. I don't have those cases at my fingertips at the moment.
Your Honor, I do have those cases, but I don't believe it's out of either of those cases.
I can't remember. I know there was one of these. I was looking through all the cases, and I couldn't find the language that was included. It may have been this one.
Your Honor, I think that the statement comes from BDO. Mr. Delish was pointing that out to me. But if you read BDO, this is the reason I was making my comment before. It doesn't actually define outrageous.
Your Honor, it speaks in terms of negligence. Counsel is correct. However, the language that they use conforms with everything we've seen on outrageous conduct. Conduct so shocking that it would shock the conscience of the public and things of that nature that we've all heard in other contexts. And so I think that's where we grafted it from.
There's also a very different definition of outrageous given in the third case that's cited by CNN, the Tiger Point Golf and Country Club case.
Yeah, I've got that up. It's cited to the restatement second of torts. That's where the outrageous language came in. It was in a footnote in the opinion. And then actually it does go down below it, because again, it cites the restatement second of tort in the next to the last paragraph, saying Tiger Point's conduct did not involve an element of outrage similar to that usually found in crime.
I mean, the broad point, Your Honor, is it really has to be something that harms all of society. The conduct has to be outrageous, to shock the conscience for all of society, not just the plaintiff. It broadens the lens on punitive damages. Obviously, actual malice and express malice is your conduct toward the plaintiff. Actually, actual malice is your conduct toward the truth. Express malice, your conduct toward the plaintiff. Outrageousness is your conduct toward society. And if Your Honor would want to use manslaughter, which is one of the descriptions that's been used, or tantamount to a crime, which the court just read, we would find that fine.
Interestingly enough, the only cases to cite to that one head note in Tiger Point that talks about the restatement are two middle districts of Florida cases and a middle district bankruptcy case. Let me do this. On that issue of the outrageousness, I still am not 100% convinced just looking at the cases dealing with defamation, but let me marinate it a little bit more on it. If I'm going to include it, obviously it'll be including on my page 15 that you got to find, that the jury would have to find by clear and convincing evidence that CNN acted with express malice, actual malice, and outrageousness. And then I'd tweak a definition that comported with something along the lines of like what Tiger Point or whatever has in it. But let me look at these a little bit closer.
Appreciate the second look, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, the first DCA doesn't talk about it at all, other than in summary format at the end. It doesn't analyze whether there's been a proffer of evidence to meet that standard. Doesn't even talk about it, that being the standard. Just actually doesn't even talk about express malice. It just talks about actual malice. Let me marinate a little bit more on that. I'll look at it again tonight.
All right. Appreciate it.
So I'm going to put a pin in that one and make a list.
And then if the court does come up with a definition, we'd be happy to take a look and in 2 minutes make argument if there's any concerns in the morning.
Yeah. This hopefully will not be the point of affecting Mr. Axelrod or whoever's doing, and Mr. Friedman doing their closing arguments or prepping them of whether we're going to stick another word in or not. I guess
It's an important word to us.
I understand. I understand. But I don't think it'll change the nature of closing argument that needs to be made, hopefully.
Fair enough.
But otherwise, what I've got on 15, subject to the outrageous, adding that, y'all okay with my last 3 paragraphs on 15, which was what I used for the preliminary instructions?
Yes.
I know y'all had more of a definition you wanted for actual malice, and you wanted this is that, this is not it, this is it.
We have, well, just to be clear, our concern is with the main concern is with the word reckless disregard on this page. Stand alone, if there were an additional instruction on what that meant, and that goes to part of what I was preparing to discuss today.
Okay.
We have asked for and would like an additional instruction to clarify that reckless disregard doesn't mean heightened negligence or hyper negligence of any kind. It actually means, entertainment of serious doubts, that the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of the publication. That's the language all over Florida case law. It comes out of a U.S. Supreme Court case called St. Amant v. Thompson, and it's cited in, St. Amant is cited in Lamb v. Univision, 329 Southern 3rd, 190, pin site 197. Reckless disregard is not measured by whether a reasonably prudent man would have published or would have investigated before publishing. There must have been sufficient evidence to permit the conclusion that the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of the publication. And so, Your Honor, if we're going to use reckless disregard instead of our proposal, in fact, entertain serious doubts, we would ask for an additional jury instruction defining reckless disregard in the same way that the U.S. Supreme Court does and is quoted in the Lamb case.
Does one of yours have that definition of reckless disregard?
Looking for it to point the court to it right now. Yes, instruction 16 captures that. Our proposed instruction from last night, 16.
Which part of that?
In addition to prove actual malice, plaintiffs must prove defendant knew the implication. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the implications instruction that we're also going to ask for and talk about. I'm sorry. It's at the bottom of our definition of actual malice on 14, subheading B, the second to last line. And so what I'm proposing, Your Honor, the court used the words reckless disregard. We could either change reckless disregard to a high degree of subjective awareness of probable falsity, or we could do a separate reckless disregard instruction using the definition in Lamb v. Univision. Stay with reckless disregard in your instruction and then have a separate instruction. That would be our proposal.
So you're saying that reckless disregard of whether it was false or not is essentially B at the bottom of that page?
Correct, Your Honor. So a definitional instruction adopting that.
What's y'all's thoughts on that? Basically just saying a sentence after what actual malice means, and I'll change it to defendant, but actual malice means the defendant either knew the statements were false or published them with reckless disregard of whether they were false or not. Reckless disregard of whether they were false or not means that there's a high degree of subjective awareness that the claimed implications were probably false at the time of publication.
If we're going to do that, I prefer that we stick with the language from Lamb v. Univision, which would be that the defendant in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of his publication.
I think it needs to have the implications in there, Your Honor. Because we're specifically defending, the jury specifically being asked to find false the implications.
What's the site on Lamb?
Lamb is 329 Southern 3rd 190. Pin site 197.
So you'd be okay with me putting in something that said reckless disregard. Back to that. Is where the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of his publication?
Yes.
You agree with that language?
I am. I'll make the ask. We would ask the preceding sentence, reckless disregard is not measured. We'd ask to make very clear that it's not measured by negligence standards. And then the language that the court just read. Or in reverse. I think the court prefers to go with the positive and then the negative.
All right, so reckless disregard is where the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of the publication and is not measured by whether a reasonably prudent man would have published or would have investigated before publishing?
In fact, entertain serious doubts as to the truth of the publication is the first part that we.
Is that what I
thought I heard different, but if that's what you have in your notes, that's fine.
Reckless disregard is where the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of the publication and is not measured by whether a reasonably prudent man would have published or would have investigated before publishing?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'd prefer not to have the second half of the negative definition, of course.
what I'm going to do on my page 15 is on the last paragraph of actual malice means the defendant either knew the statements were false or published them with reckless disregard of whether they were false or not. Reckless disregard is where the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of the publication and is not measured by whether a reasonably prudent man would have published or would have investigated before publishing. All right.
That works for CNN, Your Honor.
All right, does that, with dealing with that, does that resolve, I guess, let's see where we're going here. Going through defendants' ones, we dealt with the mitigation of damages. I know I included a punitive damage one that was right along the lines of 13. Oh, that's what we were. The amount. Okay. All right, I think defendants 13, other than the outrageousness, we've incorporated most of those things in some form or fashion, right?
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay.
We'll be happy if we can get an outrageous instruction. We'll be settled.
All right, then defendants 14 on actual malice.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've got all the intent stuff in here.
That's right, Your Honor.
I distilled it down to one sentence.
The intent to create the implication. If you did, I missed it, Your Honor. Did you put my eyes on it? Because I didn't, in looking it over this morning, I didn't see it anywhere.
Well, no, I mean, I defined actual malice in one sentence as opposed to 2 paragraphs.
Right, but the point we still haven't reached agreement on is an instruction that says the defendant had to have intended the implications themselves.
Yeah, I was thinking about this in the broader context is we were talking about defamation, and we just throw out an instruction that has defamation. What's defamation? Then we got defamation per se, and then we've got defamation by implication. And I mean, I think to some extent, that's the TV is a pain in the neck sitting right there.
I don't appreciate it as much in the back row.
No.
Yeah, how hard it is for Mr. Axelrod.
Yeah, well, as we're sitting here, I can tell when he's about ready to object because I see his head bob up above the top of the TV. I mean, we break it out in the whichever version of the verdict form we're talking about, but, you know, did they prove the defamation per se, or did they prove, you know, we're going to break it out there, but is the, for the intent aspect of here, because you're talking about the implication claim, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did y'all have anything on yours, ones where it changed the standard for either one of the 2 claims, the defamation per se or the defamation by implication claim?
With respect to the malice in particular, no.
Do you disagree that some of the language that Mr. Tobin has on there, 14, regarding intent to imply or to make the implication?
Right. Intent to make the implication and then intent knowing the implication is false. Two steps.
Which I think for the lead-in aspect of a sentence on that, I've got actual malice is this. Maybe we need to break it up and say actual malice for the defamation per se is this. For the defamation by implication, actual malice would mean.
Would also mean.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Sure.
I'm worried about confusing them more than we're helping them.
I mean, I had that concern throughout all of this, but
Yeah.
normally we track these a little bit. I don't know. It seems like either it's cleaner because we have a one count, automobile negligence claim, and it's like your issue for the plaintiff is were they negligent and did it cause harm?
Blame the U.S. Supreme Court for adopting this whole actual malice. What does it mean? And then, 60 years of case law saying what it means and what it doesn't mean. I mean, it's a nuanced area, and our concern is to have the jury have the information to follow the law.
I know we had standard instructions for defamation, and they said, no, it doesn't track the law.
Actually, it was part
Is that your fault?
No, I was part of the committee that drafted them in the 1990s. And then I leave Florida, and they take them away.
I know. You'd think we'd be able to settle on what the heck it is.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I think there's a problem with attaching these additional intent requirements and elements. I mean, for one thing, we just talked through adding on the recklessness standard, right? And the intent requirement that we're talking about now would seem to completely displace that entirely, which does not seem to be what the law is, right? It's a reckless disregard for the truth. And what Mr. Tobin's talking about adding is an instruction that says, we have an intention that it's going to be specifically this false implication. It just seems to heighten the standard beyond the reckless disregard standard, which is already a heightened recklessness standard, in my opinion. So I'd be concerned about not only confusion, but that it seems to kind of overwrite what the actual recklessness standard is for actual malice.
I think you can add as to the defamation per se claim, actual malice means what we just have. And then additionally, as to the defamation by implication claim, plaintiff must show, or actual malice also means that the plaintiff intended, or the defendant intended, to convey the implication and that the implication was false. I think it can be solved in a simple declarative sentence.
I would also add, I think the express malice requirement, I understand it doesn't track entirely, but there's an intent component there. I mean, it's not like there's no intent baked into the instruction as the court has drafted it right now. There has to be a desire to harm. And I think, kind of what goes along with the desire to harm is, if you're using a harmful implication to do it, and you have an intent to harm, I think it's fair to read into that an intent to use the harmful implication to affect the harm, right? So it just seems to layer an additional burden that I don't think is really, it seems to heighten the burden, which is, as Your Honor knows, already quite high for defamation claims.
Two different standards, Your Honor. Express malice is state, came out of Nodar versus Galbraith in the Florida Supreme Court. Actual malice is the U.S. Supreme Court, Time v. Sullivan, and all the other cases Your Honor has read.
All right, let me look at, because you've got the intent on defendants 14 and 15.
Yes, sir.
Let me look at these two a little bit closer. The on 16 here, because I don't see, and Mr. Delt, you were talking about there's intent baked in somewhere. I mean, I'm not seeing anywhere on my page 15.
Your Honor, I wasn't trying to suggest that it,
Yeah.
the express malice requirement stands in for it. I think that there's already a lot of state of mind baked into this instruction, right? If you're acting with a reckless disregard or a high degree of a subjective awareness of falsity. So for example, how can you have a high degree or subjective awareness of probable falsity of an implication if you don't know that implication or intend to make that implication? I mean, it seems to not really add much except make the standard seem higher than it already is. And if, looking at how the defendants have drafted it, right?
It is a higher standard.
So, I mean, looking at how the defendants have drafted it, it just seems completely inconsistent with the recklessness standard. Right? The recklessness standard, I'm looking at their instruction number 15, intended or new and published, that it would convey the implications. It just seems at odds with the recklessness standard. And again, I think the recklessness standard itself doesn't make sense unless there's some sort of awareness of what the implication would be or the probable implication would be and whether that implication was false or the implication was probably false. I mean, it seems to be encapsulated already in the recklessness instruction, particularly as we've added it. We've already added that to the end of the actual malice definition here. So it suggests to me, as drafted, it really makes it seem like you got to be reading people's minds, and I just think it overstates what the burden is here.
It is a two-step inquiry, Your Honor. He just acknowledged that. And we cited yesterday Jacoby versus CNN, where a motion to dismiss was granted because the intent to convey the implication as actual malice was not appropriately pled. The court zeroed in on that as an essential element. They didn't even get to the intent to tell a falsehood. It was the intent to convey the implication in that case. So it's an essential element of a plaintiff's case, certainly in the actual malice context, on an implication claim.
All right, let me do this. Let me look at those a little bit closer on defining the actual malice aspect. I think 16, where you've got knowledge of falsity, I think the words that are used here, knew the statements were false. I mean, I know there's a whole lot of case law and stuff of talking about what knowledge is false is and what it isn't and all that other stuff. This is basically explaining the same thing as intelligent intentional lie. I mean, I think that's something we don't need a further definition on. So I'm inclined not to do 16 in here. Some of these where we've got a legal term, they give a definition. Negligence is failure to use reasonable care. Reasonable care is the care that an average, normal, reasonable man would make under like circumstances. I mean, we're defining those, but we're not getting into this is reasonable and this is not reasonable. I think determining whether a statement is false or not, that's something that should be within the normal realm of a reasonable jury to determine, especially when it's the equivalent of telling a lie.
I think that's fair, Your Honor.
So,
Just to help move it along if I can, if the court will work on the intent and give us what we're looking for on the intent of the implication and also intent to tell a falsehood, we will withdraw our proposal on 16.
Yeah,
16.
Get into the argument you were making. I don't see intent a whole lot talked about in the normal instruction that I've got on my page 15 for what the punitive damages part was. I think there may need to be some component of it. I'm not going to give both pages, defendants 14 and 15, as they're worded here if I do. But let me look at this a little bit closer to distill it down to if there's a term, well, if there's an element that's missing from here, I'll get the element put into, I'll probably run it on from my page 15 in defining actual malice. But I'm not going to have it is this and it's not that sort of thing. Is if it can be distilled down into a simple definition that may or may not be different for the defamation per se or the defamation by implication claim. Okay. But let me look at. I read these. Well, I didn't read all of them. I read at least half of the ones that were cited, or definitely any of the Florida ones that were cited, and some of these other ones. But let me look at it a little bit more as to, because I mean, I called some of these things into my summary judgment motion of all these little statements, because I was analyzing what is and what isn't, and I mean, we look at it in that context. But that's not what we give to the jury normally. So let me rein that in and look at that a little bit more.
We appreciate it, Your Honor.
I think your number 17, I don't have it verbatim in here, but I've got a definition of express malice on my page 15 where the primary motive is to injure.
Our request would be just to add the words after Zachary, or I think you're going to change that to plaintiff, comma, and for no other purpose, and not some other purpose, the last words on our proposed instruction. That's directly out of the case law, Your Honor. Crestview Hospital was a case where the court reversed a jury award, from memory, because there was a financial motive by the hospital, not an intent to harm the plaintiff, that came into the mix there. And the court said that wasn't the primary motive to harm the plaintiff. And since there was some other motive, the jury should not have found express malice. And so we think it's an essential part of that definition as well. Not some other purpose.
And isn't that somewhat duplicative, though? I mean, you have a primary purpose, may not be 100% the sole reason, but the majority, largest purpose is to harm. But if there's some other reason, then that it was done not to harm, but it was done for some other reason, then obviously they didn't prove that the primary motive was to harm.
Well, the first DCA thought it was necessary to put it into the case law.
Because under those circumstances, they had some other purpose.
Right, and here CNN has talked a lot about what its primary purpose was here. There's been no contrary evidence, in fact, as to what its primary purpose was. Primary purpose was to tell the story of what was going on in Afghanistan, and in the last third of the story, Mr. Young's involvement in that. And so it's important to us for the jury to understand that if there was some other purpose, then they're not to find express malice. And I don't think it's captured sufficiently clearly in the primary purpose words. I mean, we're glad that the court went with the primary purpose. That's appropriate. But to flesh out the standard, it should have a not for some other purpose.
The plaintiff have an issue with adding a not for some other purpose?
Yes, we would object to that, Your Honor. I think it's covered by the modifier primary. I think it again, unsurprisingly, overstates what plaintiff's burden actually is here. I mean, CNN is always going to have another purpose for putting something on television, right? It's always going to have another purpose for doing that. And so, I mean, it just, I think, so long as there was a primary motive to hurt Zachary Young, I mean, the fact that they might have also been motivated by the idea of making money or advancing their careers or whatever it is, shouldn't be something that's an obstacle to punitive damages when the conduct was still primarily motivated by a desire to harm. So I just think it overstates what the law requires for a showing of express malice.
I think it's sort of duplicative as well. I mean, they've got to demonstrate that was the primary reason why y'all published the piece.
And that it was
If harming plaintiff was just an ancillary benefit,
well,
I say this facetiously, but if it just happened to be an ancillary benefit that we could harm Mr. Young, but we really wanted to put together a great piece and that was our primary motive for publishing it, they haven't met their burden. So I mean, I think that's the argument you make in closing. Getting back,
exception to the benefit language, we're all being facetious in saying that. With the exception of that, I would agree with you. You've just said that they wouldn't meet their burden. I just think that the jury needs to be told very clearly that if there was some other purpose, that's not the standard. Yeah. I don't think it is captured clearly enough and sufficiently enough in the word primary.
all right. I think this goes back to what I told them. It's a closing argument sort of thing, and you could say we had this other purpose, and this was our primary purpose, was to publish a good piece on a newsworthy issue where there was, people that really needed attention brought to the circumstances they were in. That's why we published the piece. That was not our intent at all. We weren't motivated to harm Mr. Young. And they can argue, nope, that's why they did it. That's why you see funeral bucko and blah, 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 blah. So y'all can focus on, that's their burden, is it has to be the primary motive. That's what the jury's being instructed. So I'm going to leave it at that.
I understand.
All right. Your next one is on the outrageousness, which we won't beat a dead horse on that one at the moment. But I'm going to pull your instruction out, stick it in here, and I wrote the word marinating.
All right. That's very good, Your Honor. I think you gave corporate responsibility.
Yeah. I've got that, and that was a standard instruction that was only slightly modified. And I can't remember right offhand because I did look at it and compare. Do y'all have an issue with what they had as defendants proposed 19?
To the extent it also references outrageousness after that, in the first paragraph after number 1. Right.
It's even more of an argument that Mr. Tobin has for outrageousness. Oh, okay. That was where it was modified. Now that you pointed that out, now I remember where that was. All right, okay, but other than that, depending on what I do with outrageousness, you were good with 19?
Yeah, we're good with 19.
Okay. All right, I threw your 23 in to my page 21. And that's just, was the standard instruction on that?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Y'all have on the plaintiff side any issue with 19, or defendants 23?
No substantive issue with it. In the first sentence, the last phrase, and you will be instructed to disregard this evidence.
And you have been?
Yes, you have been.
Yeah, I think one of these I did catch somewhere along those lines, but I didn't do it there. Okay, thank you. You good with changing will be to have been?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, my page 22, I think I just called from a standard instruction to make an introduction before you all do closings. And then I picked up with defendants 24 as the closing instruction.
Yes. Thank you.
And I think the only thing I added on that was on page 25 in the paragraph that starts with, "I will give you a verdict form." The only thing I added is, "I will now read the form to you." Or maybe I'll add the verdict form to you. That's in the standard instruction. And normally what I do is I read it, but otherwise that takes care of that.
That's fine.
All right. Was there anything else other than dealing with the outrageousness issue and the intent issue on actual malice that resolve all the defense issues?
One more, Your Honor. I think it was probably inadvertence. If not, I'd like to talk about it. On your page 6, defendant's proposed number 8.
Yes.
Maybe I made the mistake, but in this first paragraph, we should add back in what you already read to the jury after the words desperate Afghans, by taking money directly from Afghans. Those were in the instructions that you read initially, and we discussed that issue when we talked about the opening instructions.
Yeah, I know why they weren't in there. Because when I read them to the jury, they were handwritten by me.
There you go.
All right, it was by preying on Afghans by taking money. I took out the word desperate, and then it read by preying on he was preying on Afghans by taking money directly from Afghans.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that was how I resolved that at the beginning of the trial. Are y'all okay with me reading what I read at the beginning? Because this otherwise was read at the beginning of the trial. Okay.
And if at that, Your Honor, we're resolved as far as the defendants.
All right. All right, on the plaintiff's side.
We have an issue with the instruction that's proposed as page 10 right now.
Page 10.
That last sentence.
Do you want it removed altogether?
Yes, we'd like to remove the language that reads to be materially false. The statement must be factual in nature rather than statements of opinion, because it suggests that it's up to the jury to decide at this point whether something is a statement of opinion, which has already been resolved by the court as a question for the court. So we would like to remove that to avoid any confusion whether they're supposed to decide that issue.
Well, I think the jury is free to decide whether it meets the definition of defamatory fact, and that's part of the definition under conventional law, as the court knows, as you sided with us on some of the words that were originally in the complaint in the case. And so it's really just a statement of the law, and I think it adds clarity rather than clouds the things for the jury.
To the extent that I said the only well, I mean, I called out exorbitant and what was the other?
Exploit.
Exploit. As statements of opinion. And I'm instructing the jury the only things they need to decide are whether what black market meant for purposes of whether that was a defamation per se. Do we need the opinion issue in there? Because, I mean, black market, at least for my purposes of summary judgment, I said that was an issue of, or a statement of fact. Do we need to have this in there? I mean, I don't disagree that it's a correct statement of the law and everything else, but if I called those issues out and we're not submitting them to the jury, do we need an instruction on them?
I think that for clarity, we need to be real clear that this jury finds that these are false statements of fact. I recognize the court's already reached its ruling and called the case out and distilled it down to 2 allegedly false implications of fact, but I still think that that needs to be in there for clarity.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm instructing them on page 4 that the use of exorbitant and exploit are not by themselves actionable because they're statements of opinion. And the next instruction dealing with the scam artist or operating a scam, I mean, those again would probably be potentially, well, I don't know, those would necessarily be opinion statements, but anyway, they're not actionable in this case anyway.
There are actually a lot of cases that say scam is an opinion.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think there are, but I mean, we don't have. I don't know. I guess maybe you're making the argument that using the phrase black market was an opinion, not a statement of fact.
I think people have said that's their characterization of the market in Afghanistan. They gave their reasons why, and the jury's entitled to agree with that.
All right, let me. I want to be marinating too much.
I mean, I think what Mr. Tobin just said just highlights the problem with it, though. I mean, to the extent Your Honor has already ruled that, black market is a question of fact for the jury, they shouldn't be determining whether it's an opinion or not. They should just be trying to determine what it means. They should be trying to distinguish it between being a fact and an opinion. And I think, as Your Honor pointed out, the prior instruction is very clear about what things are opinions and can't be considered by the jury. So it seems to sort of intrude on the court's summary judgment ruling and the fact that these determinations are a matter of law that the court is supposed to make and not the jury.
And we've had lots of testimony from CNN that this was their characterization of the chaotic market in Afghanistan.
Right. I mean, I think all that gets to is a jury defining what black market means. Do they buy the factual assertion being made by CNN, or do they buy a definitional or a dictionary definitional determination of what that fact means? I'm kind of going back and forth from the standpoint of, is this superfluous and really is irrelevant to any of the issues being submitted by the jury and could cause and create confusion? Or is it superfluous and does it not potentially cause any harm to the plaintiff because it doesn't really apply? So sort of going back and forth between that in my mind at the moment. So let me ponder that a little longer. All right, I may or may not cut that last paragraph, but I flagged it anyway that within note, do we need?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any other objections the plaintiff said? Or plaintiff?
Just one more, Your Honor. It'll be on your page 13.
Lucky 13.
Lucky 13. And so we would, after the second paragraph, we would add a paragraph. If liability is established, defendant is liable for all the harm that ensued from the publications, even if a different victim might not have been harmed in the same way or to the same degree that plaintiff was. And so it's essentially just an eggshell plaintiff instruction, Your Honor.
Y'all had that. Didn't y'all have that in your proposed ones?
It's been a bit of a blur. I'd have to go take a look, Your Honor.
Thought there was. Because in actuality, this number 12 was y'all's proposed instruction, I think.
That's what I thought.
It's changed a bit from when we originally proposed it.
Damages compensatory. All right, y'all had a 27.
It was not, I just confirmed, this language, the language I just proposed was not in our original proposed instruction. I do think you took, in part, our proposed instruction number 27, and we're otherwise fine with how the court has modified it. It's just upon the way the evidence has come in and looking ahead to closing, we thought to request this additional language to kind of get at the notion, the eggshell plaintiff doctrine.
And we were prepared to accept the version that the court sent us last night, which was the version that plaintiff proposed. We would object to the additional bespoke type of language that they've just proposed.
All right, well, going back to page number 13, there's one other thing that I needed to fix from what we had on the beginning paragraphs. Were on the third paragraph, the second line, the last word is the word preponderance. Need to take that out. And what was the language that you were proposing?
It's if liability is established, defendant is liable for all the harm that ensued from the publications, even if a different victim might not have been harmed in the same way or to the same degree that plaintiff was.
Basically, an eggshell plaintiff addition to the instructions, Your Honor, and we don't think that that's necessary, appropriate, and it's very suggestive and prejudicial.
Are y'all calling your psychologist, psychiatrist? Didn't y'all do a CME?
We're not calling Dr. Cushing.
Is that even relevant? I mean, to the issues, I mean, nobody's made the argument that, well, he overreacted to this, or, you know, he...
I think that, you know, I'd have to go back and look at the transcript. I recall during Dr. Vincent's cross-examination, you know, there was kind of some question of whether there might be, you know, alternative causes at work that were contributing factors that might have set him up to be particularly susceptible. I just don't know what counsel's going to argue in closing.
All right, I'm inclined right now not to include that. Do this for me, though. If you've got a blurb of what you wanted to add to page 13, type it up and email it to Brittany. I mean, I think, you know, because we've got aggravation of a pre-existing condition. There's been nobody arguing any differential at this point in time. No evidence that I'm anticipating, unless Mr. Levine's going to be qualified. Yeah, I don't know that there's saying, oh, he only's been harmed 1%, as opposed to all the 100% that he's saying that he was harmed. So again, I think it almost gets to the issue we were having about including the opinion. Do we really need something in there where there's not really any evidence to support how he completely, you know, overreacted to this situation, and a reasonable person wouldn't have done it under these circumstances? And I think if there's some, you know, if there was some evidence under that, oh, well, you know, this was less than a 5-mile-an-hour impact and it shouldn't cause any sort of harm to him, you know, and there may be a different argument that could be made, but I don't know that there's evidence here where that sort of instruction's superfluous. But just so I've got your language, send it to Brittany and copy defense counsel with your language on that.
Our objections preserved.
Yeah, and I'm not, right now I'm sort of thinking it's probably superfluous. As I pulled out what I read, just like the one where by taking money from Afghans, that was a handwritten note. If you go to page... page 8 of my set, it says proposed instruction number 10 at the top, where it's defining defamation.
Yes, sir.
Under defamation by implication, what I had read to the jury was in the second sentence there, even when statements are true, they are defamatory if the statements juxtapose facts and create a false impression, instead of manipulate the truth. So I'm going to make that change to be consistent with what I read, since Mr. Tobin wants me to be consistent with what I said before.
I really do, and I appreciate it, Your Honor. I missed that in reviewing these this morning, so thank you.
You know I'm joking, Mr. Tobin.
I do. I do. We're cool. Thank you, Your Honor.
And then, this is what happens when I was working off a computer and I didn't have these sitting in front of me. On page 10, which I guess was where we weren't there just last, but what I had read to the jury in the third paragraph that says a statement is also materially false if it creates a materially false impression or implication, period. That was what I read to begin with.
Showing me up again, Your Honor. I asked you to make that change, and here I missed it on this one.
So, Mr. Tobin, you're good with me making that change in the third paragraph there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And plaintiffs, you all right? For me to read, consistent with what I did before?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I took out the preponderance. I think all these other ones were just dealing with introducing the trial. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any other hand edits that were made. All right. I don't see any other ones. Did plaintiff have any other objections or additional instructions that weren't included?
That's everything, Your Honor.
Beautiful. All right, so I'm marinating on outrageousness. I'm double marinating on the intent aspects of actual malice. I'm pondering whether we have to have, it has to be a statement of fact versus opinion. I'm adding there was another instruction that I was adding. Oh, the reduction of present value. I cleaned up some of the language on the reckless disregard that we settled on. And then I just got to address outrageousness there. All right, I think those are the ones I've got. All right. So subject to me concluding my marination and pondering.
Making me hungry, Your Honor.
All right, I know the verdict form, plaintiff had a simplified one, defense had a breakdown every element, yes or no. Verdict form, I went with the simplified, a somewhat modified, simplified one that included the instructions on what the jury was to do. You want your broken down?
We want a checklist, Your Honor. We think it's appropriate. Checklist of the burdens of the elements with the statement of the burden.
What's the plaintiff's thoughts? Obviously, you're going to say, I agree with what the court said.
I think the court did an outstanding job with this verdict form, so we would go with that one.
But I guess if I had not submitted one to y'all, what's wrong with a complete interrogatory?
I just think it creates the potential for confusion and you know, potentially an inconsistent verdict. I think we have the jury instructions to guide the jury in the decisions that they're supposed to make. I think that it looks a lot more like the verdict forms that we see in the model instructions. You know, where there's not necessarily defamation specific things, but when you look at the verdict forms there, I think they look a lot more like the court's verdict form and plaintiff's verdict form than the defense verdict form. And I think that's because it's supposed to be simple. They're applying the law and they're reaching the outcome there. So. And I think where it needs to be broken down by law is, for example, between economic and non-economic damages. So, you know, I do think that there are certain things that the law provides to be broken out, and those are broken out. And I think giving, you know, not putting the jury through the paces of a very intense and confusing verdict form is the way to go here.
And we think it adds confusion to have all of the elements collapsed into this short form, and it also doesn't provide enough sufficient clarity for appellate purposes.
Well, I will say this, with the staff attorneys still on the line here, they had a trial, it wasn't my trial. They had a 38-page verdict form proposed in a case. I'm like, if I was the jury, I'd give up. I'm like, where's my first off-ramp? You sat through that trial, didn't you? Yeah, they were here till 2 o'clock deliberating on that one.
First you bring us up losing stuff, now you're bringing up 38 pages.
Oh wait, you were here too, weren't you?
It's like you're picking on me all night.
We kept it to 2 pages on the elements, 1.5 actually. One spot for
Well, I was going to say, yeah, you're a lot better than 38 pages on there.
We appreciate
Here's my thoughts on it. And believe me, I've tried cases where we had a bunch of interrogatory questions on a verdict form when there were, more specific reasons for doing it. And obviously we had, the 1-page, maybe 2-page automobile accident, was defendant negligent in operating their motor vehicle? That was the legal cause of loss, injury, or damage to the plaintiff, yes or no? And you've got all those decisions being made in that one. Just like here, we've got, all the elements of defamation are wrapped into one. Did they prove? Let me find where my verdict form went that I did. No, I can't even find it.
I have a couple printed out, Your Honor.
I've got the defense version. You printed out mine?
No, this is the judge's.
You know what I probably did? I probably stuck it on the back of one of these because it was only 2 pages long. Thanks.
We just handed up your form, Your Honor, the one you sent around this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more inclined to go with something that follows, if you look at some of those model and verdict forms on those other types of cases, they don't necessarily break out, do you find by clear and convincing evidence this element, this element, this element, this element. And I don't know that, obviously, other than breaking out what legal findings they need to make, whether it relates to count 1, count 2, the damages, or 2 different elements of damages, and then the clear and convincing on the punitive entitlement. I don't know that there's a reason to deviate from that. I mean, is there, other than obviously, the benefit to the defense is if you get a no on any of those, you've got an off-ramp to them being able to prove their claim, but is there...
So that we're sure that they can, I'm sorry.
Is there a reason to deviate from, you look at some of the other ones, they're simplified where they wrap all the elements into, did they prove their claim on this by, yes or no for the entirety of the cause of action, all the elements of the cause of action. Is there a reason to break it out here that would be different than any other trial?
Well, yes. First of all, this trial has First Amendment overtones and implications. And second of all, because of that, it's very important to make sure that they consider and go through each element. And it's not going to take them any much longer with this version than the other one. We want to be sure that they have the checklist to have the discussion they need to have as to each element of the case.
Well, don't I give them that checklist in the instructions? They say to prove this type of cause of action, you got to prove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or plaintiff has to prove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Give it verbally. We want to give them the checklist to make the check marks, literally.
They'll have a set of the instructions to go back there.
Yeah, but they won't be able to circle which part of the instructions. That's not the verdict form. It's an interesting concept.
We'll do verdict forms by bubble, bubble in here.
Exactly. use a black pen.
Yeah, I'll think about it a little bit more, Mr. Tobin, but I'm sort of inclined to go with kind of the, like I said, what the simplified version of the interrogatories that are under normal circumstances. I don't know that there's an extraordinary reason here. I didn't add, normally you say, did the plaintiff prove the defendant was negligent? Yes or no, and then you go to the defense. Did the defense prove there was comparative negligence or whatever? The mitigation of damage was not broken out as a separate defense, but the instruction that was on here was you should only award damages that they demonstrated you should reduce any damages by whatever the plaintiff failed to mitigate. Do we need to have any separate defense issue on that? Or defense, anything on the instruction on the verdict form? I think
that would be called appropriate in light of the conflicting testimony that the jury heard on that issue.
Would the instruction as written be confusing then, because it just says you should reduce any damages awarded? I mean, then we'd have to have an instruction to award the full amount of damages, and then what is the amount that he failed to, should be reduced by the failure to mitigate? I thought about that when I was going through the verdict form, because normally you would have a question as to whether the defense proved their affirmative defense by the greater weight.
So is the court's question, would we be pleased if you would add a mitigation instruction as a new number 4?
Well, there's a mitigation instruction.
I mean a mitigation.
But the question is, because of the way the instruction was worded, I didn't include a separate question after.
That's what I was asking.
After number 3. I mean, I don't know. I guess it could apply to number 4 too, but I don't know that there was any testimony on failure to mitigate. I don't know that there is a failure to mitigate pain and suffering.
I wouldn't argue that. I'm with the court on that.
Yeah, I mean, because the instruction on failure to mitigate was just saying you need to reduce whatever award of damage is by whatever plaintiff failed to mitigate. I don't know, maybe I need to change the question of what are the total amount of his damages for lost earnings in the past and his lost earnings in the future, reduced by any amount for his failure to mitigate.
Bingo. That would be acceptable.
I think that would be consistent with the instruction you give with that. And then we're not doing we won't do a separate, give the full number and then give the reduced number or the mitigation number. Okay.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. With that change on the verdict form, I'm inclined to kind of keep the shortened one that I've got here.
Right.
Over your objection, yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I've had cases where we wanted to break things out because there was going to be fact or rulings by the court afterwards where we were just getting them to settle the issue of facts, and then the court could enter a judgment. And I think that lends itself more to, some of these things as opposed to under the circumstances here. I mean, that's just my feelings on it.
We've had them even longer, especially where there were cases where there were like 20 allegedly defamatory statements, and you really have to break it apart.
Yeah.
We really did try to capture it in the 2 pages, 2.5 pages we proposed.
I don't fault you for the form or the length of it at all, but I think it just goes to they're instructed these are the elements they need to find. And question 1, did they prove their claims to meet all those elements? And I think that's, closing argument fodder as well. All right. I'll go ahead and make these changes and clean these up, provided that it's not too late. I'll get Brittany to try to email them to you tonight, or definitely by first thing in the morning. Anything else on any of those?
Nothing
for tonight. Okay. All right. Well, then everybody will be back here in the morning. And normally I'm laid back and I don't, something like this wouldn't bother me. But in light of the circumstances this morning, it did. There were 2 times today, this afternoon, that Mr. Axelrod referred to me as Mr. Henry. It may have been a mistake. I mean, we had problems with Katie Bo Lillis and Lacey Bordeaux, and there was some confusion with names and things of that nature. But he did it twice, and I don't know if it had anything to do with what I said to him this morning. But just say something to him when you get home tonight.
I will. And Your Honor, I know Mr. Axelrod for years. It was entirely unintended. He meant no disrespect whatsoever.
We start talking, and we're talking fast, and I understand it. He hadn't had a problem in a week and a half, or in any other hearing we've had, or anything else.
It was a unique day, Your Honor, and we all recognize that.
Yeah, there are those people that, when you go, Mr. Tobin, if you're, you have a PhD, you're not even a medical doctor, or if you are a medical doctor. Well, we are all doctors, which I try to argue with everybody.
Right.
But, there's those people that if you don't call them Dr. Tobin, they get offended. Normally I don't care about that. I just, in light of what happened this morning, it may have been completely innocent, but I was like, I was going to say something to him, and then when they all left, I didn't get a chance to, but just say something to him that it better not be something that he was pissed off about.
I will share it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. On that wonderful note, y'all go have some dinner.
Nice evening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh.
Very helpful.
I bring in Tim. I have my speaker on, so I can't hear you. Please say something.
See if I get the tread marks off of the